Hello and welcome to the Rip Curl Pro URBNSURF presented by Pirate Life. First and foremost, the event recognises the Wurundjeri people as the traditional custodians of the land on which this event is hosted. We also recognise all nations, mobs and First Nations people around Australia, always was and always will be. My name is Chris Binns, and alongside me in the booth is a guy who knows this wave as well as anyone, Harry Mann. To our left is the tub, the pool, the basin, whatever you want to call it. Harry, what are we in for today?
We're in for an exciting day of surfing, Binnsy. The first WSL event in the pool outside the Cali pool. I think it's going to be really exciting. It's a QS 1000 men's and women's, and look, it's advanced turns today, so we're going to see some pretty high impact surfing, and I'm excited for a long day.
So first WSL event in the URBNSURF pool. You've surfed in Surfing Victoria events here before?
I have done a few events. I've done an ABB tag team qualifier. I've also done some Surfing Vic events. It's an amazing wave. Obviously, you don't have to worry about hassling and stuff. You can just, you have a certain amount of waves you have to catch, and it comes down to simply your surfing on the day. So I think that's what I really like about events in the pool.
And obviously a different format because the waves are on tap. We're looking at 19-minute heats. They are 4 surfers per heat. There will be 2 surfers on each heat, surfing on the 2nd and the 5th wave. We're going to get Jimmy Miles from URBNSURF to come in and explain how all that works in the next heat or two's time. We've also had a coin toss. I think it was Owen Wright tossed a coin to figure out whether we've got men's on one side or women on the other. And it is, the men are going to be surfing on the left and the women are going to be surfing on the right. We are now going to cross down to co-commentator Stace Galbraith, who is with Jesse Miley-Dyer from the WSL.
Oh, fire up. Fire up.
Very special day. I'm here with the Senior Vice President of Competition and the Head of Tours. I got that the wrong way around, didn't I, Jesse? It's been a bit of time apart. How are you?
Good. How are you going?
I'm really good. Geez, you called in a good day for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at it. It's just pretty picturesque. I'm happy to be here.
First event in a wave pool for the WSL outside of the KS Waveco. What does that mean for the organisation?
It's actually really exciting, for us to be here and running a regional qualifying event. I think is great. You look at all the competitors that we have here, and it's a lot of our next generation. And I think that I really do think that the future of pro surfing, the future of our sport, is going to be connected with wave technology and wave pools. So this is really cool to be here, and I'm actually really stoked that I can personally be here too to get to check it out.
Yeah, we're certainly stoked to have you here. You've usually got surfers reps in your ear trying to get the best of the conditions, but today it's going to be an equal playing field. How proud does that make you?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Like, I think there's the idea and the strategy as well behind, knowing what you're going to get for surfers and knowing when you have to take off and knowing which, particular wave in the set you have to take is, it's going to be a new experience for a lot of our crew, and I think that we'll all learn a lot as we go throughout the day, and I'm sure there'll be like one surfer who always thrives in that pressure environment, and who will come out and kind of perform above what you would expect.
Thanks for your time. Looking forward to a ripper of a day.
Cheers, Stace. Awesome. All right, Harry, we hear about, one of the criticisms levelled at the judges from time to time is they score the wave, not the surfing. A guy snares a set and he's already looking at a higher score. Today, obviously, that goes well and truly out the window. How hard is the judges' job today? Because they're going to see a million identical waves.
I have judged a few events in the pool, and it is tough because, everyone in the draw is amazing surfers and they all surf really, really well. So, yeah, there's an intense focus on every single turn and every single maneuver you do out there. And I think the biggest thing surfing in the pool is a point of difference. If you go really hard at the first section, if you throw some fins, if there's a bit of innovation out there, the judges will reward that.
Run us through surfing on your backhand versus surfing on your forehand out here, because I know as a punter, the backhand feels a lot more comfortable because you can get that little hook in the pocket.
Yeah, it's funny. When the pool first opened, I was just wanted to surf the right the whole time, and then I actually went on the left, which is my backhand, and I enjoyed it a lot more. I think it's easier timing-wise in your backhand. You can kind of set the wave up and get tighter in the pocket. on your forehand, you sometimes feel like you have to go a bit more rounded, but the better surfers will get in the pocket and throw some fins, and a bit more progressive manoeuvres on your forehand is a little bit easier as well. So I think it's a level playing field, backhand and forehand. You just got to find that point of difference.
Yeah.
And there's some mad dog locals who just surf this tub non-stop and have it completely dialed.
There is, and a few of them are in the event. I think Tully Wiley, Zave Huxtable, probably Ali Harrison have done the most hours in this pool, and they've really got it down. They know the wave, you know, back to front, and they really know when to go hard, know when to pull back, know when to go short, know when to go long, and yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting to, you know, see all the hard work they've done pay off. I think the best thing about the pool is, you know, you can go out there and you can work on your backhand or your forehand or on a manoeuvre of choice over and over again. And these surfers have four waves, 2 counts, so they've got an opportunity to, you know, surf waves a little bit different, maybe bank a score or 2 and then really go for it on their last 2.
Yeah, so there are 4 surfers in this heat. Jarvis Earl's in red, Coda Killorn is in blue, Eddie Hamady is in white, and Willis Droomer is the surfer in green. 2 surfers per set, riding the 2nd and the 5th wave. There'll be someone on the wall who's actually pointing those waves out. So instead of having a priority judge like you do in the ocean competition, we'll have an official on the wall who's letting the surfers know what the order is and when they can go. There are 32 men and 24 women, so with slightly more men in the draw, we'll have a few heats of just men, and the men are on the left, and then once the women are in action, they will be on the right, and we'll be running heats concurrently. So we get through the day in pretty quick time. It's the old-fashioned double bank.
Yeah, it's exciting. I feel like I'm back at board riders having a bank A and a bank B, and as we see Jarvis Earl take off, just an amazing result in Taiwan. Binzi, I'm sure you saw a lot of his surfing over there, and great start. Wow.
Yeah, he's the sort of surfer, his style will fit really nicely into this wave. He surfed in the final in Taiwan against Reef Hazelwood, who we've seen come out and blow up on the air mode here, and we will be seeing an air expression session midway through the day today. Owen Wright is in town for that. Co-commentator Connor O'Leary's going to be getting into action, as well as some other guys. Here's Coda Killorn on his forehand in blue as well. And so that was the 2nd wave of the set ridden by Jarvis, and then the 5th wave ridden by Coda, and then we're going to see Eddie Hamady and Willis Droomer on the next set. So I think there's a set every minute or so. Yeah,
I think there's a 40-second gap in between. So 2 goofies starting off there. Really nice comparison there. Jarvis really quick on his feet and threw some fins and threw some spray, so I'm sure the nerves would have been flowing first wave of the event, but he surfed that one pretty well to start the day.
Yeah, the nerves, even when you're just surfing. Let's run us through this one of Jarvis.
So nice snap to start, and then carved maneuver, and then I like that turn there, threw a bit of fins and spray, and then finished that one off nicely. Well surf wave. I know Jarv has a lot left in him, but good to get a score on the board and get those nerves out of the way.
And then this was Coda Killorn.
Yeah, I think he just got a little stuck on that 2nd turn, but finished the wave off. Okay, I think he'll try to shake that one off and get a better score on the board. So 2 goofies to start. I know Willis Droomer, another local kid, under 16 world champ, so he's been on fire, and he can pop an air on the left out there. He's been known to do the odd varial and air reverse on his backhand, so I'm not sure he'll do that first wave, but keep an eye on him. He's known for a bit of progression.
Well, Stace posted an incredible couple of clips of Felipe Toledo surfing out here during Bells earlier this year, just going, pretty much laying down the blueprint for as good as it can be surfed. And we were seeing plenty of varials and shove-its and that kind of biz from the world champ.
Yeah, his speed's just amazing. Okay, so first wave goes, 2nd wave, as we'll see White take this one.
Yeah, so this is Eddie Hamady. I think he's from the south coast of New South Wales. And throwing a decent bucket on his first turn. And just finding that rhythm nicely, flowing through 4 big belts. That one was pretty impressive and signs off nicely. Behind him, this is Willis Droomer. He will be on the 5th wave, which is this one. So here goes the surfer in green. Looking pretty comfortable and casual. a great feeling when you click into that rhythm and just go from turn to turn effortlessly. It's two really similar waves there. Good luck splitting those two.
I think Willis just did about 8 turns on that wave, which is really impressive. So
let's go have a little chat with Stace, who's running around on the sidelines.
A lot of firsts for us down here today, and a first for Jarvis Earl taking off on the first wave of the set. You'll see today the competitors will be jumping on wave number 2 and wave number 5, but I guess Jarvis had a little bit too much froth in his tank there, and he just couldn't help himself.
Cheers, Stace.
Interesting. So Jarv caught the first wave. Is that what Stace said? Couldn't wait for the second, which is fair enough. You see a wave in front of you, and I guess the normal kind of feeling in a contest is to go it. So I'm not sure if he's going to get scored on that one.
Harry, how are your nerves, especially in a heat when you know people are watching you when you're waiting for that wave? Because that's another variable that completely changes. In the ocean, you see a wave, you're paddling, you're trying to get yourself in the best position, you may be thinking about where your opponent is. Here, you're just sitting against that wall and you know it's coming.
It's really funny. You kind of hear the machine, tick into gear and the chains start moving, and you got to let the first wave go, and then you got to stand up on the second. And for some really good surfers, I know the nerve is just make the takeoff, just get the first turn in, because I think you maybe can overthink it a little bit, because you know the wave that's coming, you know what you want to do on it. It's not like the ocean where something pops up and it's just, you're trying to naturally throw something together. So, nerves are a big factor here.
Oh, it's crazy. I can't imagine what it's like in a heat. Even when you're just, free surfing, there's 10 other people in the water, and somehow the way the deck unfolds is that you're at the top of the order and everyone's just watching you for like that minute or two. Nerves are terrifying.
Yeah. Interesting first exchange there. So looks like Eddie got the best of it. I think he clicked probably the first 2 or 3 major turns the best out of anyone and got a 6.23. So definitely a lot more room left on the scale, but a really good start there from Eddie.
I really like the fact that these are 4-man heats, because if it was a 2-man heat, you'd know what you need to get. So if you only needed a small score, you might go pretty easy at it. Whereas with 4 surfers in the water, you can't afford to take any of those shortcuts. This is Jarvis Earl, pokes the nose and goes down. And now Coda Killorn. Sorry, that was Coda Killorn. This is Jarvis, so they've swapped the order this time. Great first turn. He might look to get a little bit spicy. The standard has been set. There it is. Releases the tail, and nicely done. It throws a little carving 3 in for good measure. And that might be the best wave of the morning so far. Jimmy Miles is joining us in the booth from Urban Surf. We've got a million questions. Good morning, Jimmy. How are you, mate?
Good morning, Binsy. Thanks so much for being here. Part of history, mate.
This is sensational. You guys have done a fantastic body of work to pull this together. When did the first seeds start getting planted? We'll just run through this replay first of Jarvis.
Yeah, by the way, Jarvis absolutely ripped on this wave. I really like how tight he was able to get on some of these turns, and then that progression at the end, that's exactly what the judges are going to want to see. So I'm really excited to see Jarvis surf here today. He's coming off such a great win over in Taiwan. You were there obviously for that, Binsy, but up till now, Reef Hazelwood's been the best surfer we've seen in the pool, and Jarvis Earl just knocked him off on Taiwan. So if I was following the racing form lines, he's definitely got to be one of the favourites here today.
And so speaking of Reef, we've seen all those air clips coming out of Reef lately, and we're going to have an air show at some point today.
Yeah, we are. We're really excited to showcase the new waves. We've spent a lot of late nights here with the team from Wavegarden, and huge shout out to Wavegarden. They've done such an incredible job of creating these new waves. I think they really set the standard for aerial waves in surf parks now, it's going to be really exciting to see Connor and Owen, and I think I saw Jarvis down there as we were firing the first waves, and he asked if he could have a crack, and you can't say no to the #1 seed on the regional qualifying series, so he's going to have a go. Willie Droomer, who's in this heat as well, he's actually the only guy here today that's actually surfed these waves before, so I think those guys will go out and have a go, and I'd love to see some of the female competitors have a crack as well. I think Zali Kelly's here today, so it'll be great to see some of those athletes. But it really does extend the parameters and the spectrum of what we can offer here at Urban Surf. I think, we're seeing such amazing progression in the sport. On the men's side, certainly, but definitely on the women's side. We just saw Sierra Kerr, what she did at Stab High was just simply phenomenal. I think it reset the standard. And now we're going to be able to provide a training space that can really add to that progression. So we're excited. You can call this one, Binsey.
All right, this is our third set, and it is Willis Druma on his backhand.
Current world under-16 champion, Willie, won it over in El Salvador.
Yeah, and he's really got the rhythm here. He's got
Pop shove it coming up. No.
And he signs off, so 4-4-3. He's currently sitting in fourth. We're going to need to see some fireworks. Here goes Eddie Hamity, who is our current heat leader, and he is looking really strong and lively on his backhand. He's finding that rhythm. Rhythm just seems to be key out here. As soon as you sort of bobble, the wave's not your friend anymore.
Yeah, Harry probably surfs the wave a lot better than me. He can probably talk to it, but I always find that the consistency of inconsistency in the pool continues to confuse me. A wave that is meant to be so similar, your performance can be so different just by being in or out of that pocket by half a centimetre, it feels like sometimes. And you see this definitely on the competitive side, all the events that we've held here, that you can almost tell from the first turn if someone's going to be in rhythm, and if they're not, they really struggle to get back into it.
Yeah, well, we saw that in the KS wave pool as well. A couple of times that just said, no, sorry, that was a dud. We're going to have to send through another one.
Yeah, look, I think one of the interesting things is that people think that the waves here at Urban Surf are absolutely the same every time, and that's actually not the truth. The way that the wind affects the water moving around the pool, the way that the wave machine fills up in terms of the currents around the pool can, impact set to set, wave to wave, and then obviously, the wind impacting any wave as it comes along. So it's consistent, but it's certainly not exactly the same every time.
All right, we've got a couple more sets to go. 8 minutes 45 to run. We're just waiting on that last round of scores to drop in. Jarvis Earl got a 7.5, which is the best wave we've seen so far this morning, and rightly so. Jimmy, when did the first seeds get planted for this event to come along?
Yeah, so we first, I suppose, had our serious conversations with the WSL at the Challenger Series in Manly, and we really aligned on the idea of the regional qualifying series is to make that qualification pathway more accessible to more surfers, and that aligns perfectly with our vision here at Urban Surf, which is to make surfing more inclusive and more accessible to more people. So it just seemed like a really easy fit to kick off with a QS 1000 here, and there was a bit of work to do, and hats off to the World Surf League. I think they really came on board and obviously were able to change their policy and put in place some guidelines regarding these events, and we were able to run. Obviously, we probably would have loved a longer lead time, but it's all come together, and yeah, what a day.
Releases the tail and releases a little bit too much. It doesn't quite push back the same way that the ocean wave you're probably more used to might.
Yeah, there's definitely subtle differences in the way you surf it, for sure. But yeah, so that journey's, as we watch Coda Corn here, that journey's been really exciting, and I'm excited. The WSL have been so open. Jesse's here today. We've had some great conversations, rides out.
Nicely done by Coda.
About what we can do here in the future, and not just specifically about events. There's, the community component to what the WSL does. I think the WSL has been at the forefront of gender equality in sport for quite a while. And, we have the ambitious target of getting to 50-50 occupancy here at Urban Surf as well. It is a great environment for women to come and surf in. There's not the competitive nature that happens in a lot of lineups. So I think, events like Rising Tides and things like that, we can have a really big impact from a community perspective with the WSL as well. So it's an exciting start to what we hope is a really productive partnership.
And do you have any purely pool surfers? Like, are there any Melbourne Mad Dogs who don't know what saltwater feels like and just tread in here the whole time?
Yeah, we
Is
have
there board riders?
We do. It was originally Urban Surf Board Riders. Now moved to, it's called Melbourne Board Riders Club now. We ran the first sort of board riders club in a pool, and they run events all the time, and they're building an awesome community. We've had over 200 members that have surfed 100 plus times with us. We have 900 members in our community here that surf with us at least 4 times a month, and they've built a real culture and community. You know, in summer, you see them supporting the surf guides and making sure that the lineup is as friendly and inviting as it possibly can be.
Regulators.
Yeah, well, no, not regulators. Stoke makers or frothers. They're a cool community, and you know, we've done similar stuff on the female side as well. We have the Girls Go Urban Surf website page, and we do our surf and sip sessions once a month, and it's been cool to grow communities as a surf park. But there is actually so we have one of our lifeguards, a surfer by the name of Massi. He's an Afghan refugee, came here I think about 17 years ago via the Timor Sea. When he came to us, he'd never surfed before. I don't know that he'd even been in the ocean, and he was just so committed to learning to surf. He would be in every session. And we have staffies, so our staffies get to go for a surf after their session. I think he was really pushing the limits of that rule. And yeah, it's pretty amazing now to see him get spat out of beast mode barrels, and I think he surfed in the ocean once. So it does happen. I don't think we'll ever see, you know, the absolute elite end of the sport as purely surf park surfers, but I think what you'll see is a lot of people that have struggled to get access to surf to lift their competency level, move really quickly from novice through to, you know, a good intermediate surfer. And I think that's really exciting.
All right, here goes Eddie Hamady. He got a 6.77 for his last wave, so he's currently sitting in second. He's looking really fluent on his backhand. Jarvis Earl is in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6. Willis Druma has a 5 and a 4.43, and here he goes. Needs to fire a shot to keep his dreams alive at the Rip Curl Pro URBNSURF, presented by Pirate Life. Whole bunch of sponsors involved this year. Goes to shove it, can't ride out of that. 4 minutes and change to go. Pirate Life coming on board as a sponsor, Jimmy.
Yeah, awesome. Adelaide company, amazing, the South Coast Pale Ale, and they're our official beer of summer here at URBNSURF. We've got the Pirate Life Court here. We've been hosting corporate events all through December.
Big sponsor of the mighty Freo Dockers.
Yes. No, they're absolutely great company. You know, like the Jack, who's one of the founders, is absolutely all over it. And it's been great to have them as part of not just this event, but the park as a whole.
Speaking of great company, Stace Galbraith is down there. He's going to have a chat with Solly Bailey.
Solly, the only surfer in the draw who's had, I guess, the chance to compete in the Kelly's wave pool, and now here. What similarities are you seeing?
Yeah, I guess you get an opportunity. You're definitely not getting starved of waves. You know, I think the fitness level is probably a little different. It's a little bit shorter and a bit sharper here, so it's probably a good thing because I'm pretty unfit and not very competitive in the competitive fitness state at the moment. But you know, it'll be fun to go and surf the event and just have a bit of a play around out here.
Bit more of a regular style of format here, 4 in the water, 2 progress, as opposed to Kelly and the leaderboard format, where you can essentially go to the quarterfinals on your first 2 waves there. Here's a bit more straightforward. How are you going to play it?
Honestly, I have no idea. I guess just, what do you get, 4 waves? 4 waves, just try and get a couple and then maybe send it for a couple.
Looking forward to it, mate. Good luck.
Cheers.
Thanks, Stace. Yep, get a couple, then send it for a couple. That sounds like a pretty good policy. Coda Killorn, he's got a pair of 4s, so he needs to start sending it, to use Solly's vernacular. 2 minutes to go, so this would be the last set. Thinking this is the 4th wave for these guys.
Yep. So we've got Jarv as well, current heat leader. So, big turn off the top there. It's been good to see Jarv throw a little progression out there, and he got rewarded with a 7.5, and just
that turn was pretty solid.
He's got that timing down, doesn't he? Oh wow!
Was that carving 3 just as a section beater?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Just a little finner reverse into a carving 3 on his 7.5, which just showed the kind of class of surfer he is, and I think he's going to comfortably get through that one.
Yeah, so at this point, it's looking like Jarvis is comfortable, and I guess we've got Eddie Hamady and Willis Druma still to come. Willis is in range. He needs an 8.37. Eddie he's got a 6.77 and a 6.6, so he's done it pretty nicely. These are the replays. This is Coda.
yeah, clicked with that turn pretty nicely, and I think he knew he needed to score here, so he went for broke at the end, and yeah, just couldn't really get that pop out of that end section, but it is there. Speaking of pop, we've got Jarve, just a real nice kind of thinning carve to start with, and then yeah, throwing the spray, he's really got the timing down. Carving through it was really sick. So it's been interesting to see the comparison between Eddie and Jarve. I think Eddie's been a bit more power and punch, while Jarve's a bit more class and throwing a bit more progression, but they've both been rewarded. I guess there's two different ways to surf the pool. You can just stick to the old school power rail game, or you can throw some progression there and both get rewarded, obviously.
Yeah, the contrast between natural and goofy as well. The natural footer on their backhand can probably get in that groove and maybe throw a bit more power in, but then on your forehand you've got a little bit more repertoire that you can call upon. So we've seen Jarvis, throw a couple of little finner reverses and then throwing the carving 3 as well. All right, here goes Willis Dreamer. Would love to get back up into the equation. He's got some work to do. Takes to the sky. Almost goes the dark side there. Came down and parked his bum on his fins. And, well, this will be a victory lap for Eddie Hamady, who is going to go through in either first or second place alongside Jarvis Earl. He throws plenty of spray.
Powerful surfer. So, yeah, good start. And he goes for a little bit of progression, but the job was done. And I'm sure Willis will be disappointed. He normally has those little shove-it varials on lock, but, yeah, I guess when the pressure's on and there's QS points on the line, and these guys are all chasing that kind of challenger berth. So, yeah, unfortunately, didn't get it done. But, super young surfer and junior world title under his belt. I think it's just a good learning curve for him.
Absolutely. Okay, that was the first heat of the round of 32. Up next in heat 2, Jamie Thompson, Hinata Azawa, Corey Ross, and Ryan Slattery. Yeah, 19-minute heats, so we're just going to rattle through them. And in a couple of heats' time, we will start running ladies on the right as well. So there's going to be action galore. If you're in Melbourne, get down here. I think it's $10 to get in. The air show alone would be worth the price of admission. Seeing Connor O'Leary, Owen Wright, Jarvis Earl, and a couple others taking to the skies. And we've got some bands lined up. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky. Where would you rather be?
Exactly. Victoria has turned it on. We've got surfing, got airs, we've got music. The bar's going to be open later, so yeah, I'd be tripping not to get down here.
Yeah, I saw JS running around from Hard Fizz, so just know that there's going to be some shenanigans. And that's Eddie Hamady, who has secured himself a berth in the next round. Going through with Jarvis Earl, and this is our second heat in the water right now. I would imagine that Jamie Thompson in red will be on this second wave right now. Here he goes. Big first turn to get things going. Another surfer who was in Taiwan just a couple of weeks ago. That's a pretty strong opening wave. Bit of rhythm. Few points on the board, and just build on that from this point on. This is Hanarts, the goofy footer from Burleigh Heads. Really fluent, flowing style, super low centre of gravity. Hanarts is out of there as well, so pretty even exchange from our two surfers. Good variety and a great contrast between the natural footed style and the backhand and the forehand of the goofy.
I guess that first wave, really crucial to just get one on the board, get your feet in the wax, get the confidence up, because you kind of want to build throughout the heat. As we saw Jamie Thompson on the first one, really powerful backhand, getting real nice and low off the bottom, and then throwing everything he has at the lip there. So
new angle.
Yeah, I like that. So 4 or 5 solid turns there. I know he's got a bit more left in the tank, but a score on the board.
Yeah, and then this is Hanarts on his forehand.
So you see that there is a bit more bend in the later waves in the set. what that lets you do on your forehand is, turn into the wave and throw some fins and a bit of progression and a bit of variety, maybe throw a layback, but you will notice the second wave is a bit more cleaner and straighter, and then the fifth wave has a bit more bend. So the waves are quite similar, but there is a few little differences, as Jimmy Miles was telling us, and you just have to use that to your advantage. You have 2 waves on wave 2 and then 2 waves on wave 5, so you could be thinking on wave 2 just to get some turns on the board, and then maybe wave 5's, throw a bit more progression.
All right, we might throw down to True Starling, who's chatting with the winner of the last heat, Jarvis Earl. Take it away, guys. True, you are on.
Oh, no. I only got 4. Yeah,
That was quite the natural interview there.
Yeah, that was great. Corey Ross on his backhand, surfer in white, and Ryan Slattery up and over on that first section. Hopefully we can have another crack at that interview with Jarvis. I don't know if it's going to happen.
I like Ryan having a crack at that first section, but unfortunately just put too much into it. And surfing white here. Boardies in Victoria. Wow, brave man.
Yeah, backing that.
And we saw Ryan Slattery just throw too much at that first section. But you will be rewarded if you go hard at the first section. A lot more risk there. Then going hard on the smaller section at the end, that's the biggest part of the wave, obviously. So do back that, but yeah, probably a bit more nerves. Only got 3 waves now to lock in 2 scores.
All right, first scores are in. Jamie Thompson, the best of the opening exchange, a 6. Hanada Aizawa, a 4.83 to sit in second. Something that I think would surprise people who haven't surfed this pool before is just the rip when you're trying to paddle back out. Or like, it's just a conveyor belt that throws you up the middle in record time.
It's amazing. Yeah, I am a really bad paddler, so yeah, I just get back into that rip and it sucks you back out. But you can get stuck on the inside when there's a bit of a reverse rip going on. But yeah, once you get as close to the wall as possible, it will suck you back out. So
yeah, the long way is actually the quick way.
Yes, it's weird. You try to paddle back out through the lineup and you get pushed back, and you got to just get to the wall and get sucked back out. So
that's also a bit of a faux pas out here as well, right? You paddle across, as is your natural, habit from years of surfing, trying to get back out, and you're straight in the way of the person behind you. The lifeguard's blowing the whistle at you. Everyone else is kind of looking at you like, what's this guy doing? So you've just got to suck it up, swallow your pride, guts one in along the wall, and then the rip will take you straight back out. All right, Hanarts won't be happy with that second wave. Corey Ross, a 2.83 for his opener. Ryan Slattery just a 0.5. Jamie Thompson is doing it very nicely in this heat. Whoa, that was a punchy turn, got really vertical.
Yeah, I really liked his first and third turn there. Got really vertical on that first section, which is really tricky, Binzi. It doesn't stand up straight away. The second turn is normally the easiest to get most vertical, but Jamie Thompson just straight away, straight into the lip, which is hard to do out there, as you see there. So yeah, and then his third turn, he just goes absolutely vertical as well. So I think the judges will like that. He started with the 6, which was the best score of the first exchange for all 4 surfers, and I dare say that might be a little bit better.
Yeah, those last 2 turns, it almost looked like he was late to the party.
Yeah.
But he somehow managed to get his board super vertical, and it just got swatted straight back down by the lip. And
even on his first, I thought he was almost mistiming it a little bit, but I think he's just wants to get in the most critical section and get as vertical as possible.
All right, so while we wait for those scores to come through, we're going to throw to a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life right after this.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for. the world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa. It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Okay, welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. Jamie Thompson, Hinata Ozawa, Corey Ross and Ryan Slattery are in the water right now. 19-minute heats. Yep, you heard that right. So each surfer gets 4 waves, their best 2 count, and this is Ryan Slattery on his backhand. And that section can get away from you. It's easy to overcook that first turn and go off the back.
Yeah, 100%. The first turn's the most important. It kind of creates the rhythm for the rest of the wave. So, unfortunately, Ryan just a couple of little slips on his first 2, but I'm sure he'll, as we see, White. Who do we have here, Binzi?
This is Corey Ross, and he had a 2.83 on his first wave. Do you find yourself often sort of feeling like you're turning shorter than you would normally?
Yeah, on your forehand, yes. On your backhand, no. It feels natural to kind of have a shorter turning arc on your backhand. As we're going to throw down to Jarv on the beach.
All right, Jarvis, first surfer, first heat, first wave of the day, and you came out with a win. You must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going into that heat because it's my first ever event in the pool and I knew I was going to be the first wave. But yeah, I ended up getting a few good ones and winning the heat, so I'm stoked.
You got a 7.5 and a 6 as well. So moving on to the next round, will you kind of keep the same nerves, keeping calm and head in focus, or are you going to change it up a little bit, maybe introduce some new tricks or things that we know that you can bring out?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit more comfortable now. I got the first heat out of the way, so hopefully I can get better scores in the next one. But yeah, I was stoked I got the 7 and then I was just happy to back it up in that one.
And everyone's kind of riding different boards, PUs, epoxies. It looks like you're on an epoxy today. What are you riding?
Yeah, I'm on a Channel Islands Fever epoxy and it's usually like my go-to board when the waves are like this, and it's been feeling pretty good out here, so I think I'll stick with this one.
Amazing. Thanks for your time, Jarvis.
Thank you.
Cheers, True. WSL, winner of the first heat. Kids on a roll. Took out the Taiwan Open of Surfing, Jinsun Harbour, a couple of weeks ago. And not a bad place to warm up for this because Jinsun Harbour's just endless waves. There's a bit like this. You're not battling a fellow competitor because it's just short period swell, just one wave after another. Jamie Thompson was there as well, and he's brought some rhythm from the East Philippine Sea this way as well. And he's looking really strong on his backhand. He's got a 6 and a 5.5. So he actually didn't better his first wave with the second one.
I was wrong. That's why I'm not a judge, Binzi.
Here goes Hinata Ozawa from Burleigh Heads. He wants to get himself back in the picture. He's just got a pair of 4s so far. This is a better looking wave from the Gold Coast Goofy.
Yeah, pretty good exchange there, and yeah, I'll keep saying it, but good comparison. The Goofy a bit more rounded, but really nice carving manoeuvres and using the whole face of the wave. And then Jamie Thompson on his backhand was real stabby and critical, but I dare say I think that's Jamie's best one. But I was wrong before. I might be wrong again, but I really enjoyed that wave.
All right, so this is Hanat's last wave. Talk us through it, Harry.
Yeah, so nice carving move to start, bit more of a stab in the pocket there, and then a really nice carving maneuver there on the third turn, which is rare, but a little bit of point of difference in a different turn. So 2 carving maneuvers and a nice snap in the pocket. Just the 3 turns, but it's not about how many turns you do, Binzi. It's about how critical and how bigger maneuvers you're doing. So yeah, see how those scores come out.
Micah Margison on screen, another surfer who was in Taiwan a couple of weeks ago. You hear a lot of talk at the Kelly wave pool about once you get caught behind it, you're done. Whereas it seems like the white water is not necessarily as much of the enemy here.
Yeah, it's true. You can get behind it and still get around it. It is challenging if you obviously get too deep, but just like a normal wave in the ocean, it's kind of exactly the same out here, which is what I really enjoyed when I first caught some waves in the pool. It's actually quite similar to the ocean and has that same kind of power and feel, and you can get stuck behind a section and still get around it, unlike what we see at the Cali pool.
And by contrast, you can actually get out on the face a little bit here too, and do
Yeah.
a bit more of a figure 8 kind of carve, get the rebound in.
Exactly, yeah. So as we see White in the boardies, nice first turn there. Oh, throws a bit of fins there, and
he's throwing a bucket. This is Corey Ross on his backhand. Gets swallowed on the last turn. And this will be Ryan Slattery in the green vest. He's in the springy, so summer in Melbourne.
yeah, who would have thought? Boardies and a springy in Victoria, but Ryan's going to be happy with that. Got to the end of that one, and obviously on his first 2 waves, fell off on his first and second turn, so he's banked a score. I'm not sure what the situation is, Vinzi, but he could be back in this one after that one for sure.
Yep, so Jamie Thompson, his third wave went into his top 2, so the second one that we liked doesn't count anymore.
Yeah.
He's got a 6 and a 5-6 to be in the lead. Hanada's last wave was his best, a 5-5-3, so that they are in first and second. Hanarts will have just got himself a little bit more breathing space, although Corey Ross, you think that will be... Well, he and Ryan have probably just dropped in their best waves as well. One more set to come for all 4 surfers.
Yeah, I think Ryan's going to be happy with that one. I think that's going to get him a mid-range score on the board and give him a chance on the last exchange. And if he surfs the last wave well and gets a score on the good range, he can get through. And it's all about progressing and getting those QS points, Binsy, because all these surfers here are fighting to get on that Challenger Series.
So there's Xavier and Micah up next.
Pretty stacked heat by the looks of it.
Tell you what, it's the officials at this event have their work cut out for them because it's just non-stop.
Yeah. You can't miss a wave because it puts everything out of time and rhythm. So, yeah, you've got to make sure these surfers are nice and organised, getting their rashies, getting in the water on time because, yeah, plenty of action. It's been non-stop. There's no breaks between heats.
We're about to start double banking it with the women on the other side of the pool as well.
Yeah, which will be great to see. The right come into play, and excited to see some big women's names in the draw. So we're going to see some unbelievable surfing from them.
All right, here goes Hanarts. This is his last wave. Got that turn a little bit short. And might go into his top 2, but pretty similar to those couple of 4s that he's already holding on to, I think. And this is Jamie Thompson. Big, tall lad on his backhand. He's been throwing plenty of water. That was a nice carve. There's the vertical one. He's put himself a little bit behind it, and I doubt that will go into his top 2. So Ryan Slattery, his last wave of 5.07 has definitely given him a chance. He needs a 5.3, so a little bit better than that to overtake Hanada, assuming Hanada hasn't built on his score. This will be the replay of Hanarts right now.
Yeah, nice carving manoeuvre there. I really like that one. Straight into another one, cutting back to the power source of the wave, and just don't think he got that major on the inside he wanted to improve that score.
Yeah, the first 2 turns were good, and then there was sort of nothing really after that.
As for Mr. Consistent, Jamie Thompson, I think all 4 of his waves have been pretty similar, and they've all been pretty similar scores, and he's done the job in this heat. He's currently sitting in first, and I dare say he's going to get through this one. But
you've cooked him again. They've just thrown him a 4 for his last wave.
Yeah, well, he's consistent enough. 6, 5, 6, 5, 5. And, yeah, just a little bit short on that last one. But, yeah, great to see Ryan Slattery after, 2 falls on his first 2, banked that 5.07, and what's he needing? A 6.03 now.
Yeah, so this will be the last set, and Ryan Slattery is chasing a 6.03. Corey Ross is chasing a 7.4. And this is what's great about the 4-man heat. If it was a 2-man heat and, you can come down to either you only need a small score, or so you'll play it safe and you just try and make it to the end of the wave. With 4 surfers, there's still 2 guys who are in it. They now have to go really hard at these sections to try and put themselves into the next round. All right, it is go time. Ryan Slattery is chasing a 6.03. Here he goes. That first turn, he clipped it really nicely. So he's got a great rhythm. That was right in Matt Dunbar, the photographer's face there. And this will be close to his best wave, I reckon. He'll be happy with that. Was it a 6.3? Leave that one with the judges. Corey Ross, he's chasing a 7.4. Well, he just had a little stumble right as I was about to say he's doing it pretty nicely. Gets swallowed up. So we know that Corey Ross hasn't done enough. Ryan Slattery needs his best wave. He needs a 6.03.
Yeah, touch and go on that one. Exciting format though, Binsey, as you said. You know, both those surfers knew exactly what they needed, and yeah, there's no holding back when you need a good score. So Ryan and nice. I really enjoyed that first turn and then came straight back into the second, and he's just kind of thinking about a finish here. Went a bit short on the third and then got the finish, but a bit late on that last one. So we'll see what the judges reckon.
All right, well, while we wait for those scores to come in, we might give you a spell and introduce Connor O'Leary to the booth. Cheers, Haz.
Cheers.
So on the screen, that's Ryan Slattery waiting for a score. He's looking for a 6.03. All those scores are dropping in. Connor, g'day, mate. Welcome to URBNSURF.
Mate, thanks for having us. It's what an exciting day. Can't wait.
What a cracker of a day too. Blue skies, not a cloud to be seen. Water's pristine.
Melbourne is delivering today.
It's turning it on. And you landed, what, an hour ago and just walked straight over from the airport?
Yeah, landed about 2 hours ago, and yeah, so close to the airport. So yeah, just in and out and straight into the mix.
And are you straight out again this afternoon, or?
Straight out this afternoon, yeah.
Oh, how good's that? And have you surfed the pool here before?
Yeah, I've surfed it a few times. Yeah, I was fortunate enough at the Bells event. I came over for a session, and
just quickly, sorry mate, Ryan Slattery, that last wave was his best, a 6.13, and he has knocked out Hinata Izawa.
Wow.
So his last wave, he laid it all on the line. Meanwhile, in the water right now, this is Xavier Huxtable going bananas on his backhand. He would, speaking of guys who've surfed this pool a lot, there wouldn't be many who've put in more time in the chlorine than Xavier. And behind him, this is Micah Margison. Oh, boys are stepping it up. That turn was pretty spicy. Wow, throwing a ton of spray. He's on the same board that he was riding in Taiwan a couple of weeks ago, so we had plenty of waves over there. The boys were generally riding epoxies, so same equipment right here. Makes sense.
Yeah, right. It's nice to see Micah's backhand. You know, he lives on the Gold Coast, and I guess up there you go ride a lot, and you don't see many of his backhand surfing. So yeah, it's good to see him go left and show everyone how his backhand surfing looks, and it's looking pretty sharp at the moment.
Yeah, that was a great exchange from Xavier and Micah. They're joined in the water by Kynard in the white and Tim Bain in the green. Connor, what have you been up to lately, mate?
Mate, just trying to get the body back to where I want it to be. It's been a pretty long year on the tour, and kind of lots of travelling and back-to-back events with the new format of compressing it into 6 or 8 months. So yeah, it's been nice to have a few months off and get training again and get into a routine of getting the body where I want it to be before it kicks back off.
And mate, there's been no shortage of waves up around your way lately either.
Yeah, it's been pumping. I mean, we got fortunate enough to get a few Kira swells the last few days, and yeah, it was good to surf some decent size waves in December, and yeah, it's been fun.
All right, we're being joined by Scott Maggs now. He's a skincare champion. Morning,
check
mate.
champion.
Skin check champion.
Yeah. We do care as well.
Oh, I was going to say, your skin looks immaculate, so unlock your secrets for us.
Thank you. I got no secrets. I'm pretty haggard at the moment, but I'm here. I'm happy.
And as we see Kynard in action right now, why are you here? Tell us your story.
Yeah, we're just we're down the corner doing free skin checks for everyone, which is amazing. We've got 3 nurses just giving free, amazing full-body skin checks. And La Roche-Posay, our sponsor, is also giving away free sunscreen, which is phenomenal as well. So it's a really good partnership.
I am 100% going to go and get everything checked. Because how often are you meant to get your skin checked?
Well, they reckon at least once a year, but I kind of like to do, at the start and end of kind of summer. Just to kind of keep an eye on things, because stuff can crop up when you least expect it, and it's good to keep an ye on it and
That's
change
us.
them. There we are.
Yeah.
How are you?
Now, you're obviously wearing a sensational hat. What are some of the other advice you'd recommend?
Tips and techniques. Well, you got to wear a good sunscreen first up, and La Roche-Posay is phenomenal. They've actually got a good wet skin sunscreen, which is perfect for surfing, and I've seriously tried everything. And it's not slippery, it doesn't make your eyes sting, and as soon as you put it on, it just goes straight into your skin. And so definitely try that, and you won't turn back. And yeah,
getting tubed? That's probably...
Getting pitted,
yeah.
Staying as much as you can in the green room, or in this case, the light blue room.
It's very aqua, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful colour. What a day.
Oh, it's sensational.
Spectacular.
Amazing.
And just looking after each other. Like, one big thing that I've found, I lost one of my best mates to skin cancer. And since he died, like, every time we go surfing or head outside with mates, one of us always says, have you got sunscreen? Are you going to wear your hat? Wear your sunnies? Like, just saying that amongst your mates always reinforces the behaviour. And it just makes it, like, good. I don't know. So you can kind of look after each other. It really helps.
Fair enough. Connor, are there any stops on tour that are notorious for where you just get torched?
Yeah, pretty much all of them. I actually think I think actually probably Australia's probably got the harshest sun out of anywhere.
Yeah.
And I guess the raw elements of down here in Victoria, Bells, down at Torquay, you got the wind and you got the sun and everything. So it's Australia's definitely got the harshest sun out of everywhere. But I mean, maybe
Portugal in February, you're probably like, you know what, this is
not too bad.
The wind burn over there though is out of control. So and places like Tahiti is another place where you've kind of got to keep lathering up, otherwise you're going to be red raw by the end of the day. So
Portugal's another one of those West Coast ones, a bit like Margie's, where mid-afternoon you can't see anything because you're looking straight into the sun.
It's a brutal reality of the sport. So many surfers I've met, like just out at home or tour surfers as well, have had so many brushes with skin cancer. I was chatting with Tommy Carroll not long ago, and he said he had to be flown home, I think, from one of his stops in Japan to get treated, and he had some real serious ones crop up. It's just something, it's so unavoidable, the sun, when you're out there every day, and it's so important to look after yourself and everyone else.
And Connor, your mullet, that's doing a sensational job on the back of your neck as well.
Yeah, it's not only a masterpiece of haircuts, but it's also for sun protection.
Spectacular.
It keeps my neck from not getting sunburn, and party at the front, business at the back, or business at the front, party at the back.
It's a beautiful pelt too. Like
thick.
Have you just shampooed?
Yeah,
it recently?
Just for this occasion, I thought I'd shampoo it and make it all luscious and flow in the wind better.
And combined with the beard as well, that does add that extra protection.
Yeah, I'm all about sun protection these days, so I'm getting older, so I want to keep my skin as fresh as I can.
Bit of a Japanese Kenny Powers vibe going at the moment.
That's what I'm going for.
It must look amazing when you're on a jet ski, just with the mud flap out the back.
Flowing with the leopard print.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. That was Tahiti, getting spat out of barrels with a hectic mullet. yeah, it was a pretty funny couple of weeks.
All right, here goes Tim Bain. His first wave was a 4.5. Xavier Huxtable, his first wave is an 8.67. We probably need to go and have another look at that at some point, because that is easily the best wave of the day so far. Micah Marguson, he's sitting in second with a 5.5 and a 5.17. And this is Kynard, who needs to get back in it. He opened up with a 2.77. Whoa, through everything at that. He gets swatted for his trouble. You actually get pretty whipped in this pool as well.
I was saying, like, I was concerned that, you know, all the waves would be the same, but there's so much variety in all the sets as well. Like each part of the set waves are different, so it does add a lot of difference in the attack.
Yeah, so Harry Mann, who was in commentating earlier, he was saying that the second wave will be a bit cleaner, have a bit more push, but then by the time you get to the fifth wave, which is the second wave that's being ridden in every set, it bends back a little bit more. There's a bit more water in it, so you can get more of a big finish. So there's definitely permutations throughout the set, and you can still get a dud. I had a wave yesterday where I was just like looking around going, what just happened? And normally I do that on every wave anyway, but this was like not 100% my fault. Which Rory? Rory is the swell generating machine.
Oh,
so
that's his name.
The left is on the left, and the right is on the right. That breaks towards the jetty in the middle. And yeah, Rory, named after the Roaring 40s, is the swell generator. And then there's kind of like a big piston-driven paddle thing inside the wave generator that pushes from left to right. And when the sets break, if you're not, you wouldn't recognise it or notice it just watching the screen like we are now. But if you're standing in front, you'll see that one side breaks sort of about 5 seconds before the other.
It's amazing technology, isn't it?
Oh, it's sensational.
It's so cool to say that I'm, you know, can be a part of the wave pool generation. I thought it was going to happen after, you know, I've quit surfing or not retired or whatever. But yeah, it's sick to be a part of and be able to see it and surf it.
All right, here goes Xavier Huxtable. He's got an 8.67, and he'll be looking to get rid of his 3.67 now. I think he's done that pretty comfortably, and his experience in the chlorine is already shining in this heat. Micah Marguson will be up next. Connor, what do you know about Micah?
Micah, well, I guess his dad, Margo, long, you know,
the original free
surfer. You know, one of my most favourite people to watch,
and just one of the all-time great humans.
Oh, he's just great to surf with, great to watch, and yeah, I guess he's come from a great family, and here we go, Zave's replay. You could really tell how he's had a lot of experience out here and kind of staying in the pocket, but not staying too tight that he gets stuck behind. And yeah, he's a big kid these days. You know, it's funny to see how much he's grown over the past few years. Mike out the back. Same deal, you know, just trying to stay just outside of that pocket where it's throwing a lot of water, but also staying in front of it so he can kind of rattle off a few manoeuvres. So yeah, the boys back to back. It's good to see.
Do you surf with Micah a bit around the northern rivers?
A little bit, yeah. Whenever I'm kind of up his way, because he's at Cabarita, I'll see him in the surf a few times, and yeah, he's got such a great style, but he's so raw, which is so unique. So you don't really know what to expect with Micah and what he's going to do on a wave. So it just makes watching his surfing and being out there with him, 10 times more fun.
Yeah, and he's kind of one of Billabong's faces of their Sons of Fun campaign at the moment, which is pretty cool, because that was the movie that first put his dad's name in prominence all those years ago. So shout out to Brendan Marguson if you're tuning in, mate. Mike is carrying the torch on in style right now. That last exchange comes in. Xavier with a 7.4, Micah with a 5.33. So a little bit of breathing room. Xavier Huxtable, a 16.072 wave total is pretty impressive, with just one wave still to come. This next set, here we go. This is Kynard in the white. He needs an 8.06. He's looking pretty fluent on his forehand. Releases the tail. Gets that one last turn in. And now Tim Bain will swing into action. So Kai was on the second wave. This will be Tim on the 5th. And if you listen to Harry Mann, there's a bit more push, a bit more bend back on this one. Tim Bain finding some rhythm. He is through the inside. So the women are about to take to the water as well, and things are going to get very hectic at this point. So there's 32 men in the draw, 24 women. So the women's round of 24 and the men's round of 32 will both finish at the same time. Then we're straight through to the round of 16 on both sides. They'll run concurrently. At the end of the round of 16, we're going to have the air expression session. That's you and Owen in action, Connor.
Watch out. I've just, I'm going to call the Melbourne airport and just tell them to hold some planes for half an hour because, yeah, I'm just going sky high.
Have a word with Casa. You're going to be invading the airspace.
Told Jetstar just hold off for 45 minutes because, yeah, I'm going sky high.
Permission to buzz the tower, sir.
No, it's going to be fun. I'm excited to see Owen hit the air section.
This is a new setting. I've been told.
Yeah, it's a new setting that they've been working on. I guess the Waco technology, they started the whole air section deal, and I guess these guys at Wavegarden have gone, we can do just as good or better. And I mean, the footage that we saw of Reef a few weeks ago out here was mind blowing. So
it's the best space race ever. Like all of these different competing wave technologies, you see someone does something, it's like, right, well, we're going to get our scientists on the case, and the lab coats come out, and a couple of months later, it's like, well, how's this one look? Just like the big winners are us, the surfers, because there's just tubes and ramps and walls and shit going on all over the place. It's the best.
I want to see a wedge, like a real.
This is a better one from Micah. I feel like every wave he's kind of gaining more and more momentum, and I feel like that was definitely his best out of the three.
He's been consistent. He's got 3 5s to his name so far. Here goes Xavier. He is absolutely smashing it, and of course, commentator's curse goes straight down, but he'll be feeling pretty comfortable at this stage. So there's one more set to come. Tim Bain currently chasing a 5.8. Kynard currently chasing a 7.6, but I think Micah might be extending that a little bit. Let's go check out some replays of exactly how Micah went about it.
Yeah, I think the pace of this wave, you always, like I said before, you always want to stay just that far enough in front of it where you're kind of coming out from turns with lots of speed and, throwing out a little bit of water and to stay in front of it because you can get so stuck, caught behind, and get in the rhythm of getting caught behind if you start a turn a bit late. So, yeah, he stayed in front of it and just rattled off a few nice backside snaps.
The rhythm of getting caught behind. I feel like that's my surfing described in one sentence.
I feel like it's so easy to get caught behind here. If you're late on the first section, you'll always be chasing it to the end. So I feel like the people who will take their time at the very start and stay that little bit further in front of the pocket are going to be the ones that are going to get off a few nice combos. So, yeah, Micah did that.
What's it like when you surf Kelly's pool and the wave's 700 metres long?
Really, really nerve-wracking, especially when they tell you that there's 30 seconds. They give you a 30-second warning. But it's you just really got to just simplify it and take your time. And like I said, it's such a long wave, so it's more quality over quantity. And I feel like this pool is the same. You can get stuck thinking that you need to do a lot more than what you actually need to do. So simplifying it and spacing it into three nice turns instead of 6 half turns is going to be the key today.
All right, Tim Bain is chasing a 7.3. Kynard is looking for a 9.1 because Micah Margison's last wave was his best, a 6.83 the result. And here goes Kynard. He's looking for the best wave of the day so far, a 9.1. Oh, I like that. Drop
Very
the other
nice.
shoulder. First layback for the morning and a floater as well. Bit of variety from Kynard. I like
he's
it.
Just karateing out there non-stop. That's amazing.
That's a great wave
start.
to sign off. And this heat is done. You would imagine that Xavier and Micah are through, but let's have a look at these replays. Kynard, this will definitely be his last wave, but this is Tim Bain in action.
I feel like he's as well getting into rhythm. Each wave he's catching and finished it off beautiful with that vert snap. Hard to do off that end section at the end with not as much power. And Kai just, it's good to see the variety. I feel like on your forehand you got the advantage of showing a bit more variety, and he definitely went into that wave with a bit more aggression, which was nice to see and nice to finish it off with a bang.
So there's Owen and Xavier, Team Rip Curl down there having a chat. Oh, Harry's down there too. Let's get that microphone in Xavier's face.
That's on the way for him.
Yeah, let's go. Boys. Stay where you are. Talk, mate. Talk, go.
Take it away, boys.
Xavier Huxtable, winner of the last heat. Obviously you've surfed in the pool a lot. How'd it feel to do a QS event out there?
Yeah, it was epic. It was so much fun. I mean, I was a bit nervous at the start. I mean, sitting out there by yourself. I have my brother as wall marshal chirping me. So, but no, I was stoked to get a couple, and no, it's epic to be out there for us and get some fun waves.
Harry, Mike up.
How good? Friends and family coming up. Watch you rip at the pool apart, and obviously you're trying to go all the way today, mate.
Yeah, no, it'd be great to have a win, but nonetheless, it's an epic day. The weather's awesome, and glad to be here. Cheers, Dums.
How good's Victoria? Back to you guys.
Cheers, Harry. You beauty. All right.
Is that Solly?
I think that was Solly. So we have swung into the new heat. Scott and I are going to get out of here, and Stace Galbraith is going to come in to continue with the call.
Good on ya.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro URBNSURF presented by Pirate Light. It's good to be in the booth. I'm Stace Galbraith, joined by none other than Mr. Connor O'Leary. Connor, how you doing?
Stace, it's a beautiful day. The sun's out. We've got non-stop waves, and we've got heats in a wave pool.
I honestly don't think I could dream up a better day in Victoria. Maybe if the AFL Grand Final was on.
I actually think this is the best day I've ever been a part of, being down in Melbourne. It's beautiful.
We're pretty spoilt where we are.
We are very
rivers and fair weather fans. So we'll take it.
We're very spoiled up north, but yeah, no, it's a beautiful day.
No, we're stoked to be down here, and hospitality so far has been amazing. It's the venue's looking great. We have some live music down here this afternoon. No doubt a couple of pirate lives and non-stop action, like you said. It's pretty cool. There was we had a bit of a underlap, I guess you could say, with the right being empty. It's no longer empty. There's a pack of hungry QS warriors out there warming up, and then we've got live action over here on the left. This is Harry DeRoth. Interesting heat, this one. Harry looking pretty gnarly, actually, from Phillip Island. He's a young Pommy lad, just got married, and he's been living on Phillip Island for a little while now, and he'll be up against, obviously, Joe Van Dyke, who needs no introduction in Victoria, also from Phillip Island. And here goes Joe in the fluoro green. He got a couple of waves over there on the right. I don't know how that goes for going left, but he's looking pretty nice here. Joe's not a small lad, so he's getting it done. Must feel pretty good to get to the end of the first wave, eh, Connor?
Yeah, exactly. It's. I feel like it's just all about rhythm, and this heat and just this wave pool in general. I feel like you just build momentum, build rhythm, you get a few chances. So yeah, get to the end of the wave and then build your way up from there.
Yeah. Easier said than done, though, isn't it?
It's way easier said than done. I'm glad I'm sitting here and not in a heat, having all the nerves of competing.
Yeah, talk to us about the nerves. I was talking with Solly earlier. Kelly's pool versus this pool, but just wave pools in general, like we spoke about, you're going to get those opportunities. How nerve-wracking is it when you hear the pistons or the train fire up? It's a different type of nerves, isn't it?
100%. Like I said to Binsey before, when you're sitting at Kelly's pool and they call out the 30-second warning and all of a sudden you hear the train running, you're like, oh my gosh, here we go. And it's whoever doesn't overthink is the one that's going to do the best. So yeah, it's hard to do it, but it's rewarding because you get everyone gets a chance.
Yeah, definitely. And here obviously the venue offers such a unique perspective. You can get so close to the surfers. Talking about not overthinking it, I'd like to see a bit of heckling actually as the day goes on. Bit of crowd interaction.
100%. Even within the surfers, don't fall.
Yeah.
Bit of back and forth would be pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was onto it earlier or not, but did Jarvis Earl ride the first wave of the day? And I think he might have meant to wait for wave 2. I'm not too sure if you saw that, but I think we're going to see a fair bit of overfroth today. Like, it goes without saying, every opportunity that comes through is just looking quote unquote perfect. It would be hard to let that wave go, so I do forgive him.
Just about to say that it'd be so hard to let waves go, and here we go.
Oscar Sol from the Port Macquarie region. Just jumped on Luke Short's boards the last couple of years and looking really nice under his feet. It's must be a pretty good opportunity for these young blokes to come up against a surfer like Solly.
I think it's great, and even to be able to have an event at a wave pool so everyone has the same amount of opportunity. Solly throwing the kitchen sink at it. It's good to see a bit of aggression and a bit of innovation. It's I think it's going to be the ticket today of the winner. So yeah, it's good to see Solly's mindset into it.
Yeah, it's cool. When you get the jump like he has at the start there, I might check a few replays here, but obviously Solly getting the jump on this first exchange. He's a 1.5 points above the other two surfers, and Harry got a 5-1. This is a nice wave here from Oscar.
Just a nice tempo, he's taking his time, he's picking where he wanted to turn and stayed on his feet to the end, and he's only going to build rhythm from now. Here we go, Solly. Bobbled at the start, and I guess he just thought throw it to get a better score, and yeah.
Pretty high heat IQ there to acknowledge the fact that the first scores, the turning manoeuvre is not going to be a big score. How often do you see that where, crew just get to the end of a wave? It's seemingly pointless, right? After an opportunity like that, you've really got to throw the kitchen sink out.
100%, and especially, he obviously identified that the turn that he did at the very start wasn't up to scratch, and just thought, that was the only way to be able to make up for his mistake on the first turn. So yeah, I think it's a good outlook on it, and he's looking pretty good.
He's looking gnarly. Kaito Kurokawa there getting ready. Shared a taxi with him from the airport last night. Lovely young lad from Japan, living up at Varsity Lakes on the Gold Coast, and as you can see, I don't think he's ever not got a smile on his face. Well, wouldn't you?
How could you not?
How could you not?
You're in a QS 1000 in a wave pool. It's a historic day, and it'd be cool to be a part of and throw a rashie on. And
that sounds like it could be a stub toe down there. We can throw you in.
Yeah, maybe I should just come in as an injury replacement. I was waiting for Owie to get in there as well, but Joey Van Dyke, here we go. It's nice to see Joe's backhand. It's pretty rare to see big lad like him on his backhand. I haven't seen too much of him go left. So yeah, wow. Looking solid.
He's definitely the tightest in the pocket this heat, which I think is super hard to do on this left. It's got a pretty small area on the wave where you can tag it and actually get pushed back down. And Harry has definitely found that spot.
Yeah, wow, that was nice. It's one of them waves where I feel like it's very risky to be really tight in the pocket, because you can get stuck behind and then kind of have to chase your way back onto the face. So, I mean, from what Joe just did just then, it didn't look like he was struggling to get back onto the face.
Yeah, this is just
like he was always still in front, but so tight in the pocket.
Really, really technical surfing. I think the only thing Joe's really lacking at this point in this heat is just a bit more of a dynamic first manoeuvre, because he's back, 2/3 of the wave, are looking really, really strong. But he's got, he's, I think, the only surfer in this heat at the moment to really finish 2 waves on their feet, solidly. I think, I know Oscar might have done the same, actually, waiting for some scores here, but it's going to be pretty tight here on this third effort for everyone, because there's not a lot in it, is there?
And they're all natural footers too this heat, hey? So it's going to be interesting to see the point of difference on, backside surfing can get a bit repetitive, and I feel like a big thing today will be the changing of bottom turns, shallow to deep, and variety out of the lip on your backhand to create that point of difference. So it'll be good to see guys like, Solly and Oscar and all that, and see what the differences they're going to take out of it.
Might be a silly question to ask a goofy footer, but if you had to compete today, what side are you on?
It's actually, I was thinking about this the other day. I actually think it's easier to go backside out here, just because, all you're thinking about is going up and down. As soon as you kind of on your forehand, you got a bit more variety. It's more fun on your forehand, but I feel like in a heat, you'd rather it backside today.
See if Solly Bailey could put that to good use here. I love that first carve, a little bit of variety there. This is a better way from Solly. Oh, he's looking dialed.
Nice.
There we go. Professionalism right there. He's not going to make the same mistake twice. We're going to
Staying on his feet.
Oscar here. Oscar's got a 5 and a 4, so this is a great opportunity for him here to go for it, which is exactly what he's done there. And it was the right choice. There's no point. He doesn't need to get to the end of another wave. I haven't seen the totals from the first couple of heats, Connor, but is 9 points for Oscar going to be enough?
I think, the previous heat was around a pair of 5s. I think it was around 10 points.
Yep.
I feel like the first round will be, 10 points plus. We'll get you a progression. There might be the odd heat that might be higher or might be lower. So, I guess 10 points plus will get you through to the next round, but it's only going to get higher from there onwards.
Yeah, definitely. Jesus, it's Solly's making that look really easy. It's quite hard to go that far out on the face and still look dynamic. He's done a really good job there to keep his composure.
Like we spoke about earlier, the way he, changed up his first turn and went a little bit further out in the face to bring that carving aspect into your backside surfing, to also add in the snaps. It's that point of difference that the judges will look for, and repetition is an easy thing on your backhand. So to be able to change it up, it gives it a different look to the judges, and makes that little bit more exciting.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a really high level of regional talent in this event. I'd like to know from your perspective, how dynamic can you get on that first section backside out here, either the right or the left, whether you're natural or goofy? Because at some point, one of these guys, if they want to win this thing, to beat, say, a Jarvis Earl, they're going to really have to get creative in my eyes.
I think it's more based on picking the right place to do a turn and not worrying about, I've just got to get up and just start turning. It's such, I feel like you can get 5 or 6 turns in a wave, but I feel like if you scaled it back and did 3 quality ones, especially backside, if you did 3 really big, crisp backside snaps compared to a frontsider, that would be the place where it will match up. So, I think it's quality over quantity today. I feel like Solly's doing that pretty well.
Here we go. Harry DeRoth, unfortunately, a bit of a missed opportunity there. He has a decent total, but as we mentioned, like that 9.5, 9 range might not likely be enough to secure your spot in that next round. And tell me what's going through his head right now, Connor.
Yeah, I mean, falling. I guess he's going to have another opportunity, which is pretty exciting. Or will he? Yeah, he'll have another opportunity. He's got one more wave. I guess it's all about just throwing the kitchen sink at the last wave. Trying not to safety surf a wave and just be aggressive and right to the end. I think that's the best mindset to have.
You mentioned a really good point earlier about quality over quantity, and I think that's it's just fantastic advice for any youngster coming up. It can feel nice to do a lot of turns, right? It's not always the best way to approach the wave riding, whether you're in heat or not. And I think that you know, that's something that you've definitely developed in your surfing over the years, recently sort of upping your equipment, a bit more volume, a bit more length to sort of aid in the fact of when the majors come, they're major.
For sure, and you base it off the best guys in the world. You know, you got the Medinas and the Philippes and Illo and all that who, you know, someone like Medina, for example, who's similar size and build to me. You know, I watch his surfing a lot, and it's all about that quality, you know, when you are hitting the lip, and then it's just kind of picking your times and not doing too much. But then when you have to do something, you're doing it properly. So, yeah, that whole quality over quantity is a huge one for kids growing up to try and train in their brain. Because, yeah, I feel like that's the most important thing with surfing these days.
Yeah, definitely. And talk to me about time on the wave. It just seems like that top level guy that you're competing against, they just seem to have all the time in the world. And aesthetically on the wave, they're creating space rather than looking busy.
Yeah.
You know, how's that something you implement? Because the heart's belting when you get those opportunities, particularly if you're at a J-Bay or a Bells or a, you know.
Even here, for example, you take off and you instantly like, oh my gosh, this is going to, I can do 100 turns here. And it's just a matter of just scaling it back. And here we go. Oscar.
So nice start. He needs a 5 to get himself up into second. A 4.91 to be exact. He's on his way.
Oh, this is the score if he finishes it.
There you go. Well done, Grom. That's got to feel good.
That must feel good to have the last opportunity and implement it as best as you can and execute every turn crisp.
Solly's not safe here, and he'd know that. He'd be trying his best to improve. A little swirly on that second turn. He's going to go to the air. Sick little reverse on the finish. And again, just professionalism from the red jersey there. That's going to... that's going to put a lot of pressure here on Joe. I believe that Oscar's going to do enough to get the score there. And then Harry DeRoth will also be in a position where, look, he's not safe as it is, but he will know now definitely that he's going to have to probably chase a bit higher than a 4.81 if he wants to progress into this next round.
Here we go. And I think he just kind of knew that the first turn was a little bit flat, so he just thought, okay, how am I going to try and create as best a score as I could? And there we go, the blow-tail reverse, just clean as anything.
Like you said, picking your moments.
Exactly, picking your moments, and that's what's going to get him, you know, towards the final rounds, and that's going to be that point of difference comparing to the Jarvises on their front side is, those blow-tail reverses and picking his time to do the turns properly.
I've sort of singled Jarvis out there. He would definitely be my pick for this. He looks so solid already in his first heat, and he looked like he was in third gear. Have you got anyone else that you like the look of in the heat draw, Connor?
I mean, it's great to see Solly back. You know, he hasn't competed in, say, a year or two. Has it been 2 years?
Yeah.
It's been a few years. He kind of went off to the free surf realm, and now I actually did had a session with him the other day up the coast, and he was saying he's going to come back and give it another crack, which is super exciting because, you know, he's such a great surfer and so well-rounded, and it's good to see him having a crack, and he more than good enough to get back on and get amongst it with the best.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a short break here. Scores to come, and one more crack each for Joe and Harry. Don't go anywhere.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Oh, there's an umbrella.
Yeah, wow.
There's an umbrella.
You know, it's one of those things you can put on this show, and it's a great show, but you cannot control Mother Nature. And we just had a wind gust come through, just as Harry and Joe battling into their waves. You know, not dissimilar to the ocean. And the Rubik's Cube for them to figure out how to get through this heat just got a whole lot more complex. We'll cue up some action for you here in a minute. My coffee, which is resting on the corner of the balustrade out there, is still standing. So I'm pretty happy about that. Joe Van Dyke and Harry DeRoth, though, I don't believe they will still be standing at the end of this heat. Oscar Salt has got a score to come in. It's looking pretty good. And we're going to have to wait and see.
That was crazy as that gust came through. Harry took off on that wave.
I think so, yeah. 12. Hey, Sully, you win that one? Yeah, come have a chat.
We might have Harry and Solly Bailey coming up any minute now. And we're going to have...
hey guys, down here with previous heat winner Solly Bailey. So you're just talking about the transition between the second and the fifth wave. How did it feel? Did they feel different at all?
Yeah, definitely. The second wave is really fun. It's quite clean. And the fifth wave's pretty disjointed and really hard to get rhythm on. But yeah, it's a bit of fun.
So what's the plan this year, Solly? You trying to get back on the challenges, or you chasing tubes? Like, what's your plan? Are you just here for a bit of fun, or you're back into competitive mode and trying to get back on that CT?
Yeah, I'm sort of playing the rest of this year out a bit of fun, but next year head down. I've decided to come back to competing and have a good dig at it next year. So see how we go in the regionals and get back on the challenger.
Epic, mate. That's where you belong on the CT. Former Vulcan Pipe Pro winner Solly Bailey. Good luck for the rest of the event, mate.
Cheers. Thanks.
See you later. Got one. Got one out of the back.
Well done, Harry, and well done, Solly. Fantastic. Little confidence builder there. You know, anytime you chuck on a Rashi, it's a real deal, you know. And Solly's been at that highest level, and now he's going to start his way from the bottom, hopefully all the way back to the very top, which is where he belongs. So I'd like to think that Solly would take a lot out of that. He needed that last wave. Oscar came at him swinging, and I think he's going to be feeling pretty good moving on to these next rounds.
Yeah, I think he's looking good, and he's only going to build momentum from here. So yeah, first heat jitters.
Connor, we're going to welcome in the women's division here. We had 4 less heats, and now we're over to the right where we will watch the women compete all day. Here is L Dog Harrison, Victorian royalty. She's had a fantastic run on the juniors recently and spends a lot of time out here in the pool.
What a way to start off your campaign, though. My gosh, she just belted that wave.
I hope you've had your strepsils, Connor, because now she's going to fire up, mate. We've got action on both sides, and it's going to make for some, extreme viewing.
Just
Ooh.
Plenty of entertainment today.
So tell me, Connor, epoxies versus PUs with that wind kicking. What's or even without the wind kicking?
Oh.
What's your thoughts there?
I think for me personally, this pool suits an epoxy purely because I'm a bigger guy. 90 kilos in a pool that isn't so buoyant. You need that extra bit of buoyancy, and yeah, so an EPS for me if it was myself. But yeah, I feel like there's been a few PUs kicking around I've seen, and not too many epoxies, which is very interesting, I think.
Yeah. Oh, amazing first turn. That was. I love the attitude. I feel like you do get 4 opportunities, but, like you saw there at the end of the heat with Joe and Harry, I think it's always important to try and put your best foot, forward as early as you can. These guys are all high level, and the quicker you can bring your best, I think is, ultimately that's where you're going to put pressure on your other competitors. And, again, easier said than done here from the booth. We don't lose any heats in here, do we, Connor?
No, we don't. But it was good to see. It's good to see Ty throw the kitchen sink at it early, first turn. I feel like if he did execute that first turn right and finished it to the end, that would have been a huge score. It would have been well rewarded. So it's good to see the thought process going into it. It's either throw the kitchen sink at it early and scale back, or do it the other way. So
and that's kind of my point. What do you think's harder, to sort of have a few backside or frontside moderate turns on the board and then scale up, or just come out swinging and stay swinging and either fall on your sword or do an amazing job?
I feel like if you started throwing the kitchen sink at it and it all panned out, that's the best way to do it, because that's what's going to win your heats, and that's what's going to make you a better surfer at the end of the day. Here we go, wide on the right. Oh,
believe that was young Lucy Naylor from the Surf Coast.
So yeah, I think having that mindset of going hard at it early and scaling back is the best way for progressing through the event, and also, you know, winning your events at the end of the day, compared to the other way around where you start safe and you build up. Yeah, that's just my personal
It's been a bit of a generational shift, hasn't it? Because I feel like probably in the era that we were growing up and the surfers that we watched, you know, in particular Kelly, Mick, Joel, they had that amazing taper into events, and it was almost like, oh, here's the finals, you know they're going to bring the fireworks. But with, you know, probably what started with Medina, and then, you know, Italo picked up where he left off, and Philippe is just obviously 18 points from the get-go.
Yep.
It's been a bit of a shift in that, hasn't it? There's no warm-up waves anymore.
100%, and the judges just see it straight up. So, yeah, you've got to kind of keep up with their pace and run with it. So, yeah, it's kind of a great mindset for improvement and progression. So, yeah, it's only positive.
Yeah, I love it. And Louis Oates there, getting a couple up. That would feel better than his first wave, I reckon. Only a 183 there to start, and he just looked a lot more locked in and controlled. This is Mikey Clayton-Brown from Port Stephens. Mikey's going to be really well suited to this event. He is one of the most consistent surfers I've ever seen.
Nice pace. Actually, he came up to Lennox a few weeks ago and had a surf with him out the point, and I haven't seen him in a few years, and man, he's a big kid. There's a lot of big kids around these days, huh? Like
Yeah, you're one of them.
But they're all bigger than me. It's crazy. You know, I feel like when I was around their age, I was this little whippet, and all these kids are towering over me now, and they're huge boys. So, yeah, it's good to see the power and the goofy footer. I mean, the natural footer. Yeah.
Oh, nice wave here. Just a little miss of the timing there at the end, but a fantastic start. 6 points there. And then we're back to the left with Mikey Clayton-Brown. I believe this is a replay. And, yeah, just getting back to Mikey, I think that, you know, getting back to how you're going to, you know, put your heats together and the whole event. Mikey, I think, would definitely be a surfer that would probably do the opposite of what we were talking about then. And I don't think there is a right or a wrong.
No.
But I do think at some point you do have to look up to the World Tour, and probably a good thing to do that and see what the trends are there and what the judges are scoring and how the surfers are competing, and because it's always changing. Like, you know, I feel like the flavour is always sort of up for debate, and, you know, if you can kind of be, you know, on point with that, even at, like, say, a board riders level and then into a QS 1000 level and whatnot. Like, we've got Pratamo Arendt from here, like, he's the head judge of the World Tour. The buck stops with him, and he's here at a regional QS 1000 event, and the direction that he would have given to his staff today would be World Tour.
Definitely. The girls psyching up. Got Freya. I think that's Philippa out of screen, but girls firing up, ready for a big day. But yeah, back to what you said, Stace, I think it's really good. You know, I think the commitment aspect of surfing these days is what's going to win your heats, and it's definitely becoming more and more important and more obvious as the years progress. So, wow, commitment.
Kaito-san, that was amazing.
That was pure commitment on the backhand and quality over quantity just then, which is what the judges want to see.
Let's see what Ty brings to the game here.
Can tell he scaling it back a little bit compared to that first one.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
It's a dangerous little minefield, that whitewash, isn't it? It can give you that little bit of extra speed that you need to sort of slingshot you up into the lip, but if you sort of get too much of your fins in there, you're going to really struggle to get back on the open face.
Yeah, and like what Solly said in the post-heat interview just then, the fifth wave seems a little bit harder to surf, a little bit wobblier, a little bit unpredictable. So, yeah, I guess it's just a matter of just like surfing in the ocean, just dealing with whatever's in front of you and working at it like that.
And you'd have to say the same about Kelly's pool, right? It does look like the same wave every time, but it most certainly isn't.
Yeah, it's definitely not, especially with, you know, waves at the very start of the day compared to the end, with the evaporation and how hot it is in the desert in California. So, yeah, it's crazy how much it evaporates throughout the day with the heat, and therefore
low tide.
Yeah, it just changes the wave completely. You know, it's half the size in the afternoon. So, yeah, it's back to that, just dealing with whatever's in front of you and not trying to be too predictable and try and, you know, piece together a run like snowboarders and stuff. do. So, yeah, surfing's just all about feel and instinct, and you just got to run with that.
You got a favourite on the left out there from the Goofies?
A favourite surfer?
Yeah, favourite run, favourite person that you think attacks the wave.
Medina, actually, Owen Wright over there, standing over there, he's one of the best out the left at the pool, which is someone who you wouldn't even pick from a mile away. So the big rig, he's definitely shown us how to surf the left properly. And yeah, just even with his equipment and how he's changed his equipment based on the pool is something that's really inspiring to me. Here we go. Mikey Clayton Brown.
Here we go. He's got a 5.17 and a 5.2, and I know Mikey does a lot of these events, and I think this would be something he's trying to work on now, is getting up into that next range. He's got his 10 points in 2 waves, and it is, the other boys behind him are in a bit of a pickle here. It's time for him to throw the kitchen sink at it, and I definitely think he did a better job on that wave. As we see Louis Oates here. Oh, that was a nice turn. It's just definitely a different bit of tempo difference there between, say Mikey Clayton Brown and a Louis there from start to finish. Louis doing some fantastic individual manoeuvres, but it's just that flow factor that I think, Mikey is showing us here, and I think the judges are really going to enjoy that. He's got Ellie over on the right. She's in a similar situation, 7.67 and a 5, huge scores.
Oh. She looks like she's just in third gear, just cruising, putting it together. You can tell she surfed the wave pool a few times. Yeah,
yes.
Dicko girl. Guess you could say she's one of the favourites of this event.
Yeah, definitely. Surfing Victoria, the partners here with the high performance and, I guess everything program, high performance, medium performance. They do a great job, Robbo and Kale and the whole team. And they're running some fantastic programs here, and I think Ellie's one of the shining stars of that on the advanced side.
And how cool would it be to be able to live so close to a wave pool and be able to have access to it all the time?
Imagine if 5 years ago you're telling crew, hey, you're going to be in this program and we're going to chuck you out the pool, you got a spot once a week, you can make it up and whatever, and we'll film you and all this stuff. Like, it's the kind of stuff that you'd draw in your school book.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's just the repetition of being able to do the same thing and yeah, like I said, having lots of reps.
Alright, so guys, thank you so much for coming through with us. Our big IPs, you're welcome.
Come up here and do a briefing.
Have yourself a cold drink, and it was a great deal over
Hey, Odor. Hey, Owen. Could you grab us that coffee on the rack over there? Cheers, bro.
Here we go, White. Ty. Feel like he's putting a bit more mungle in this wave. And a 4th. He's going to be happy with this wave, I think. Still going. That was his 6th turn. He's feeling it on that one, I think.
They'll dictate to you who's going to be next, what colour. So you don't have to be concerned about it. Just be ready when they say which colour. So for example, the first set will be red and blue. And the same with the women's, will be red and blue. And then the second one will be white and green. And then they'll be alternating, so the wall marshal again will dictate which colour's right. Yeah. We'll go out the next set with that.
Oh, we're listening in, right? Oh. The ladies there getting some directions off, I believe, James Miles. Thanks very much, Connor O'Leary, for your time. Awesome to get your insights. And joined now by another very special guest, Mr. Owen Wright. Owen, how you doing, mate?
How are you, mate?
I'm great, thanks.
It's away. It's away. What a day.
Hello, boys. Welcome. It's a lovely day down here in Victoria. Would you dial up for us, Owen? This is the day of the year.
How did this happen, mate? This is amazing. I left this morning from Byron. It's raining.
Yeah, it's been raining up that way for about 2 years, it feels like. So, yeah, we might... the migration came north there the last 2 years. It might be going the other way now.
Oh, mate, this is nice. This is a treat.
Oh, and you've spent a lot of time at Kelly Slater's wave, Willy Wonka factory.
That's roving.
What's that nerve kind of moment like here before the wave comes?
Oh, it's butterflies in your belly. I spoke to Xavier Huxtable and he was basically telling me how he was having that same moment before those waves come. It's just that right before they come, you've got all this extra time to think. Like, you're not looking for waves, you know the wave's going to come. So it just hits you right in the guts.
Yeah, I almost was saying earlier to Connor, I'd be kind of hyped to see a bit of heckle from the sideline here, just to add a bit of extra pressure to the situation, because it is pretty pressurised.
Well, it's almost like you need something to think about.
Yeah.
You know, like you need someone else to like take it away from the fact that you're up.
Yeah. I think it's having this event regionally is so awesome for our competitors, especially the youngsters, to deal with a much certain type of pressure. In the ocean, you're not guaranteed a wave, so you can almost kind of, I don't know, there's almost takes away that fear of loss. But here, you're basically booking the time. I'm going to get my wave at 10:01, and Mum and Dad are going to be watching. Everyone's watching.
You got all day to think about it.
All day to think about it.
Yeah.
So, I love it. It definitely, limited opportunities. Your surfers are going to get 4 waves each, and your top 2 are going to count, and 2 go through much like a regular heat. Mm-hmm. So, it's, I just love the format. It's great to see who can stick with it. As we get a good replay here of Ellie Harrison. She spends a lot of time out here in the pool. She's going to know this place very well. Nice variety there, and I think that will definitely be the key factor here on the front side in either side of the pool today. Owen, you're a backhand technician.
Yeah.
How tricky is it to kind of add that variety in situations like this?
Yeah, I think whoever's going backside today is definitely going to have that struggle. I'd be trying to bust the fins out and around a little bit. I know that's even on tour for however long that's been. It's just like the judges have always grilled into us variety. So I think today, when the wall's constantly the same, you're just going to have to try and do something to like really show them something different. Yeah, definitely. We saw that from Solly Bailey earlier, just getting out a little more on the green face and adding in that carve. But it can be quite difficult to make a carve look special backside, isn't it? Yeah, definitely a bit hard backside. But even the fact that he's getting out in green face, that's good. Like even when we're at the wave pool at the surf ranch, that one, it seems to be like if you draw a different line, they tend to notice. Definitely. Yeah. I was talking to Conor O'Leary about who his favourites were in the pool, mate. You're one of them. I'd have to agree. It's nice to see you guys on a roping left. I think yourself and Yago Dora, obviously Gabriel Medina, do a fantastic job there. And then in the women, Tatiana, and I think young Alyssa Spencer was pretty handy on the front side as well. So. Yeah, it's good to see that variety piece, and I think that's what we'll need today. We've got Ty Coolis here on the left. Oh, this kid's impressed me so far. He fell on his first wave, really going for it, but I was appreciating the attitude. Just got a little hung up there on the last turn, but I was stoked to see him getting after it. He looked pretty fired up. He needs a 7.5. And those first turns were really solid. That was cool. I'm not super confident to throw a number at that. Might have to sit on the fence there. My gut instinct was that it probably won't be enough. 7.66 is actually the score required. And surfer in green, Kaito has been doing some great surfing. So I don't know if the judges will flip the heat there, but fantastic ride nonetheless. What do you think of that second one, Owen? Yeah, I like it. And that one too. Gee whiz, he really got after it, didn't he? Yeah. Maybe if you just had that finish a bit cleaner. That's right. Yeah. But those two in the middle, that was so solid. Yeah. Unfortunately, the requirement here for Ty just keeps going up before my very own eyes. The judges must have just locked in a score for green again, and he improved his situation. So Ty was actually chasing a 8.73, which would be a monumental achievement to get out of that ride. I think 2 of those 3 turns were excellent, but I just think his start probably might not get him there. Yeah. No, it seems like today just even watching so far, like it's the first time ever, right? So a lot of the guys will be kind of feeling it out. How hard can I push? Competition setting. We're putting a jersey on in an event like this. You always push that a little bit harder. So I think everyone will be feeling it out. Talking about feeling it out, I'd love your opinion, Owen. Talking with Connor, we were sort of mentioning the sort of changing of the guard, and you were a part of that generation, I think, that used to sort of taper into their finals.
But towards the back end of your career, the boys from South America came on and there was no tapering. They just come out swinging from the get-go. How would you treat this event?
You know what, like, you'd obviously got to be swinging from the get-go. Like, I think the boys from South America, they came in and they just basically surfed above the water. It made us look like we had anchors on. But, you know, we had our wave pool to surf in, but this one, the first one in Australia, like, it's the first time we're seeing it. So all the Aussies are out here today, and I mean, they're doing a great job of this. Like, there's no like real air section that I've seen so far on these waves, but the guys are just, you know, punching through the lip solidly. So they're looking fast too. Speaking
of air sections, we're going to get to see you and Connor O'Leary, potentially a few others this afternoon, have a crack at the new air setting here at URBNSURF.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
I'm a little bit nervous. Hey, I watched some clips last night. Is that Tully?
That's young Tully, the wizard.
Yeah. Like I say, I think that boys are feeling it out there. Like they're pushing hard, and then that end section looks really tricky to get a decent turn away.
Yep.
So, but those first turns they open up so solidly. But yeah, like I'll be feeling it out later, that air section, and I watched some clips last night, and I was watching the boys do it, and I was like, wow, that thing just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So. Going to be excited to see if I can cartwheel into the flats or something.
Fellow commentator True Starling getting a nice ride there, feeling it out. There was a wave from Zane Asink. I'm sure we'll get a replay there. I'm not too sure if that's the score that's actually come in for at 4 points. Pretty hard fought 4 points. I actually didn't mind that wave. I haven't really seen anyone kind of twist their head and body through that first turn. It's kind of adding a lot of risk to the wave there. You know, turning your shoulders away from down the line. I thought he's done a fantastic job, but there must be a score to come here. That to me is one of the better sort of waves that I've seen put together. Maybe I'm getting a bit excited. Maybe the goofy froth's wearing off on me.
Yeah, I think the goofy footers would have been happy in the men's side that they that they got the left today.
Yeah.
Front side, it always is a little easier to add some variation, and I felt like he did that then with a couple big open turns. We got here.
Right, a Tweeby, sorry. I know Tweedy. Bit of glare on my iPad. He's just come unstuck there. Over to the right now. There you go. It's quite tricky to surf these engineered experiences of the ocean, isn't it, Owen? Because the water movement is as close as it is to the ocean. It's still obviously not the same, and the water kind of draws back underneath you, doesn't it?
Yeah, like when we went to the surf ranch, that was definitely something that we had to adjust to. And but actually surfing this wave pool, it's for me. I actually really like this wave. This feels more like a wave than the surf ranch. Like,
yeah, I'd have to agree.
You have to agree there.
Yeah.
Like the surf ranch feels a bit like a wakeboard wave, like a wake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas this actually feels like it has a similar draw to a wave. So. Yep. I feel here when I come off the bottom, I can actually kind of rip into the top pretty well. Like it's, you know, you're going top to bottom for at least 3 turns anyway.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. And as long as you steer clear of this little whitewash here in the bottom of the screen, you're going to be fine to get drive off the bottom like Ty Richo here.
Yeah,
and then once you get your fins in that whitewash, it can get a little dangerous. You might lose a little bit of momentum. But if you can keep your board in the green part of the wave, but in the tight pocket, you are going to get that pretty close feeling to the ocean. And I'd have to agree with you with Kelly's pool. The energy is almost behind you. It's always trying to suck you back and into the lip.
It's trying to pull you behind. Yeah. It's that's something there that I really struggled with. I felt like the wave was constantly taking me backwards, and you'd have to just project so far out in front. Whereas this I feel like I can come off the bottom and rip into a top turn like I would in the ocean.
Yeah, be behind the section.
Exactly, be behind the section, come up at it, and you're still going to come back in the same spot, where it's completely different over there.
Yep.
But yeah, these guys have picked it up straight away. But you can see, like, I think that end of the wave, like, some of them are struggling with that end of the wave. Coming into their 4th turn, like, I'd be backing off that. It's kind of like a small snapper, you know, when you come down, you do all your turns out the back and you come down that inside. If you just stay on your feet, your score's so much bigger.
It's almost better if you don't do something.
Exactly. You just like back it off completely. Little hack there, you know. Judges probably won't like me saying this, but you basically just don't do anything and you get a bigger score.
I 100% agree, because it's the risk versus reward's just not there.
Yeah.
Lovely first turn there from Zane Asink.
Oh,
there we go.
He looks like a taller fella too, right?
Yeah, he's from the sunny coast. He comes down the Goldie a bit, works hard with Dean Morrison. And, the results are showing there. He's looking pretty sparky. I'd have to say he's improved on his first one there for sure. And then the big fella, Tully Wiley, out behind.
Oh.
He's going to have a pretty natural power advantage over the rest of the crew in this heat. He's a big kid, and he's got to make sure he uses it to advantage, which he does there.
If he backs it off through this section. There we go.
I think that was a pretty perfect example of what we're talking about, right? It's so hard. You do have the board speed for one more turn, but it's just not going to be a major.
Yeah.
So, what's it going to look like? How's it going to feel? It's probably going to feel not too great. So then you're kicking out going, I kind of smashed that one at the start, but then that last bit of salt on the bread just isn't quite there.
I can just hear Micro's voice rattling through me. Is just don't do anything solid on that end section. I could imagine it'll be the same advice here today.
Yeah. If it's not there, it's not there. Ellie Lampkin there, quick in and out, and True behind, full airdrop. There you go. Oh wow! I tell you what, there's a wave in this pool that was it. It has a section at the start, and it's not every set, but it is a proper vertical. You can get the fins right out, and that was it. It was great to see True get after it there. I know she'll be disappointed that the execution wasn't quite there, but the attitude was. She had a great score on her first wave, so she's sitting in a fairly advantageous position here compared to the rest of the group. So, but that's the thing, similar to the Ocean. You never know when you're going to get that opportunity.
Yeah.
So you've got to be sharp. You've got to be onto it. Nice bit of slow-mo here from the Wizard. He's been on a roll lately. Him and Xavier Huxtable have been having some great battles.
I've seen some good results from those boys.
Yeah, and I think Xavier probably got the better of young Tully growing up from my knowledge of the boys, and the tide's a little turning, which is good. You need that competition, you need that rivalry, and hopefully it pushes them each to really start to bring it out on the world stage.
I'm a big fan of both of those boys, to be honest.
Yeah, good lads.
Yeah,
most Vicos are.
Yeah, good solid lads. Spent some time with Xavier in Hawaii, and then just more time with Tully lately, just with him just ripping a lot more, and the backside on him is just deadly, especially coming down to Winky and Bells.
Yeah, definitely. Hi, Richo here. Beautiful start to this wave. Oh, he's done well there.
He's clean and crisp. He's out in front.
Yeah, that was a beautiful finish, and pretty much exactly what we're talking about. If there's a finish on offer, give it some, and if not, you might need to reimagine how you're going to end your rides. Well advised there by his father, no doubt, Mark Richardson, one of Australia's greatest ever competitors. Right at Tweedy, that's a better ride for him. He'll be stoked to get to the end of that one. There's a bit of a bobble on his first wave, so he'll be stoked to get that one on the board and shake those nerves right off. We've got Amber Dodds here on her second wave. She's a 3.53 on her first wave. And this wave, I must say, looked a little tricky to ride. It had that kind of rib in it, but she's done a good job.
Yeah, clean finish.
Going to be a pretty close finish here over on the ladies' side of things. Other than True's 6.5, everyone kind of sitting around that mid 4 to 5 range. Over on the men's side, we've seen about a 10-point heat total be pretty convincing. The boys got 13 each in the last one, so that was a bit of a standout for first and second.
Was that Ty Richo's last score too, 6.33?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
So he's pretty comfortably in the lead there.
I think they're really liking that out in front, crisp, clean.
Yep.
In the blue water.
Yep. I think it's the flow element. You know, kind of. It is a massive part of the criteria. Maybe not in beach breaks where there's that one explosive manoeuvre that probably falls out the door, but anywhere around the world where you're getting multiple manoeuvres, the judges are gonna they're gonna favour flow really highly.
Yeah, he's got great board speed, man.
Yep, exactly. We were talking with Connor about epoxies, VPUs, and Ty's on a JS looking epoxy there.
Yeah, right.
And they're looking pretty sharp under his feet. What have you got in the board bag, Owen?
I've got my Dreamweaver model.
Yep, lovely.
DH.
Lovely.
That's what I rode at Bells. So I like to put it to the test here in the pool, and because I'm also testing the pool too. Like if I can ride my normal board, it's kind of like a normal wave, and I can do it here. Whereas I can't ride my normal board in the wave pool at the surf ranch. So it's a real good test that this is actually. Ooh. Wow, that was pretty big, wasn't it?
That was a nice turn.
If he backs this off here,
there you go.
Wow, he finished it good too.
It's like if it's there, it's there.
Yeah.
And if it's not, you kind of got to reimagine it. But that section definitely was there, and he held his board speed really well through the end.
Was that the better wave out that they do, like the better
I think so. I
Yeah.
think if you see this wave here, it does have a little bit of an extra rib in it, and I believe you can use that to advantage if you want to get your fins free.
There we go.
Thanks, Zane, for backing me up there. But it is a trickier wave to ride. I thought Solly Bailey did an awesome job of pointing it out,
Yeah.
but also Solly executed. He got one of his better scores on the ribbier wave. He
Yep.
found it harder to surf, but he still got the job well and truly done. As we see True here up and riding. She'll be looking just to get another one on the board here to back up that 6.5. And she's, look, I'll probably be a bit hard on young True there. Maybe just looking to play it a little too safe. And it definitely affected her flow there. I don't think it's going to affect her too much in this heat. Even if she sort of puts a 3.5 or a 4 on the board there, she's going to be in a really, really strong position. Only needing a 1.2 to get into first place. But not a good feeling, though, as a surfer, is it, Owen? I know True would be kicking herself there.
Yeah, and that's what these wave pool, the element it adds is like you can be sitting out there going, oh, if I just lock away a 2 right now or a 3 or, or a 4, then I'm fine. And you can just get in your head so much, and then you get on the wave and, because you don't have to, it's just like all this extra time. Like it's time and space and, thoughts come in. So it's really good test for these guys and girls to, just feel that, learn that headspace and then, transfer that into the ocean too.
Yeah, definitely. No, it is an awesome experience. Have you had a surf yet, Owen? Was the water cold or are you just jumping in the Savo?
I'm just jumping in the Savo.
Yeah, I had a surf last night at 10. I wore a steamer. A lot of the crew here are in their steamers, but this is Victorian board short weather.
I know, right? I got the message saying, "Oh, you could bring a short arm," and I was like, "I'm not bringing a short arm. I'm bringing a steamer." I'm like, hands down. I'm going to Victoria, but I get down here, I'm like, maybe it's board shorts today.
I only bought a steamer or board shorts. I didn't anything in the middle, but
it doesn't get much better than this,
no,
right? Like,
this is have to be. Yeah, this is right up there. There's action aplenty. Ryder Tweedy here. He needs a 5.07 to get into second, and I don't believe that will be enough. So, did you have a favourite wetsuit that you like to compete in? I spoke to Joe Van Dyke earlier, and he was in a steamer that looked pretty warm. And I said, well, why don't you jump in, your short leg, long arm? He goes, nah, I feel more locked in when my shins are covered.
I always loved wearing a wetsuit, to be honest.
Yep.
Don't mind the boardies, but wetsuit, you just feel a little bit more snug. I'm pretty lanky, so it's just like a little extra layer.
Yep.
A couple extra muscles on, hold the knee joints together.
You've been fortunate enough to be a lifer at Rip Curl. They make pretty decent wetsuits.
Good wetsuits, man. And sometimes, I actually do like to wear the wetsuit before I wear it in a heat. Right, like I like to get a couple.
What about would you ever do that, or it's a strict rule like you'd never chuck on a new wetty?
Yeah, I don't.
What about a new board though? Have you ever done that?
Yep.
Like, just wax it up.
Yeah, 100%.
That's mind blowing.
Many times.
I've always thought that was so mind blowing, but I guess it's a testament to Shapers today and the level that you guys are at. You guys are the F1 drivers of our sport, and you don't need a warm up lap.
You know what? It's a funny story about this with wave pools. Actually, is I was testing out all my boards with DH at the wave pool. I'd never surfed there before. I was riding 6.3s at the time. Nothing worked. Last wave in the wave pool, I left there. I said, Wilco, can I just have a turn on your board? It's a 510. Jumped on it, caught one wave, and then returned up for the event and reshaped my entire quiver to that board and just went, I had no other option. What I'd rode for 2 days trying didn't work, so I had to come up with 510s. It was 5 inches shorter.
I think Matt's still chasing that 10%.
Yeah, that board's amazing, but I still have it in my garage. I love it.
I do remember that switch up. I think you were probably the pioneer there of going 510 on the left, like 6.2 on the right or something.
Correct, yeah.
That is next level.
Yeah.
That is mind-blowing.
I just couldn't work.
The difference was so noticeable.
I think that's what these guys here too is like you got to just back yourself and you're not going to get how many times you're going to get to surf this wave pool and figure your boards out before you've got to kind of follow that thought in your mind and back it.
Yep.
Does he need to score here?
He's in second. 4.57 and a 4.
Oh, I like
that. I think it is hard to play armchair judge when we obviously we're commentating off the screen and the viewers at home are looking at a screen. But I think Zane's riding these waves really well. I'd be keen to I definitely think Tully deserves to be in first. He looks a lot stronger on the wave and he's smashing the lip a lot harder. But
he's got speed,
Zane's doing a pretty good job. Like to only have an 8-point total, I'd be fired up if I was Zane.
Well, I think that last score of Zane's to come in, I think that was that wave we were talking about, that one that's easier to ride.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
And I think he got the 4 solid turns out on that.
Yeah.
So I dare say this could challenge the other guy's 6s too. There's 2 6s in the heat.
Yep.
So
yeah, 1.683, and then a bunch of 4s and 3s. And I just thought out of all the 4s and 3s. Oh, excuse me, you're right. Yeah, Ty Richo has a 6.33 there. Yeah, that's definitely a benchmark wave. I must admit I forgot that one, but
yeah,
I do think, like you said earlier, it's easier to add that variety front side, but I just think because it's easier doesn't make it not good. Still, yeah, I've been kind of frothing young Zano.
Yeah, well, it's as goofy footers, we kind of go right our whole career.
Got a replay there, a true Starling. And, oh, wow, I owe True a long black. She got a 6.67 on her second ride that I absolutely cooked her on. So well done, True. Happy to eat my words there. And then I believe she finished with a 5.97. So well done.
Solid heat.
Yeah, I loved her first wave. I still thought I would have that as my favourite wave. But nevertheless, the judges appreciating True surfing as we get into replay here at Tallywally. That turn was searing.
I wonder if I wonder if they could. That's some powerful surfing, man.
Absolute, just ripping.
Yeah. Be interesting to see his take on it, being so close to this wave pool. Like he's getting to surf here a bit.
Definitely, yeah. This is the last waves in the set here. Ty Richardson is looking like he's pretty safe. Zane only got a 4.3 on his last one. Ty up in the lip nice there. Oh, I love that little carve. His timing's really nice. Wow. It's pretty zappy.
Yeah.
Unfortunate on the finish there, but he's had a pretty good heat overall. And got one more opportunity here from Ryder. He needs a massive score, an 8.53. He started pretty well. It's good energy off the second bottom turn. And he's got 3 turns in the lip so far and a 4th. I likely think that'll be his best ride. I do not believe it'll be the 8 that he needs to make the jump up, but always nice to finish your heat with your own personal best wave, isn't it?
Well, that's the other beauty about wave pool. You can always finish going, well, did I put my best foot forward or didn't I? And it tells you. Yeah. It's not like you're sitting out there waiting, I didn't get a wave. It's in your hands.
Yeah.
So I like the beauty of, like, you either stuffed up or you either made it. And he just made his last wave, which is good. And so even if he didn't make the heat, he still would have made that wave and come in going, that was all right.
The interesting thing about the surf ranch in Lemoore is it's a very long drive to contemplate your last opportunity. We're pretty spoilt here, right in the heart of the city here at Melbourne. A short drive to a few great locations. So if your opportunity at the end wasn't what you wanted, plenty of other things you can keep yourself entertained with down here in Melbourne, unlike the surf ranch. Lovely wave there to finish. But moving right along, we've got another stacked heat coming up on the women's side. Emily Burke, Carly Shanahan, Emily McGettigan, and Eva Bassett. That one will start up fairly shortly. Then over on the men's side, Harry Phillips, Bodie Williams, Fraser Martin, and Josh Van Niekerk. Going to be another couple of crackers. Yeah, I think I'm going to step out, Owen. It's great to have a chat with you, mate. You right to cruise?
Yeah, I'm hanging.
Young Chris Binns is going to take the hot seat, and you boys are going to enjoy the action.
You beauty.
You beauty. All right. Owen Wright. G'day, mate. How are you?
How are you, Binzy?
How exciting is this?
Oh, mate, I'm loving it. It's bringing back surf ranch memories and all kinds of different things.
Well, I was even further into the memory bank. Ocean Dome.
Oh, true. Look, and that's purely because of the blue water, right?
Yeah.
Look how nice this looks.
Miyazaki 2007 in Japan.
We've got Japan's heat wave too today.
Yeah, it's crazy. You're in all black. Good choice.
Well, I was coming to Melbourne.
Just down for the day?
Down for the day. Check this out. First time ever in Australia. So I was like, yeah, I'm coming. And little expression session later on today, a little air show wave.
You've surfed this pool before. I saw you pop up in a clip earlier.
I have, yeah. Yep, surfed this pool before. I actually really like it. I surf my normal board in it. I don't have to chop it in half to go somewhere, and I really just ride my normal board, and it feels like a normal wave.
Yeah, it's you don't have to chase it. It sort of comes back enough.
Top to bottom, you can just kind of keep turning like you do in the ocean. Whereas, yeah, it's just differences. It's cool. Like even the subtle difference between every wave in these pools too.
The subtle difference between most comps is that we're double banking it at the moment. So we've got women on the right and men on the left. It's like surfing Gromfest at Lennox or something.
Yeah, we've got Amelia Burke's just opened up straight away, six points. That's a solid wave. Solid points straight up.
And how is life up in Lennox at the moment?
Mate, it's good. We've had lots of waves. The water's warm. Tallows has been pumping. We've got a couple waves at the point, boulders. It's been really good.
You haven't gone to the Goldie and joined the masses?
I was very tempted the other day, but it was my son's birthday, and I was all hands on deck with a bunch of school kids and my son, and I was just filtering through the Instagram videos that were coming through. I was a little jealous, but
not the time to look at the phone. That's for sure.
No, just got this sent the old clip. Check this one. No, it's I didn't head up. Did you? No.
Nah. Perth, mate, these days.
Yeah. Any waves over that way?
Rottnest.
Roddy.
Sneak over to Rotto as much as humanly possible, or just go down south.
Well, that's the ticket right there.
Yeah, but yeah, we've had consistent waves through winter. It's just crazy when you get those tropical lows off the Goldie and you just get those weeks of just waves. It's crazy. And there was waves in October, waves in December. This never happens.
We've had non-stop waves, man. Like literally non-stop waves. I can't complain. Plenty of ocean time. It's been great. It's been, just a constant kind of swell.
All right, this is Josh Van Niekerk on his backhand, throwing a backhand air rev. That was pretty spicy.
How do they score that, you reckon? Like, it's kind of off the side of the face. Like, have you seen a few of those today, or is that kind of something?
No, I think that was on the backhand. We've seen a few forehand sort of finner reverses.
Yep.
But that was, there's a definite grey area these days between the off the lip air reverse and just the sort of open face chop hop. So we'll see what the judges make of that one. This is the replay. What was the replay?
Disappeared on us.
We'll be able to tell you soon enough. 13 and a half minutes to go. So what else is going on in the life of Owen Wright these days?
Yeah, well, just, mate, a lot of surfing and got a couple kids and gearing up for next year and, just basically doing that, training. I've been training a little bit. And
what's the plan for 2023?
2023, got some, just trying to map that out now with events and, just working through those things. And for me, I'm just been loving the surfing and like the Challenger doesn't start for a little while, so we got that and see what happens before that. So I'm kind of just, keeping in shape and keeping ready. And
so the plans to do the Challenger?
Yeah, that's definitely there. So it's doesn't start for a while yet though. Like feel like another 6 months from now.
Yeah, for sure.
So, so the plan between now and that starting is just like stay ready, stay sharp, and there's a bunch of events and if something pops up, and the Challenger starts next year. So hopefully, that's the plan.
Saw Julian in Bali last week. You spoken to him at all? Doesn't feel right not having you guys at events.
He's having a bit of fun over there, hey? A bit of a holiday, which is good. He's got his brand thing going, which is so cool to see.
He's got a couple of kids as well.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. I'm not sure what he's doing next year, but I'm sure he'll pop up in a few events. That's for sure. We both love competing, love surfing, and yeah, it's definitely, there's plenty of events and there's some great tours, whether it's QS or Challenger or CT. There's plenty of events going on around Oz and international. So yeah, I'm sure he'll pop up.
Get you back to the Rip Curl Cup in at Padang as well.
Yeah. Well, I won't say no. That's a perfect barrel and left.
Yeah.
So.
Clay Marzo won it this year. I remember a couple of years ago, you and Wilco were both still on the CT, so you couldn't compete, but you came and surfed it for like an hour before the final or something.
Yeah.
That was a raw, wasn't it?
Yeah, man. Well, it was on. Was it on again this year? It was, yes.
Yeah.
And
Marzo won it.
He did, with a pretty crazy. Was it a 10 that he got in the final?
Yeah, he got something
crazy big score.
Yeah.
I watched it. I was on the couch, very jealous. And that young Rip Curl girl did really well. She got third or something.
Erin Brooks. Yeah, she was unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, so Josh Van Niekerk got a 4.5 for the backhand air rev before, so judges not quite chomping on it, and that will be his second score. Bodie Williams is in the lead with 5.23 and a 5. This is Fraser Martin on his second wave. Got a little bit hung up there. Got some work to do. He's slicing and dicing his way down the line.
He looks pretty tall, actually, for the waves.
There's no shortage of tall, lanky, goofy footers. Just saw Tully Wiley in action a couple of heats ago as well.
Man, he was ripping, super powerful. I'm not sure how those results came out, though. It was a pretty tight heat.
Yeah, so Ty Richardson took the win. Tully came second.
Okay.
And Zayna Sink and Ryder Tweedy third and fourth.
Yep.
This is a replay of Emily McGettigan on her backhand. Teeing off.
Not bad.
Going down.
A couple of nice hits to start.
So we were surfing that right at midnight last night.
I was going to ask, have you surfed this wave?
Yeah.
A few times now, or?
Yeah, I landed at 7 o'clock last night and was in for an 8 o'clock surf. And then we went out again at 11 o'clock.
Isn't that the beauty of this wave? You land at the airport and you're here surfing in less than half hour if you want.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Crazy. Surfing at midnight's just, you're so amped afterwards. Like by the time we got back to the hotel and checked in and everything, it was like 1. I lay in bed. I had to put the World Cup soccer on and try and fall asleep to Brazil and Croatia.
How'd that go down?
Brazil lost to Croatia in penalties.
Oh my God.
Yep, so the Brazilians are out. The upsets continue at the World Cup.
Huge.
All right, all scores are in. Bodie Williams is in the lead. Josh Van Niekerk, pair of 4s, sitting in second. So this one's still wide open. This is Harry Phillips in the red jersey, so he's the top seed. He won't be happy with his 2 scores so far. This one looks like he's righting the wrongs a little bit. That'll be up there with his best score.
Yep. That was a pretty good wave. I think that was that good, that second wave in the set that's got those 4 sections. This guy's done really well here.
Yeah, this Bodie Williams.
Bugger, man. That was almost really solid.
Yeah.
Had heaps of board speed there, which was good.
See the contrast between the two styles. Like the backhand is always just hooking hard in the pocket. It's just top to bottom, start to finish. Whereas the forehand, the goofy footers, just a lot more variety at their fingertips. But maybe you do have to sort of call on that variety, because if you do the same turn over and over on your forehand, it's probably not as impactful as that one big turn that the backhanders can do.
You know what, man? I reckon there's been a disease hit surfer for so long. Natural footers do the same turn all year round on tour, and they get scored every single time. Goofy footers will go out and they're like, oh, they need to mix it up. The same things happen here again. Goofies, just do your same turn every time. That's what the natural footers do every time on tour. I don't know. It's just this weird thing. It's like, I don't know. It's just everyone says the Goofies need to mix it up. I'm like, mate, I've mixed it up my whole life. Doesn't make a difference.
Well, you guys are hard done by because you just don't get a performance left.
Nothing.
And the event that I've really enjoyed, and obviously I'm biased because I'm West Australian, but I loved Rottnest a few years ago because it gave the opportunity for guys to open up on their forehand. And
You're so right.
There was that one, I think it was the round before the quarters, Yago Dora just put on a clinic. And it was surfing like you never see on tour because it was like it was a day where it was like 3 foot and just clicked for sort of a couple of hours on the right tide in the middle of the day. And all of a sudden it was like, is he at Macaronis or what's going on here?
Yeah, man, that was really impressive.
So the fact that there's a QS going on at St. Lou in La Reunion, that's exciting.
Yeah. What is that like for the European QS or is that?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
how good is that, man? Another rippable left.
Did you go to the search event when it was at St. Lou?
I didn't. Wilco went though, and he loved it.
Yeah, Mick won. I think that was his first event back from he's doing his hamstring.
Yeah. Was it? Wow.
Yeah, that was his big comeback event. He might have surfed a few events to that point, but that was the big win.
Here we go.
Based on the strength of his Mirage board shorts, apparently, and they've now hit the market.
Yeah. Apparently that's what held his tight glutes together.
I've just got given a pair, so maybe I'll have to book a ticket to St. Lou. Have you been to Reunion?
I've never been.
Oh, it's the best.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. So you've.
I've been.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great. Tropical French, but not Tahitian French. It's Creole, so it's a mix of African and Asian influence. The food's lots of paellas and seafood and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And there's just waves everywhere.
Yep.
I've got an urchin in my hand that I've had for about 20 years that came from
Little
Reunion.
token.
Yeah.
Little token.
Yep. And gets that crazy air wind into that one right that Geordie and Jules and Colborne and those guys were hitting in one collective.
That was a famous surf, wasn't it? That's you still watch that and it's still relevant today.
Yeah. And then St. Lou's just like the long, perfect, rippable left.
You'll find me there. You can have that air wind, right?
Rip Curl should bring the search back 24/7, I think. I used to love the search. You went to a bunch of them as a wild card. The
I really
Portugal one.
I love that aspect of that event.
Uluwatu.
Yeah, just the different locations. Like, I went to Chile. I went to Uluwatu for the first time. I went to...
You cost Kelly Slater a world title in San Francisco for a day?
Well, that was in Portugal.
No, San Fran.
In San Fran?
Yeah,
yeah. No, I went to the San Fran one. I went to the Portugal one because that was before it was a permanent spot.
Was that when you did your eardrum?
Yeah, blew my eardrum out.
Still won your quarter though,
I still won that 8. Yeah, with the 10 and the 2.
Tell you that. Was it Damien Hopgood?
Yeah. It was just one of those days, you know how those...
Oh, Bodie Williams throwing the fins.
He's already in the lead too, hey?
Yeah. That was a bit of an end section, little credit cardy, but that'll be his...
It was clean.
Yeah, all right. This is Emily Burke. She's doing it very nicely.
Oh, wow.
Plenty of power in her backhand.
She's really kind of taken the lead in this heat from the get-go too. That's interesting to note too, she's on epoxy.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people ride epoxies more these days, day to day, than they used to. And I think the epoxies in the pool, originally everyone thought like, oh, that's what it's all going to be. But now everyone just rides their day-to-day board.
I ride my day-to-day board here. I don't need to change. It's very interesting because it means the wave's actually like ocean similar. Like you're not on it's not doing something so different that you need to change your equipment, that you're going to sink or this or that. It's you ride your normal board and it goes. So it's a testament to the pool.
All right, this is Bodie Williams. This was his last final wave. This was a 4.23.
Yep.
How was that stall? And throws around the reverse. It's almost like a rock and roll kind of cess slide stall there.
Looked like he was a bit too tight in his first turns.
And this is Harry Phillips, heat winner. Well, heat leader at this point. We've still got Fraser and Josh Van Niekerk to come.
Jeez, he's got a stab on him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Wonder what board model that was. Looks like the same as mine. Looks like he was on a DH.
Yeah, the
big black stringer.
If the epoxies are a little bit tougher, that's maybe a selling point in the pool because you chang the wall a bit.
Yeah, especially when it's on that barrel mode.
Oh, we were surfing last night and there was a guy out on about a 7/8 Wayne Dean.
Yeah.
The thing was pristine. It looked like it was designed for 8-foot Kira in the 80s.
Used to have that on the wall.
Oh, I was losing my mind. I kept telling the guy, like, mate,
go in, let me buy it.
Every time he fell off, this thing would shoot 10 feet in the sky, and I was just like covering my eyes because it was thousands of dollars of surfboard
and history.
Yeah. I was like, mate, you're driving a vintage Rolls Royce around a go-kart track right now. Like, take that into the restaurant, put it up on the wall. Go get some. Get something from the surfboard hire shop.
No, I've got a couple special boards at home that everyone's like, oh, you're going to wax that up and surf it. I'm like, definitely not. I want to keep this thing pristine. And the last thing I would be doing is riding it here because the bottom's not too far away. And keep them in pristine condition. But
which boards do you have mounted?
I got a Jerry Lopez.
Yeah.
I've got a Tommy Carroll replica.
Yeah.
From Burn. And I have
just... You just ride that on the points when you feel like dropping in on people?
Well, you know what? Jerry wanted me to ride his me to ride it at Pipe, but I'm like, no, this is too special.
How did you come to be in possession of that?
My lovely wife got me a beautiful birthday present.
That is it. Well played.
Well played. Yeah. That's love that thing.
And what about boards of your own? Do you have any special sentimental boards that you've won events on?
I do actually. I've got one from 06 that Mark Richo, so Ty Richo's old man, he coached me to little under 16 ISA world title.
Yeah.
So I got that one in there. I've got my snapper one in there.
What was the first event you ever won?
New York. No. Yeah.
Was
New
it
York.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. The richest event of all time.
That's in Burn Surf Shop. So that's up.
So they had the claws on it?
It's got the claws on it.
There you go.
Yep.
3 finals in a row with Kelly.
And
he got you 2-1, but you beat him on the cash front by about 200 grand, and you just know how much that would get under his craw.
I think it still does.
Because that was what? Chopes,
hope.
New York, and Trestles.
Yep. That was kind of an odd mix of events too. It just kind of ended up like that.
A few frequent flyer miles getting between those three.
Yeah, that was some. They were kind of back to back, those things, but 3 events back to back with Kelly. I guess that's pretty rare, especially with all the guys in the comp.
Okay, this is Jagger.
Whoa!
Bang! Speaking of big lads,
he's big, eh?
He's big boy. He throws a ton of water.
I like that.
He's a gentle giant, Jagger. If you don't know him, he's got quite a big presence. A few tats, doesn't really say much, and then you start talking to him. He's the most lovely bloke.
Just like his old man.
This is Josh Stretton. I reckon Jagger would be about a foot taller than his old man.
Oh yeah.
Big
I mean, I've surfed with Jagger a bunch behind the rocket snapper, and he's definitely one to watch.
Oh, and this is Takey Balian. Do you know Takey? He is the man at HTs. He's
Yeah, right,
one of the managers at HT's resort.
Is he?
Yeah, he speaks about 7 languages. He's half Thai, he's half Belgian, he's half French.
What's he running? He's running France.
He's surfing for France.
Yep.
He grew up on a sailboat. His parents used to sail around the world.
Yep.
And I was having a chat with him earlier this morning. He's done nothing but ride twin fins at HTs for the last 5 years. And now he's out here on a thruster trying to go left. He's like, yep, don't really know what I'm going to be doing, but
I was just up that way, over in at the Macaroni's resort. So, yeah, I could understand if he's just, oh, this is good surfing.
Yeah, this is Charlotte
2
Maley.
hammers. Oh, 3rd hammer.
Well, this is going to be a decent score.
Oh, for sure. That was awesome. Yeah, I was just up that way. I didn't get to HTs, but I was obviously being goofy. I just kind of stuck at Macaroni's.
Who was that with?
That was with Parish Byrne and a few of my mates from home.
Oh, just a mates trip.
Yeah.
How good.
That was cool. Yeah, we're kind of going over there, and he was one of his. He's getting married, so went over there with a bunch of buddies and
perfect.
Just hung on the island and surfed 2-3 times every day.
All right, this is Spencer Kay. And he a little bit caught behind that. Spencer was just in Taiwan with us all.
Yep.
And this is Takey, man from France, who is probably more comfortable working in the office at 10-foot HTs.
Far out, man. What a spot.
Yeah, and he just rides a twin fin the whole time.
Does he?
Super stylish.
Yeah.
Has that roll in so dialed.
Yeah, that wave is a special wave, isn't it, with that roll in? You surfed that much?
I've surfed it, a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, this would be a bit different for him, wouldn't it?
Just a touch. First turn wasn't bad, though.
Threw some buckets.
Yeah, that 3rd fin really coming into play.
Maybe you'll take that back to HTs.
In a wetsuit, too. This is all unfamiliar for Takey. How's that for a job? What do you do? Oh, I work at HT's resort.
This sounds all right, doesn't it?
Salted Memoirs, if you want to check out an Instagram. It's just loaded with Takey pulling into 8-foot tubes.
I'm going to check it out, man.
Don't do it if you're surf starved. I mean, you've been surfing a lot lately, so it's cool.
Yeah.
But if you're in a drought, don't do it. This is Josh Stretton on his backhand.
Just must have hit a little bump then, hey. It's funny, like once you hit a bump, it's hard to regain.
It just feels like it's all about rhythm here. Once you get in that rhythm, you can just go bang, 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 tweak things a little, but you've still got that baseline.
Yeah.
As soon as you got a wobble, you're just playing catch up. Point in case, there it goes.
Yeah, he got caught just slightly on the turn before, and it just put him out of spot for that last turn.
So you've obviously surfed Kelly's pool a lot.
Yeah.
You get caught behind the whitewater on that one, you're just gone, right? That's game over.
Yeah, man, that it's like every turn you do, it's trying to get rid of you. Like, it's so hard to stay in front of it. Like, you got to adjust all your perceptions and just kind of like do your turns way out on the face. By the time you finish your turn, you're pretty much almost falling off the wave. Like, you're almost getting sucked back.
So it's a 700-metre long wave, as we see Amir Huppets.
Oh,
this is like she's just surfing back up at Burleigh on the Gold Coast again.
Right-hand point breaks.
How do you just got to try and walk that fine line, because obviously you need to make it to the end of the wave to get the maximum score. But you just can't push your turns that hard, or else you cook yourself with 300 metres still to go.
You know what? The surf ranch is like... Yeah, well, the surf ranch, I guess you kind of got that... with this being a World Tour event, if you back off the gas, they'll cook you for the score. Whereas here, the wave runs out of power. Whereas the surf ranch, it holds power right to the very end, and then it disappears. Whereas here, it kind of gradually disappears. And I think like here I'd be like backing off the gas at the end of the wave, just kind of making it look clean. Whereas at the surf ranch, you've got to throw an air at the end of the wave, like to get a score. So.
And your legs are jelly at this point.
Oh, they're burning. They're burning. I'm actually keen to understand how these guys and girls are going, to see if they're getting it the same burn we are, because they're getting a pretty quick turnover rate. Right? Like we've got like, for us to get 4 waves, there's 3 or 4 minutes between each wave, and then there's 5 to, I think it was 8 surfers in each heat, or maybe 5 or 6 surfers in each heat.
Yeah, we were surfing last night. There was probably only 6 of us, so you could get 2 waves in a set.
Each set, yeah.
And by the end, you're letting waves go. I can't be bothered hustling to get back and get that second wave in the set because I'm cooked.
Yeah. Watching Charlotte again. Yeah. If she finishes this one, she's going to be in good position. Yeah, that first wave of hers was a 7, and that's just that'll be a backup, but pretty good start. Like I think she's got more in the tank for a backup score there.
Yeah, and Mia Huppets with a 6.67 and a 6.13.
Yeah.
So those two doing it pretty nicely.
Someone's going to get out in a Dreamweaver in heat coming up, or that could have been the last heat.
Oh, we got WSL, Micah Margison, Jamie Thompson on screen now, and Oscar Salt. So that is our first quarter-final.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're rattling through this. Double banking it.
Churn and burn.
19-minute heats. It's not bad.
Yeah, and 4 waves each.
4 waves, yep. So if you've just tuned in, there are 4 surfers in a heat. You partner up, so you surf in pairs. You alternate. One pair will go, alternate sets with the other pair. And then those pairs also swap as to who goes first each time. And it's the second and the 5th wave of every set that's being ridden, so that the first wave usually comes out of the wall a bit weak. Second one's probably the biggest and cleanest. And then the 5th, you're letting the 3rd and the 4th sort of dissipate a little bit, so you got some clean water to go at it on the 5th. So there is rhyme and reason. There's logic behind it all. It sounds a little bit confusing, but there's, as opposed to a regular competition that has, say, a priority judge sitting up, spinning some discs, we've got officials on the wall who are letting the surfers know what's going on, and so far everyone seems to be A-OK with the format. Seems to be working pretty well. This is Jagger Bartholomew. He's got a 5.83 to his name.
I wonder what that will do, that one. That was all right.
Yeah, well, it's his second wave, so it's going to go into his top 2. He knows that he can go above that as well. This is Josh Stratton. So early days in this heat. That was a nice turn. I like this side angle as well. He is out of there.
So just 2 surfers per set?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I think red and blue are partners and green and white are partners, and then they just alternate. And then we're seeing on the left is the left-hander that's being ridden by the men. On the right, closest to us, is the women. We're seeing some replays right now. This is Mia Huppets.
Oh.
A 7.73 and a 6.67, the best for her. Another surfer who was in Taiwan a couple of weeks ago, the Taiwan Open of Surfing. That was a QS 5,000 event, so a lot of points on offer. That was Logan Dalton going down. The voice of God comes over the PA to let everyone know exactly what's going on.
With the Mia Huppets last one, is that score yet to come? Would that be her last wave in the heat then? Or has she ridden a wave in between? Was that, because that's not a...
I'm not sure what the rotation is now that we've got 3 women in the water as opposed to 4.
Yeah, yeah.
But it will still be best 4 waves, so maybe she's on a set by herself. That's that first wave of the set that Connor is freaking about because he swears that every first wave spits. This is Charlotte Maley.
Oh, yeah. Another great ride here. Oh.
Kirsta, straight down.
Sorry.
So the woman in the white there with the clipboard will be calling out some numbers, letting everyone know who's up and when. This is Takey on his backhand.
Bang. Oh. Jeez, he does need that back fin. Oh, he's checking it.
Checking it too. There's no way he would have fallen off. Must have been a wobbly fin. We all do that. And that is the first quarterfinal. Jarvis, Micah, Jamie and Oscar.
Stacked heat.
Isn't it?
Absolutely stacked.
Jarvis took out the Taiwan event, was on fire.
Yeah, he was ripping.
Yeah, he and Reef were opposite sides of the draw. The only place that they could meet was in the final, and you saw it coming about 3 days out.
It's a left. They never get a chance.
Yeah. And
2 goofy footers taken off.
Quite similar styles as well.
Yeah. Pretty light-footed.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll get heavier as...
Lightning quick. Yeah. Just have that finner, big fin throw on lock. Occasionally throw it around a reverse. Punt if needed. Paddle. The last 5 minutes were 5 of the best minutes of cat and mouse you'll ever see.
Really?
Jarvis had the lead, but there's just endless waves in Taiwan. It's short period swell. Just, there's never a lull. And he just did not want to let Reef out of his sights.
Yep.
And there's 2 peaks.
Yep.
So Reef would paddle from one peak, sit over there, try and get away to the left. Jarvis would get to him, he'd paddle back to the other peak.
Really?
And it just went on and on and on.
There's priority, right? So
yeah. But it was just, there was so many waves.
Just heated.
And they're obviously both fantastic guys, and there was nothing nasty about it, but it was one of the best paddle battles you'll ever see. It went on for so long.
And Reef's a little older than Jarvie?
Yep.
Yeah, he would have been wanting to get that one up on top of him there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, this is Josh Stratton on his backhand, a little bit hung up on that turn. We'll need to go really hard down the end to make up for that. Does it pretty nicely through to the inside.
Yeah, that was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's only looking to upgrade a 3, so he might have done that. Here goes Jagger. He'd love to get rid of his 4.83 and put this one beyond doubt. He's smashing it so far. Nicely done. So this is the last exchange. That's going to leave some scores for Spencer and Takey if they're to make their way through to the next round. Last 2 spots in the quarterfinals up for grabs.
Jagger's actually in the lead in that heat, hey?
Sorry?
Jagger's in the lead, hey?
Yep. 5.83 with a score still to come. This is Mia Huppets comfortably in the lead. Would be looking to extend it. Probably not going to happen there. Back to the left. This is the men. So what are the nerves like when you're surfing an event in Kelly's pool and you've got 30 seconds before your 700-metre wave arrives?
I mean, looking back, the nerves are really high, but it's how you turn them into, focus.
Yep.
I can remember being so, hyped up that, you got, a million thoughts, but it was, you just had to, really click into, breathing and all different types of, visualization, because if you just sat there, you just all of a sudden you'd be like, the train's coming and this it'd all get to you, hey, pretty quickly. So I can remember having those moments, especially in the practice, wow, this is really intense. I'm sure there'll be a level of intensity here for these surfers as well, but I haven't spoke to any of them yet to see how they're going. It's definitely different from the ocean.
Do you think it's hard for guys like, say, Griffin or your brother Mikey, who are just like so explosive, to rein that in a little bit and not go crazy on the first section and actually sort of have more of a measured performance from start to finish?
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's so many elements of that pull that's really hard. You've got fitness, you can't go too crazy. So anytime you try too hard, you're gone. Like, it's just such a tricky wave. And then, like, just knowing that you've only got one chance, like, that just sometimes makes people really underperform too. So
it just all seems like it's built for Gabby, really. He just goes into Terminator cyborg mode and just like gets the 80% from start to finish, and then locks in that last corrupt flip or whatever he needs to seal the deal.
He's consistent. Philippe's consistent. I was pretty consistent there.
You had a few good results in the pool, didn't you?
Yeah, I had an equal second there with Philippe.
Yep.
Some fifths and maybe, yeah. But yeah, it seemed like the consistent surfers, like even Jeremy Flores was really good there.
Yep.
Ace was really good there. Julian was really good there. Yeah, I feel like consistent surfers just shine through. And then the ones that kind of have that huge flair to them, just like obviously Philippe and Gabby have that, but they just back that off and get to the consistent spot. So, yeah.
It's probably Taj got out just in time.
Yeah, it would have been good to see Taj on.
He loves this pool.
Does he?
He comes over here all the time.
Yeah.
Because there's a direct flight now as well from Bustleton to Melbourne. So a lot of the Margie's crew pick a good footy game where the Eagles or the Dockers are playing in Melbourne. Come over for the weekend.
Oh, what a weekend. That would be amazing. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, Taj loves this pool.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him at the ranch. Pretty sure he's loving what he's doing now, but...
Just surfing rabbits for half an hour. They wave out the front of his house for half an hour every day.
Just looking straight at it. Wouldn't miss a beat.
Never misses it. It only turns on for half an hour at a time, and he's just straight out there, nails it. By the time anyone else gets out, it's turned into Niagara Falls set of rapids, and you get sucked out to sea.
Still yet to surf that wave. I'd love to.
All right, well, we're going to throw to a quick little break. This is the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick announcement.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Well, welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. We are here at the Urban Surf pool right next to the airport, Tullamarine in Melbourne, but just 100 kilometres up the road from Rip Curl's home in Torquay. And of course, longest running professional event in the world, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And Rip Curl have an amazing initiative going on around this pool. It's Club Rip Curl. It's a membership program, and yeah, you can surf using your GPS and log all sorts of points and whatnot, and you can earn those points every time you shop and surf. Tell us about the watch, Harry.
Curl is a professional surfer, you know, you get paid to surf basically. Your GPS watch is tracks, you know, how many waves you caught, how fast you're going, so you can brag it to all your mates. But a really cool incentive by Club Rip Curl. You actually get points every time you catch a wave and every time you go surfing, which you can go back to store and redeem on products. So that's pretty cool.
I reckon surfing this pool would be a bit of a hack for banking points, because the amount of distance you cover, the amount of waves you catch, and then that rip, I think I was averaging 10 Ks of surf yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot of points on offer at Urban Surf. I reckon that is a bit of a hack. Yeah, you catch about 16 waves a session, and yeah, you might even get a few cheeky ones there and a lot of distance, so a lot of points on offer.
All right, we're getting down to the business end. Men's quarterfinals are heading out right now. It's Jarvis Earl, Micah Margison, Jamie Thompson, and Oscar Salt. Zali Kelly, Angela Ball, Ellie Harrison, and Ellie Lampkin in the women's first quarterfinal. And they're coming our way right after this quick break. Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. They're not the only sponsor. Surfboard Empire has come on board as a massive sponsor as well. Surfboard Empire, huge. Got access to 5,000 plus surfboards, all the big brands and models. They got 5 premium locations, or jump online, surfboardempire.com.au. And this week only, Harry, if you use the code FREEBAG, you get a free FCS board bag with any board purchase under 7 foot. That's a bit discriminatory, isn't it? What if you're, no mini males allowed?
No, it sounds like only performance boards. And I was having a little bit of a walk around on the roaming mic, and it was really interesting to see everyone's equipment. A lot of EPS boards, but also a lot of just standard shorties. A few crews saying it's getting a bit windy out there and a bit chattery on the APS, and then other surfers saying, hey, I feel fine on a shortboard out there, there's plenty of power. So yeah,
bit windy, they reckon.
Yeah, that's what a few comments I had, a bit chattery on the face. It's about 30 degrees and still to me, so yeah.
These guys surfed in WA before?
I don't think they've been to West Oz, mate. It's probably the stillest it's been in a few weeks in Victoria. So yeah, but interesting feedback. I did see a couple athletes on actually the Paizel Ghost, which is, you know, predominantly a good wave board, but yeah, going out in the pool and yeah, getting some scores and getting it done on that. And also, you know, saw a fair bit of EPS grovelers with a flat rocker, so plenty of different equipment.
Run us through the wind. So the jetty down the middle where Rory is based pretty much runs north-south, right?
Yeah.
So the northerly is offshore?
Yeah, exactly. Just like the most surf breaks in Victoria, the northerly is offshore here. So we do have a nice still northerly today, as we see. Yeah, gee, cracker of a quarterfinal to start off. We're into the quarters as well in the women, or still in round one?
No. It's quarters both sides. So, yeah, we're all in sync right now. This is Micah Margison. Jarvis Earl went down on the first wave. Micah getting the better of the exchange.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice wave. That last turn was extremely vertical, and as Owen was saying before, it does get a bit weaker on the inside, but didn't stop him. That was a nice finishing turn.
And on the women's side, Zali Kelly is in red, Angela Ball is in blue, Ellie Harrison is in white, Ellie Lampkin is in green.
Yeah, it was cool to see Ali Harrison make a bit of history before, the first women's heat winner of WSL pool event, and yeah, she's on a bit of a run. Just took out the Australasia Pro Junior Series as well.
This is Zali Kelly.
I'm pretty excited to see Zali surf. I've heard some really good things, so nice first wave from Zali there. As we see Micah, very impressed with that last turn, nice and vertical. I think Ange Ball getting a wave there as well, so as we see now.
So Jamie Thompson is in white, Oscar Salt is in green. And the two Ellies on the women's side of proceedings.
Feel that wind, Binsy? Maybe it is picking up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, was that a nor'easter?
Yeah, nor'east, so, but still really clean in the water. It may be windy, but the faces are super clean and super rippable. Really scored today with the weather and the wind, and of course the waves are always turned on here, so yeah, it's a great day.
And have you surfed this air mode yet that we're going to see in this expression session?
No, I haven't. I'm not the biggest aerialist, but I've heard some great things.
Here's Jamie Thompson on his backhand.
Mr. Consistent. Good to see him back, and it's pretty loaded first quarter final.
So Jarvis got a 6.67. Micah got a 5.5. So the judges loving Jarvis's turns out the back. Here goes Oscar Salt. He's just really got in a great rhythm with that one from start to finish. Didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, he put that together perfectly. You notice at the end of the wave, if you're still doing 2 or 3 turns, you're just in a really, really good rhythm. And yeah, he hit every section there as good as he possibly could. As we see, Ali Harrison started off with a big score this morning and unfortunately falling off that one.
And then Ellie Lampkin on the wave behind. So Zali Kelly got a 7 for her opener. Ange Ball a 4.17. Still waiting on scores to come in for Jamie and Oscar.
Not a bad start to your campaign in the pool, just a 7-point ride. Zali Kelly on fire, so definitely getting the best of the first exchange from all 4 surfers.
I was laughing before you were chatting to Xavier Huxtable, and he was saying he's really nervous about his first wave. He got an 8.67 on his first wave in his first heat today.
I think he's lying. I don't think he feels nerves. I've gone to a lot of ABB national finals, and it always comes to the last moment. Zabe has to go out there and get a 6 or 7, and everyone else is panicking and freaking out, but yeah, he seems to paddle out and just nerves of steel and puts it together. So I think it's good. Zabe doesn't feel the pressure at all, which is a good trait to have.
He unearthed a hidden talent in Taiwan. For the first time ever, I've been working on events for 12 years, and everyone's always talked about it. It's never happened, but we finally had the judges and crew expression session, and Xavier jumped on the microphone, and it was just champagne comedy for an hour.
Yeah, he really enjoyed it by the sounds of it, because we've got our end of year board riders present next week, and he wants to MC it, so he might have a career. He might be taking my seat in the booth.
He was fantastic. Quite well lubricated. There were a few of the competitors who were out of the draw at that point.
Always helps.
Possibly pirate life infused, but yeah, it was champagne comedy. Taiwanese weren't sure what to make of it.
Nice carving manoeuvre from Jarvis to start off, and he clicked with that one really nice. So what an exchange from these two surfers. just come unstuck there, but I still think it's going to be a great score.
You can tell Jarvis is young because that end manoeuvre there, if that had been, say, Owen,
Yeah.
you'd have been like, oh, his knee.
Yeah.
But little rubber kid here, you're just like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he'll be right.
All right, this is Ange Ball on her backhand.
One of Victoria's biggest charges is not scared of waves of any size. And
she's throwing some water around on this one.
4 solid turns there. And as we see Zali Kelly, big first turn, but just getting stuck behind that one. But yeah, Ange Ball, often you drive down to Bells Beach and it's 12 foot plus and there's no one out, and then you just see one little speck in the lineup, and it's Ange Ball taking off on 10 to 12 footers by herself. So she's not scared of much. We'll see how she goes today in the pool.
All right, scores to come in for Micah and Jarvis. And these will be setting the tone for the rest of this quarterfinal. Up next in quarterfinal number 2, the guy we were just talking about, Zave Huxtable, Eddie Hamady, Solly Bailey, and Ryan Slattery.
Yeah, quarterfinals are stacked. It's there's some exciting heats coming up, and former CT surfers and the next generation kind of going head to head. It's just non-stop entertainment, especially with the right and the left now. As just a viewer walking around, it was hard to know where to look, Binsey. I was seeing the girls rip it up on the right, and there was fins getting thrown on the left, and it's there's bars and there's everything going on. It's a jam-packed, entertaining day down here at Urban Surf.
Yeah, I'm going to go get a skin check on my next break. There's free skin checks available.
I think everyone might need a skin check after today. It's cooking, so make sure you get that sunscreen on if you're down at Urban Surf.
This is Oscar Salt, his second wave. And that means Jamie Thompson is in the chute, ready to launch. Here is the man in white. Strong first turn. Throwing plenty of water on his backhand. What do you know about Jamie?
Not a hell of a lot. I have seen, watching a few QS heats come up against, some of my friends, and he seems to be a really strong, consistent rail surfer, and we've kind of seen that today. I think he keeps everyone honest.
So Ellie Harrison there, getting down onto her guts and just scooting across the wall. Is that a local trade secret?
As I said earlier in the day, I think Ellie's probably surfed it more than anyone, and yeah, she's almost a local out here, I'd say. Yeah, that was a very professional move, conserving as much energy. I think she wants to go all the way today, and gets in the belly, gets back on the rip, and hardly has to paddle. Just out of the corner of my eye, I see she's just laying on her board, getting sucked back out the back.
Genius. Well, here's the replay of that wave.
Oh, really aggressive first turn. Judges love that, and then as it gets a bit steeper, throws it into the lip, and nice finishing turn there. So I was impressed with Ali's first heat. She showed a lot of variety on her forehand, which can be difficult at times, but throwing a layback and a few different carving maneuvers in there will keep the judges very interested. It looks like she locked in a 7.4 on that one. So
decisive wave in this heat so far. Angela Ball got a 6 for her last wave. Zali got a 7 for her opener. They're sort of the 3 significant waves. On the men's side of the draw, Jarvis Earl's last wave was a 6.6. Micah's was a 6.1. So those two have built a little bit of separation. Jamie Thompson's last wave was a 5.23. That's his best. He's now chasing a 6.37 for second. Oscar Salt needs a 5.68. So his high score is a 5.93. Hence his requirement being a little bit less than Jamie's, even though he's in 4th and Jamie is in 3rd. And this is the goofy footer from Cronulla, Jarvis Earl. Actually need to get Connor O'Leary in the booth to talk about his little Cronulla buddy. He's loving that carving 3, isn't he?
Wow. Yeah, that was an impressive wave. That first turn is so hard to do. To go straight into the lip and throw your fins on your forehand like that was really impressive.
There goes Micah. He seems to be finding his groove nicely as well. These two, they'll be pairing up and basically doing their best to go through heats together from start to finish.
Yeah, I was going to say that those exchanges those two have had have been really impressive, and it's almost like they're going blow for blow and firing each other up. But yeah, really impressive with Jarvis Wave there. Those first 3 turns are pretty incredible, especially that first one. I just know how hard it is to throw fins and go that hard at that first turn and straight into that carving maneuver was, yeah, unbelievable. He definitely wants to go back-to-back on the QS here.
So what are the rules? You're meant to catch the 5th wave, but if you accidentally caught the 4th, would there be some kind of infraction or?
I believe so from previous events. The reason why they do that, the judges obviously need to watch all of the first wave and then all of the second. So if you catch the 2nd and the 4th, it overlaps and the judges won't be able to see every single maneuver you do. So I think they do not get scored if they accidentally catch the 4th. Has happened, obviously. We're all humans, but everyone's sticking to the rules pretty well today. That first turn's incredible. Coming around and using all that speed into that carving maneuver and throws fins in the 3rd. I think he got a bit excited and chucked a 3 on there, but I don't think it'll affect the score too much, Binsey. And as we see Zali Kali on the right, very impressive opening maneuver. Trying to back that 7 up if she gets another good score on the board. Oh, nice.
Bit of grab rail tail chuck, if you don't mind.
That was epic.
And this is Micah on his backhand.
Just a little bit out of rhythm on the last few turns of that wave, but
how good's the spray on that board? It's sort of been passed down from Munga to Taj to Julian. Seen Jack Robbo's got a bit of a variety on it.
Yeah, I think I saw Taj win Trestles one year with that spray. Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I just thought of Taj. So yeah, it's been passed down to all the Billabong team riders and the West Oz crew.
Just Aussie core lords.
Yeah.
And this is Jamie Thompson.
Important score for him there, so surfed that way pretty well.
On the women's side of things, well, here goes Oscar Salt. He's chasing a 5.68 at the moment. Jarvis's last score was a 7.6. Definitely goes into his top 2, extends his lead. Micah's does not. So that does leave the door open for Jamie and Oscar. Sally Kelly's last wave was a 7.67, so she's in the lead. Angela Ball, her last wave goes into a top 2, a 5.33. Ellie Harrison, her second last wave is a 7.4. Her last wave is a 5.1, so she's now jumped up to 2nd. And this is the replay of Ellie's last wave.
Yeah, nice first turn there. Layback maneuver, second turn. I really, as I said, loving her variety and finished that one off. Unfortunately didn't, just came unstuck, and I think that hurt the score a little bit. Still chasing a score to jump into first, but did get her into second, so she's not going to feel 100% comfortable there. Ange Ball has a 6 on the board and only needs a 6.51 now, so I'm sure Ali will try to better that score on the last opportunity she gets.
All right, so we are down to crunch time. 1 wave left for 8 surfers in the water.
So pretty stacked women's heat. Obviously, Zali Kelly, Ali Harrison. I'm sure they're pushing for a challenger berth. Ali was 1 spot off, and Zali, she went on the challengers before. She's not too sure.
I'm sure she would have.
Yeah.
She's definitely in the mix. I remember surfing a lot of World Juniors back in the day, and she's at that level.
Yeah.
3 minutes to go. You imagine the ladies would be taking inspiration from Sophie McCulloch, who made the big jump this year to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, wow, that was incredible to watch. Like, it's a Cinderella story. You could sell that one in Hollywood, coming all the way through the draw to win the event to qualify. And she's just coming unstuck there. It would have been close to the score, I reckon, but yeah, it is really important to finish the waves off strong, and judges don't love it when you fall off. As we see Zali Kali.
Should be looking to put this one to bed right now. First turn was really strong. Little bit of trouble on the second one. Now she's got her speed back. Releases the tail and little bobble and goes down. So Angela Ball is going to fall short. leaves Ellie Lampkin with all the work to do on this last set if she's to get herself in the picture. Now we've got some replays to unpack on the men's side of proceedings. This is Micah Margison.
Yeah, really important score here from him. For him, you know, he wants to put that second place away and improve on his lowest score. But yeah, well surf wave, great finish there. So I think he's pretty happy with that one. Current heat leader Jarve, big carving manoeuvre to start, and yeah, obviously trying to strengthen his lead on everyone. He's connecting with the pool really well. His timing has been really incredible, and yeah, some of his carving 3-0s and his tricks and his finners have been pretty impressive. So
I like that little section where he was clearly caught behind it and he just gave it the 2 pumps. He just had this squirt of speed, and all of a sudden he's back out on the face flying again. So that board's looking pretty deadly underfoot for Jarvis. And he's going to build on his 2-wave total and just assure himself a first semi-final berth. Who's going to join him? Will it be Micah Margison or Jamie Thompson? Oscar Salt still has 1 wave to come as well, as we see the surfers in the next heat starting to make their way out to the lineup.
Yeah, so 1 chance left for the 2 surfers in the water.
This is Oscar Salt on his backhand.
Oh, he's not giving up here. 2 big turns into a finner. Would want a strong finish here and throws everything at it and just came unstuck there. Not needing a massive score. Maybe didn't need to do that, but he wasn't leaving it to chance.
And here goes Jamie Thompson. Oh, big chandelier of spray out of the roof, that one. And again, using that extra height to just whip his board right up into a tight arc and throw plenty of spray.
He might have had the tightest backhand I've seen in the pool thus far today. He's getting really critical in that real steep section, which is it's hard to do on a small wave. You can nosedive pretty easily, and yeah, but he's
and he'd be on a slightly longer board as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's just on a standard shortboard by the looks of it. So
617 the requirement.
Yeah, a couple of important scores there. Oscar Salt started really well. He's still a chance even though he fell off, but we'll see how much the judges reward those first 2 to 3 turns.
Jarvis and Micah's last scores are in. They're not going to affect their 2-wave totals, so the requirement's the same. Oscar Salt's looking for a 5.68. Jamie Thompson's looking for a 6.17. We're looking at some replays right now of that was Ellie Lampkin.
Ellie Harrison second before this one, trying to get into the lead, needing a 7 and just coming unstuck there, but looks like she's going to hold on to second place and advance into the semis anyway.
Okay, so we're waiting on scores for Jamie Thompson and Oscar Salt to determine our first set of semi-finalists. And there it is. Micah Margison hangs on. Oscar Salt and Jamie Thompson both finish on 10.66, so just under a point shy of where they needed to be. So Jarvis and Micah progressing through together once again. And it is Zali Kelly and Ellie Harrison progressing out of our first ladies quarterfinal. Men's side of the draw now. This is Xavier Huxtable. We saw him open up with an 8.67 in his first heat before. This might not have quite the same high notes, but it'll still be a decent score under his belt. Eddie Hamity is the surfer in blue, the South Coaster from New South Wales. He looked really good earlier as well, throwing plenty of spray on his backhand.
Yeah, his timing in his first heat was really, really impressive.
Oh, the mid-wave hair flick. You don't see enough of those. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's an extra point on my judging scale.
100%. Very steezy. Midway through a wave, that's confidence right there. So we'll see what happened on the women's side on the right.
Could you imagine Connor getting spat out of chopes and just his mullet just like flying out around his ears?
very impressed with his mullet. I saw it this morning and I'm like, I think he's in for a big 2023 with that thing.
It's just so fast.
Well, if he launches 20 foot in the air, could get a pretty good photo of it.
All right, here goes Elise Cooper on her backhand.
That's a nicely surf wave there. And
Nixie Ryan.
Nixie. Wow, that was a critical last turn. So I think she'll be pretty happy with that. 6.33 for a starter for Nixie. So anything in the good range to start, you're pretty happy with it. You got 3 more chances to build on that. So a good start from both girls there.
All right, scores coming in for Xavier. They're looking like they're going to be pretty strong straight off the bat. Solly Bailey and Ryan Slattery still to come. True Starling and Ava Holland second up for the women. All right, here goes Solly Bailey on his backhand. Oh, love that steezy tail kick out the back. That was cool. He's found his rhythm right up into the last section where he goes down, but all the points will be for those first 2 or 3 turns. Really got some drift in the tail. Here goes Ryan Slattery.
Yeah, impressive buzzer beater this morning. Needed a good score on his last and got it done. And yeah, geez, picked up Rep.
Coming in with some confidence too.
Right where he left off, he's yeah, he timed a couple of those end turns really well, threw a lot of spray, and obviously Solly, you can see the class of the surfer he is, former WCT competitor. Yeah, those first couple of fin throws were pretty impressive. Unfortunately followed off, but I don't know if it will hold the score back too much.
All right, so while we wait for scores to drop in for Xavier Huxtable and Eddie Hamady, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More quarterfinal action at the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life coming up right after this.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. I'm Steve Scalbraith, joined by Harry Mann. Harry, how are you, son?
I'm great, mate. Plenty of action going on. It's cooking in Melbourne, and yeah.
Eddie Hamady is going upside down ballistic. Eddie's not mucking around. He came down here maybe only a week ago to get a bit of practice in for this event, and it's certainly paying off there. He is looking sharp as a tack.
He looks very comfortable out there. You can tell with his timing. Speaking of timing, Xavier Huxtable, yeah, just going through the motions here. And Jesus. Wow.
Wow. It's well done there from young Huxley. Good to see. He's looking fired up.
Yeah, started with a 7.5, and he's looks like he's going to back another good score there, Stace, I reckon.
I've been pretty off today. How have you been going with your judging?
I've been terrible. I've thrown some big calls out there, and they've all been wrong thus far, so maybe I'm better in the commentator booth than the judges booth.
I've been working on an average of about 3.5 points off the actual number, so yeah, I might do the same actually. And it's pretty cool, how much action we're getting back to back here. It's super entertaining.
Wow, that's a big end
turn. Cooper.
Oh, I don't know if that's complete, but
out of I can't get this wrong. I think North Stain there in Manly. It's a very fine line between North Stain and Queenie. I'm pretty sure she's from North Stain, and yeah, this actually looks like a little rip bowl out the front there at the pipe.
Well, it is a rip bowl, yeah. You get close to that wall, Stace, and it just sucks you back out. So
my kind of wave, Harry.
I know, I can't paddle to save myself.
I've seen you up at Kira on the treadmill.
Yeah, going backwards.
Yeah, on the back of my jet ski, actually.
Yeah, if you didn't give me a lift, I think I would have ended up at Burleigh, so I do appreciate that.
3 points in one day.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, but it is nice because you know, funnily enough, as dreamy as it looks, you know, this wave, it takes it out of you. You know, you're getting pretty quick turnaround on your opportunities, and particularly if you fall and you have to sort of paddle back through the lineup, it sort of, you know, it wants to hold you on the inside there. It doesn't let you back out that easily when the waves are breaking. But once it has subsided, you do get that nice little kind of chairlift back out the back.
Yeah, every time I surf out here, I come in and like I've done a workout. You know, you catch 14, 16 waves, non-stop paddling. So good to see the surfers get a break in between sets, as we see Ryan Slattery. His timing is been pretty impeccable after he got that buzzer beater.
Snacks, Slattery, ripping. Buzzer beater, that'd feel so good in the pool, I reckon.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. Yeah, last wave of the whole heat, needed a 6 and yeah, got it. So it was pretty cool to watch.
There's been a few of them this morning. Oscar Salt had one earlier. It was really cool. He was in the heat with Solly Bailey, as we see Solly here. This heat is on. Zave, Eddie and Solly have all had good moments. Solly's just come unstuck on his first 2 rides, unfortunately. Nevertheless, he is looking locked in. Pretty rare to see Solly fall back to back like that.
Yeah, but I do feel like he's got the clutch gene. Like, he's got 2 waves left. That's all he needs. So he's such a classy surfer. He belongs on the top of the CT, I reckon. As we see, true Starling just coming off the back there. And Ava Holland on her backhand, trying to back up a good score. And just looking for a finish here. But a pretty tight heat on the women's side. There's a couple of good scores. We've got Nixie with the best of it with a 7-1. Ava Holland with a 6.07 and Alyssa Cooper with a 6.5. So anyone's game right now.
Harry, you remember a club Rip Curl?
I am, mate.
Of course.
I'm a professional surfer. I get paid to surf, mate. So all you need is a GPS 2 watch. You go out, you catch waves, you link it to your club Rip Curl, and you earn points that you can redeem in store. So hey, if you want to jump on the professional club Rip Curl team with me, get a membership and go catch some waves in the pool.
Scan that QR code and fire away. What's your longest wave? I had Ty Serrati text me some details the other day.
Yeah,
the wave that he got up on the points on the Gold Coast. He was pretty proud of himself. I did see the clip though, and his leggy got barreled. But I don't know.
I think my longest wave actually was at the Kiriswell. You gave me a lift on the jet ski. It wasn't the lift on the jet ski.
It was the fastest, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'm not counting that, but no, I think I got a 200.
Geez, I was hooking that day.
Yeah, I was going nice and quick. No, but yeah, look, Winky and Snapper have had a few long ones into the 200 range. If you get there, you should be pretty happy. So, as we see, Zave, he's had a few 200-metre waves at Winky in the last couple of weeks.
He's looking ready to rumble. Should be on the Challenger Series, young Zave, and I'd have to think this year is the year that he breaks through our regional qualifying system. He's been sparring with his good mate Tully Wiley at the last couple of finals around town. That's a better second turn there from Eddie. He needed it. He's looking a little wobbly on this one, unfortunately, as we spoke about earlier. That turbulence in the whitewash is certainly not your friend. Very much like the ocean, if you kind of get your fins caught up in there, it's super hard to recover. So, yeah, not Eddie's best effort. He'll look to improve that as he moves into his next opportunity. But you're getting back to Zave. Local talent for you guys. You see him surfing around home a lot. I can see the frustration in your eyes.
Oh, mate. An unbelievable surfer. And, yeah, he completely belongs in that Challenger Series. He's just so powerful and strong, and he combos that up with, a really solid air game and a good barrel game. So it's hard to find a flaw. It was a really proud kind of friend moment seeing Xavier Huxtable and Tully Wiley in a final together.
Definitely, yeah, that was cool.
At the Phillip Island Pro. Yeah, I wasn't there, unfortunately, but How good, you know, two of your best mates in a final at a QS, it's pretty rare.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you don't go too far at Torquay, right?
No, I don't leave Torquay.
Speaking of power, Nixie Ryan there, she's got plenty of that on tap. That was a really nice ride from her.
Yeah, very impressive. She's got, you know, 2 7s on the board, and yeah, great surfer. Throws a lot of spray, and the judges will love that, and she's turning the critical part of the wave, and it's been a good heat on the women's side. Nixie Ryan leading the way with a 7.73 and a 7.1. But yeah, everyone's still in it. A couple of, you know, 6s on the board for Ava Hollanden and Alyssa Cooper, and True Starling not out of it, only needing a 6.97. As we see Zabe, just like, he does not give the lip a break. Like, he just absolutely smashes every section out there.
It's a pretty tight little arc that you need to have your you know, that spray fly off the rails of your surfboard there, and Xavier certainly had a lot of it there. We're going to see Solly. Solly needs to be pretty perfect on this ride. It's a decent start. Yeah, good connection with the lip there. Oh, there we go, like you said. Ooh.
You reckon that's complete?
That is a hard one. Owen and I were talking about that earlier. Like, it looks stronger if you just kind of go straight rather than, he wasn't looking to do another turn, but it gives that effect that he might have been, and it sort of plays into a particular situation like that. It does play into completion. I think the turn was complete.
Yeah.
But I will have to wait and see what the judges think. At this level, they are very, very critical, as they should be. This is you know, the best of our region, so it doesn't get any easier, and Solly knows that, going onto the Challenger than the CT. So they'll look at that with the CT microscope and make their decision.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting way. I felt like he knew that he had to do 2 big turns to finish there. He got a bit stuck on that second one. The last 2 turns were extremely impressive, so I think that score is going to well and truly get him back in the heat. Not that he was ever out of it, Stays.
I'll check a replay out here of the last right-hander that was ridden. And that is a left, and that is Solly Bailey. And this is a right. This is Ava Holland teeing off. Oh, a bit wobbly there on the third. Oh, and just couldn't quite get the finish there. It is very hard to kind of, you know, we were talking about it earlier. You have the board speed for the turns, but it's very important to, you know, keep the trigger, pull it at the right time. A True Starling here, Harry, certainly looks like she's got the flow down.
Yeah, fins on the first and into a carve, and gets a finish here. She's well and truly back in it. So, yeah, it looks like True Starling and Ava Holland got, you know, 2 good scores there. Ava got a 6.53, which put her into second, and True Starling got a 6.1, and now she's only chasing a 6.51. So this heat on the women's side is extremely close. Nixie Ryan running away with it to some extent, but second to third is tight.
Definitely, yeah. Nixie's got a nice little buffer there. She's been certainly looking the most complete of this heat, but everyone else behind has got a number there that, you know, is rivaling one another. 6.53, 6.5, and a 6.1, all in the top row for second, third, and fourth. So super close. Eddie Hamady there just having a bit of a struggle again with that first turn. He's going to look to try and maximise the inside section, but it's very going to be very difficult to get a massive score out of one manoeuvre, just like any wave that, you know, these men and women compete at around the world. If there's multiple turns on offer, if you're going to be doing one air, it's going to need to be amazing, because when you've got backside turns going on like this, you know, that sort of sets the precedent, just getting undone there, Xavier. But certainly a strong start, probably one of the better starts we've seen just in general for the backhand serves out there. Xavier's getting right up there.
Yeah, I saw, you know, going for that aerial manoeuvre in a northeast wind, it is tough. It is, you know, direct offshore here. Sure, Connor O'Leary and Owen Wright will figure out a way on the air section, but yeah, not ideal winds to, you know, try to throw a backhand rotor. But I like the thinking there. Missed the first section, so kind of had to go for it.
Yeah, as you see Nixie's last wave here. A little hung up on that second turn, but you can see that natural power she has in that first manoeuvre.
I'm just impressed at how consistent she is. You know, every wave she's put a really good score on the board, and she's kind of built throughout the heat.
Yeah, growing up in the Northern Rivers up there in New South Wales, surfing Lennox Point a ton. She, yeah, certainly no stranger to a tapering right-hander, and she's putting it to good use here. riding an epoxy, which has been a pretty hot topic of conversation today. Personally, with the wind as strong as it is, they kind of scare me. But the people that are riding them are certainly proving me wrong, and they're looking pretty spicy. What about yourself, Harry?
Yeah, I did have a chat to some surfers, and it sounds like epoxy's the board of choice.
Going to take a short ad break here. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal action will continue.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Captivating TV. Great series profiling some of our bet. Did you tuck in, Harry?
I did. I really enjoyed it, actually. It kind of gave me a new light on some of the surfers I probably didn't know too well, like Philippe's background and stuff like that. But also enjoyed the Morg's mongrel of just a few cheeky beers before the contest as well. So, you know, you watch these surfers, surf all year in unbelievable ways, but it's actually good to get an insight of their character and stuff like that, which I found pretty cool. And good to see your face on it, mate.
Oh yeah, it was cool to be included briefly, but it was more impressive to see the work ethic from box to box. Like, you go to the CTs, and I was fortunate enough to do the Aussie leg that year, and wow, those guys, absolute animals when it comes to documenting the whole show and everything that goes on. I think it is about, I'm going to get this wrong, but from recollection, it's 350 minutes of recording time that they do. They'll use 1 minute. That's the ratio.
Oh, it was crazy.
It's crazy.
I remember at the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach, Morgan was in the car park, and there was just like 4 cameras following around. He gets in the car, they're jumping in cars, they're following around. It was like a hot pursuit. It was pretty funny. But yeah, some incredible content they get out of it, and it's definitely worth a view for sure.
Definitely. I think season 2 actually features them jumping in a helicopter to stalk a few surfers, so they don't stop. They don't stop at cars. As we see up and righty here from WA, Willow Hardy.
Wow.
I think Willow just came back from North Stradbroke Island, doing the Australian titles over there. And she's certainly looking locked in. That was a great ride.
Yeah, wow. I was about to ask how she went, because that wave was really impressive.
And then behind her, looks like Freya up and riding. Nice little check in the lip there.
Yeah, Freya, a bit of a seasoned vet, has been around for a while, so definitely knows what she's doing.
Yeah, and I think that's going to play into favour of some of these competitors that have been around the block a few times. It's just who can handle the pressure. Everyone in this contest is a fantastic surfer. That's why they entered. But who can deal with that is going to be obviously come out on top more than ever, I think, in a wave pool setting. So you have Mikey Clayton Brown here. He got a little bit hung up on that second bottom turn, and evidently comes unstuck there at the end. Behind him, young Bodie Williams. Fill me in on Bodie. Is he from your zone, or is he more 13th Beach kind of way?
He's from Point Lonsdale, which is about 45 minutes away from Torquay, but incredible surfer. I'm part of the Torquay board riders, and I've seen him, obviously doing big state titles and stuff. Really fast surfer, really strong forehand. But yeah, you see him put in a lot of work, and he's always at Winky, work on his backhand and working to, for these QS events coming up.
And like most Victorians, he's got something going on upstairs. He's an absolute madman when the waves get serious.
Yeah, he is. I guess Victorians are all a bit mad. We do live in a pretty cold climate. We have to be a bit mad to live down here. But yeah, I was kind of talking before about Ange Ball and Bella Wilson and a few young chargers we have down here. So it's an impressive flock of the next generation who aren't scared to have a crack, which is cool.
Yeah, it's certainly very impressive. Yeah, like you mentioned, Angela Ball and Bella Wilson there setting the precedent for what's possible out Bells. No matter what side of the fence you sit on, they're going nuts.
It's crazy, yeah. I can't even get out the back, and those girls are just dropping out of the lip on bombs. So, as we see, is it Ty Richardson here?
Yeah, this is Ty Richo. Yeah, again, he's looking fast and whippy. Oh, float to finish. I like the variety.
Haven't seen that much today. That was pretty cool.
It was cool. And I do think that, at some point, every surfer, no matter who you are, whether it's Jarvis, Ty Richo, Mikey Clayton-Brown, Solly Bailey, you are going to have to start to mix up your surfing. There's no point in not talking about it. There's only so many of the same thing that judges will want to see. And, even something like that, it might be enough to get the judges a little more interested in your ride than what they would do normally.
100%. I think it's a really good statement. Round one and maybe the quarters, good surfing will get you through, and there's some tough heats, but once you jump into the semis and the final, judges have been sitting there for a long time. They want to see something fresh and new, and you want to get an emotion and get some froth out of them. That's how you get a good score. So I think we're going to see something pretty different and incredible coming into the final. I've got my eye on Jarvis. Earl, I reckon he might be going to the air.
Yeah, like you said, the wind won't stop. This top level guys. Replay here of Amelie Burke. Nice first turn. She's positioned well off the bottom here to make the most of this wave. And unfortunately just coming unstuck there at the end. And then behind her, this is Charlotte Mully. Yeah, again, it's a fine line of where you position yourself on the bottom of the wave to where it's going to give you the most power. And I think Charlotte was just a little caught behind there through the middle part of that wave. It's certainly going to affect her score, but she'll get 2 more chances. And
that's a cool thing. I do like the 4-wave format. I think it's the perfect amount of waves. I feel like 5 would be probably too much, but 4 you have an opportunity to get a score or 2 on the board, and you can go down swinging at the end and throw at everything you got. Like, I don't think any surfer has an excuse they didn't get the chance to perform.
You surfed a heat out here, team board riders or anything like that, or like specialty events?
Yeah, I have. I've surfed a specialty Victorian event. I've done the ABB qualifier out here, both different formats.
Cool.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah. Because team surfing's pressurised as it is, let alone in this situation.
Yeah, it was. It was nerve-wracking. Like, I've surfed the pool a lot, and then you go out there and your mind just hovers into things that you shouldn't be thinking about.
The cosmos.
Yeah. So, it was a bit of a pressure cooker, but it was a great event. No back paddling, no groms getting sat on, and, everyone get an equal opportunity, which is great.
Yeah. Willow Hardy here. Oh, that was beautiful timing out of the lip on that first turn. Nice bit of variety here.
Yeah, wow, those first 2 waves have definitely caught my eye. That first one, incredible timing and power.
Yeah.
And that first turn there, Stace, that's really hard to do. Like, to stand up and go straight into the lip with that much speed and power and give it everything. It's pretty easy to fall off the back because the wave actually hasn't got to its highest point and most power. So, yeah, that was pretty impressive.
And it's a fine line, isn't it? Like, that section isn't always there. I don't think you paddle into every wave and know that this is going to happen. It's sort of a bit of a white unicorn, that section, but when it's there, you have to deal with it. As we got Bodie over here on the right. Oh, that was a shame because that could have been a really nice combination of turns there. Unfortunately, just getting stuck up, and the judges will take note of that.
Oh.
Throws out the reverse to try and make up for it. But, again, for me, the flow piece today and the criteria, from what I can make of the judging so far, is that they're relying on that pretty heavily. They want to see the major manoeuvres, and they want to see them connected together really well. Mikey Clayton-Brown here trying to do his best impersonation of that, but also coming undone.
It's an interesting point you make, though, about we are in a wave pool, but all the waves aren't the same.
No,
you will notice a lot in the end section. You're like, sometimes there's whitewash coming down, sometimes there's a section coming back at you. Sometimes the first section stands up more So, but I do like that, you know, if every wave is exactly the same, you know, it'd get a bit dull and boring, and I do like it how it changes up from the second wave to the fifth wave. And and I actually had a interesting conversation with Solly before about, you know, how he noticed the second and the fifth wave are, you know, very different. And I feel like the fifth wave gives you an opportunity at a section coming back at you more with maybe a bit of whitewash and for an air section or a bit of flare, and then the first, obviously the second wave's a bit more cleaner and a bit nicer for turns. So these competitors get 2 chances on the second wave and 2 chances on the fifth, so it does make it interesting.
Definitely Josh Stretton here from Port Stephens originally, now spending a lot of time up on the Gold Coast. Not Josh's best effort there. I know Josh from around home, and he's a fantastic young surfer. I know he's got plenty more to give than that, so he'll get back out and get another go. Ty Richo looking locked in as usual. Jeez, he's doing well to get the tail through the lip there. It's very hard to do. He's obviously one of our younger competitors. He's you know, he's got that sort of, I would say, size advantage, but it doesn't mean you can't be putting power into your turns, and you can definitely see that there.
I'm feeling pretty old because Richo, his dad, was the HPC coach when I was kicking around trying to get into Australian teams, doing MR comp. So. Yeah, wow, that's cool.
Yeah. No, Ty's really well trained, and he's an absolute machine. So you can see that there. Like he's super consistent. He knows how to get the most out of every ride. So yeah, he wouldn't be letting his age get in the way of a big result here. He's going to try and put pressure on these elder statesmen. And Emily there just unable to complete that wave.
Yes, it looks like on the women's side, Willow Hardy is started really strong with a 7.67 and a 7.63. Talk about consistency. That's 2 great scores to get on the board. And then Freya Prime, obviously a seasoned vet, 6 and a 5.83. Good score, and then you know, a pretty high average one. So she'll be looking to build there. I think that's experience, to be honest. You know, just starting off and getting 2 scores on the board, and then I'm going to try to push that 6 to a 7.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, the judges are never counting turns, but keeping your feet is obviously very important. And Freya's a very stoic competitor, and the way she competes, it's going to take a lot to knock her off her board. And she's set that foundation there in what I would say is probably 3rd gear for her. She's got plenty to give, so I think she'd be feeling pretty happy with those scores and knowing personally like what she's got still in the tank. For her to be in the position that she's in now, I know she'd be pretty stoked.
So Willow Hardy straight into the lip again, and throwing a lot of spray on that second section, straight into the third, turn after turn, 4, 5. Just coming unstuck there, but once again a really well surfed wave.
Yeah, I'd love to see, you know, I'm not too sure if it's possible, but like a split screen of her last 2 rides and just the verticalness of her last wave compared to 2 waves ago. I think 2 waves ago just created a bit more of a bowl and an attacking section for her, like you mentioned. It's really hard to square up out there on either the left or the right into that first section. And yeah, Willow on her 7.63 just had such an amazing first turn, whereas I think on her this previous ride that the second turn was where the money really was. And you know, the judges are always looking for that risk factor. All the risk is in the first turn. So if you know, the more you put your head down in that first opportunity, that's where it's really, really going to give you that sort of 7.5 and plus range. That's where it starts. Much like that. That was a crazy first snap. Mikey CB. It needs to be good here to finish. He's had a couple of interesting finishes here, so we're just going to catch a full replay now of this one. Snap into the carve, and yeah, I'm curious to see how he finished up this ride. That's better from Mikey. He's in the lead, but he's certainly not safe. Bodie here. Yeah, that was a bit better in the flow department, and probably a better reverse to finish too. So going to be an interesting one for the judges, because on the men's side of things here, no one has run away with it. We're dealing with, you know, between 3.57 and 5.17 is the range of scores. So it's still anyone's game with one opportunity to go each. I think this could be our tightest finish yet in this heat right now.
Yeah, it's looking really tight, and I think that's going to be Bodie's best wave. I still don't think he's 100% timed a wave as good as he normally does out here. He spent a lot of time in the pool, you know, working on his rail game and stuff like that. But it's almost like he's had to go into the go to the air to get a score on the board, when I know he's more than capable of just doing rail turns and getting a good score.
It's funny where your mind goes, isn't it, to think like what you need to do to get done up in that good range. It's just not the case. Like, his face surfing's so good. He just tends to commit to it a bit more. As we see Ty here, Ty's looking really good coming from behind the section and belting it really tight in the lip. It's been a hallmark of his surfing so far. And again, another nice wave. He's certainly given it everything he's got.
Yeah, all these surfers just, chasing that good or excellent score to, break away from the pack. There's a few fives, a few mid-ranges, but you're up to the quarterfinals. You kind of need some scores in the good range to progress through to the semi, to the pointy end of the event. And all these surfers are chasing QS points. That's why we're here today. So the way it works is there's a regional qualifying series where you gain points to get onto the Challenger, and the Challenger series is a global series that gets you onto the highest level, the WCT. So yeah, look, this is some top-end athletes here, and the next generation of Australian surfing, women and men, so pretty exciting.
It is. No, it is really cool. You see a couple of bigger names like Philippa Anderson and Solly Bailey. They've been on the Challenge Series, Solly on the World Tour. Philip has had a few wild cards. They know what it's like to be at the top there. And that's where essentially Amelie Burke and, every other competitor in this draw want to go. And that was a better wave there, I think, for Amelie compared to her other ones. But I still don't know, she might have finished a bit stronger on that one, but I don't know if it'll really break out of that 4 range. And Charlotte Mully here. A really, really nice first turn, but unfortunately just getting unstuck there. And there's sort of like no room for error, right? The wave is moving at a certain pace. It just doesn't really bode well for recovery. If you're not perfect, it's super hard to kind of reconstruct your ride.
100%. Yeah, it's not like a long point wave like Snapper where you go make a little hiccup and stand there and wait for a double up on the inside and, put the score on the board there. You have 3 to 4 major sections out there, realistically, to get a score on the board. So, yeah, not too many hiccups. You have to surf pretty flawless, and we all know these surfers are more than capable of that, so we're putting them to the test here, Stace.
8.23 for Willow Hardy's last ride. Fantastic. Fantastic wave. She can nearly roll the leads up here. She's out here having a victory lap on this next set. As we see Freya. She just looked a little tentative off the bottom there. Certainly not what the wave pool calls for. You've got to be quick, you've got to be fast. And that wave just chewed her up. We will see Willow Hardy on this next ride. This is the 5th wave of the set, so that's what waves you'll see the surfers on all day. Wave number 2 and number 5, and they will rotate out through the heat, taking 1 turn of each. So yeah, Willow's looking better, a 7.67 here. And yeah, wave 5 in the set, more often than not, will have a little more of a rib in it. It doesn't mean it's a negative thing though, right, Harry?
No, not at all. I think I enjoy that when I'm surfing out here. Gives you an opportunity to turn back into something and it gives you an opportunity for a bit more variety. I'm not scared of a layback, so I like doing a little layback into those sections. Or if you're a bit more progressive, then
was that you out there last night shrouping?
No shrouping from me last night.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
I was going to say someone had a career.
Oh, doing layback, stealing my move.
Just doing a bit of everything, just looking tall and loose and lanky, and it was just eye-catching.
Might have been yourself, Stace.
No, I was sitting over at the 3 Blue Ducks, enjoying it from the viewing deck. Bodie Williams here.
I think this is what he's been looking for, Stace. Those first 2 turns were nice.
Yeah, it'd be cool if he can get a dynamic finish here. He wants it.
He just keeps going for that air.
Yeah, it's kind of got to be one or the other, right?
Yeah, I think that's showing a bit of lack of confidence, I reckon. Not thinking he can get the score on the rail, but he sure can. So, wow. Those last 2 turns, very impressive, and he's not done yet. So, it's looking like that could strengthen his lead, I reckon.
Excuse me for my naivety, but is that us done on the men's side? I can't see around the corner there, but
no.
If that's the case, I don't see anything really changing.
No, I think we've got one more wave for both of our competitors in white and green on both sides. So
yes, here it comes.
yeah, one last roll of the dice. So it is an exciting format. These surfers are never out of it. As we see green straight to the lip there. Needing a pretty
What wave do you look at when you watch it live and there's two sides going at once?
I'm always looking at the right, Stace.
Yeah,
always
same.
looking at my forehand.
Yeah. It's very distracting. Ty Richo needs a score 5-7-4. He's had a host of fives so far in this event. He knows. Oh, there it is.
I really like that first turn. It was a good start, and then I think he just got a bit too far out on the open face on that second one, which kind of broke up his rhythm a little bit, and he couldn't find that inside section, so went for an air. But yeah, unfortunately, I think it's going to come up a little bit short. So do have a replay coming for the women's, and there's some important scores to be locked in. As we see green, Charlotte here chasing a 7-6-6, and a couple of nice turns there. Just a little late on the finish, but couldn't ride out of that one.
I was nearly going to give that to her.
Oh, that's why I'm not in the boost.
No, me neither. Who knows? I was just thinking it's always nice to finish your heat on your feet. You know, we spoke about that earlier with Owen. You know, like you might not be in a position to make the heat. The judges might not give you the score that you needed, but if you can finish with your best wave, you know, you're going to be pretty stoked. As we see a nice banner here from the Surfboard Empire. Yeah, they've taken the sticker off that Griffin board. That's nice, thank you. Look, you've been sleeping under a rock if you haven't been past a Surfboard Empire shop. They've got them absolutely everywhere up my end of the world, and
Phillips could be in a little bit of trouble here. Surfed a really good heat, had a 6.83, but didn't back it up. So we're just waiting to see what Kaito's score comes in as we see the surfers, men and women, going out to the S section, though. That's going to be really exciting.
Philippa, I believe, still waiting for a score. No, she did not get it. So she's going to go wash off that loss with a couple of huge airs. And then we also see Zali Kelly behind her. She's riding a board that you can pick up at the Surfboard Empire. That is one of the most popular surfboards I think I've ever seen. The old Mayhem Rad Ripper. It's pretty much everyone's board in the lineup. So everywhere I go.
A little high on that last one, but Kaito, 6.53, gets through.
Gets through. And we got Jagger Dean, not enough there at the end either. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the air expression session. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be super exciting.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. And if you're just tuning in, we are having a hell time down here. It's a ripper of a day, Tullamarine, Melbourne. And we're up for a very, very exciting treat here. We are going to get to see for the first time, I believe, on live anything.
Live internet.
Live internet, intranet, the air section. Do these guys even know where to sit? James Miles, welcome to the booth.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, no, they don't know where to sit because none of them have ever surfed it before. So this is a bit of suck and see, to be honest. We're showcasing the new waves. They're absolutely incredible. We're really keen to get some world-class athletes on there. But yeah, we've got little Willis Droomer out there. He's the only one that's actually ever surfed it before because the reality is less than 10 people have surfed these waves here in Australia right now. They've never been run in the day. They've only been run under the cover of darkness, mainly because obviously we run it around our operating schedule. But yeah, it's super exciting. So it's one airwave running on the left every minute. We're going to run for about half an hour and see how we go. Obviously the winds are pretty stiff offshore. It's not ideal for airs, but not too bad. But if they're not able to land too much because of the wind, we might switch it up to some beast mode barrels as well, just to showcase the variety in Waveguard's tech.
Yeah, absolutely. What, you got 7 different waves that you offer through your regular trading hours?
Yeah, we've got 7 different sessions. We've actually got about 36 different waves under the hood. Varies from, our smallest cruiser waves.
We're on here.
Alpha Dog, first wave.
The Mississippi Mud Flap. He's flying down the line. There's the ramp. And
wow.
I would have avoided that too.
Yeah. I think it's funny whenever we have really good surfers look at the footage of reef, they just go, wow, that looks scary. It's a really serious, solid air session. The good thing about Wavegarden is that they're always thinking about athlete development. So there's actually a training wave that comes as part of the suite of waves. So the idea certainly for the junior programs we have with Surfing Victoria as a high-performance partner as we move into Sydney, Surfing New South Wales, we'll be able to give junior athletes and athletes that are trying to develop the progressive part of their game, which is so important on the tour these days. We'll be able to give them access to airwaves from small and then slowly build them up.
Right, so what are we looking at now? One wave every 40 seconds?
We've got one wave every minute. It can run as regular as one wave every 40 seconds. But, you know, to have one amazing air ramp every minute is pretty phenomenal.
We've seen a host of different equipment out there ridden today, but the
Surf
Empire's
Rescue
pretty much got you
board, my
covered.
favourite.
I reckon that with the size of that ramp, the Surf Rescue board could probably go into the air, but you'll see Zali Kelly on a Mayhem Rad Ripper. You can pick up one of them from the Surfboard Empire. As we see Owen Wright. Sick. That's a great first connection.
Yeah, for a first attempt, timing it is really good.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to surf some other technologies around the world, and I did not get even close to a situation like that. It is so hard to see when the ramp's actually coming at you, when to activate. I guess we expect nothing less out of Owen Wright, but that was a really good first attempt.
Yeah, we're running a slightly smaller version than we saw Reef on. The great thing about these airways is we can scale them up and down. We probably didn't want to put these guys on the big kicker first time around. It probably took Reef about 10 hours of work to get up onto that big kicker. But the other thing that we can do is shape the wave to support different airs. So we're running here what's called the launch pad, which is sort of great for a variety of different airs, but we have a straight air version as well. We also have an alley version as well. So it just shapes the launch pad in a slightly different direction and really allows for the best performance. So
this shot on screen right now, a lot of people messaging saying, what's happening on the other side?
Yeah, nothing.
Okay.
It's very different to, a lot of wave gardens. Here we go. Oh, that's a broken ankle.
Broken
I think that's Jarvie as well. So
yeah, straight off the bat.
Don't worry about the competition today, mate. He was the first one to put his hand up to want to surf the airwave. So the answer, Benzie, is not a lot. There's a little bit of water that moves over the other side, but it is what we call a single side launch. And what's interesting about the single side launch is it gives a lot more flexibility. So under this new suite of what we're calling premium waves, not only do we have the airwaves, we've actually got an amazing barrel that goes the whole way across the lagoon. And because you're only firing it in one direction, you've got a lot more control over the variation. So, there's a couple of turns waves under the hood as well. I'm still waiting to get a crack at them, so I can't tell you what they're actually like, but it is a testament to Waveguard and how agile they are in their development to be able to develop new stuff.
Without giving too many trade secrets away, what causes that ramp to bend into the equation there?
Yeah, hard to explain without giving too many trade secrets away. But essentially, by firing on one side, you can fire the pistons, the gates, the doors in different sequences, and that's what allows us to do that. Here we go again. I think we might have missed that one.
It's Willis Droomer backside there.
So Willis has surfed it before?
Willis has surfed the right before.
The Droomers are true.
Yeah, the Droomers are true.
Christopher.
Willis is also one of the first guys to ever surf.
Woken up, only took 3 coffees. Here we are.
The funny thing about Willis Droomer, he was one of the first kids to surf in the pool, and for one of his primary school assignments, he actually did an assignment on creating a wave pool. He's been obsessed with wave pool since really early doors, and he's been a real beneficiary of the Surf in Victoria pathway program that we have here. He gets a lot of hours in the pool just refining things. And obviously that's resulted, he's our current under-16 world champ, won it in El Salvador last year. And you see that timing and the sort of beautiful smooth style he's got really works.
It's like Field of Dreams meets Almost Famous. If you build it, they will come. And
Ben's, you're on fire at the moment.
Dreamt about it as a kid, and all of a sudden he's out there surfing alongside Owen Wright and Connor O'Leary.
Philsy.
Whoa.
Phil Anderson having a crack there.
She actually connected pretty well with that. I think
Yeah, the
maybe she
timing-
might have jelly legs from her heat. Maybe she just needs to warm into a couple. But the timing on the connection was really good.
Yeah, but you can see the potential even now. This is the first time these guys are getting a look at that. And you can see how much launch is actually in that. So it'll be exciting to see what these guys are able to do once they start to get a bit of a feel for the wave.
Plans to release this one to the public, or you keep this one in the premium section for a bit longer?
To be honest, mate, the development process has been so quick that we haven't really had a chance to think about it. I'm certainly, Urban Surf is about providing access to waves, so I'm certainly not keen to put it under lock and key. But at the same time, there are a few different moving parts to a normal public session. So I think we're definitely keen to try and find some ways that people can access these waves, but it's probably more in a controlled air lesson, whether it's through Urban Surf Academy or Surf Better Now, rather than just letting the public go hell for leather on it. It's deceptively terrifying.
Yeah, you see that with the Java stack, like that's the real deal. And even the takeoff is super technical. You see Sally Kelly here firing down the line. Oh, that's a pretty good first attempt as well. Everyone's had a pretty good start. We're going to take a quick break here. We're in the middle of, well, not the middle, we're just at the start of the expression session. We've got the air ramp firing with a host of Australia's best talent in the water, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. We have got the air section cranking here. However, once a tube pig, always a tube pig. Mr. Jaggadine, I think. Couldn't help himself. Can't quite tell.
Yeah, I think there's a few people who saw the opportunity and took it. As soon as I left the top of the pool, there's a few people who jumped in.
I can't quite tell who that is.
That's all good. It was funny. We obviously offered Connor and Owen the opportunity to get out there and have a crack themselves, and they were keen to sort of share it across the board, which is super exciting. I'm excited. It's exciting.
It's exciting. We're excited.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out before, Binzy, you're a bit of a wordsmith, mate. There's a lot of firsts here today. What's the collective noun for firsts? Is it a squadron of firsts?
Oh, God. Yeah, I've got to step outside the building here. English was actually never my strong point. I was more into the numbers. A gaggle of firsts.
A debut.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Well, in a midday setting like this,
we're here at the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf for a debut of firsts.
Perhaps it's a matinee of firsts.
Oh, Chris, give him a gold star. Here we go.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Bit of a wheelie.
So we've seen a couple of awesome promotions running at the moment. Club Rip Curl's one of them. Harry Mann was in here before, giving us, his take on the program there, and he basically calls himself a pro surfer now. He's getting points to surf, which you can go and use at Club Rip Curl. Scan the QR code, get on board.
Yeah, Harry and I were discussing it. You can just bank points when you're in the pool here. You cover that much distance, catch that many waves. And that's your hack. If you want to bank big points, just come and surf in here.
Harry got his most ever points when I picked him up on my jet ski one day. Told everyone he was going 60 k's an hour when he was surfing. Didn't realise it was false reading.
False reading.
Yeah, I had one of those Rip Curl GPS watches once, and my fastest wave was when I jumped off the rocks.
And got blown up in the air with the backwash.
It was like my first 10 metres of paddling.
We have
the big O.
Former winner of the Quicksilver Pro.
Oh, yes,
New
Dad.
York. Won it with some airs.
That was sick.
That was like the late, shifty, Dusty Payne-esque.
Yeah, that was sick.
How's the sneakiness of Owen? Hasn't really showcased his
done his board.
He's done a craft.
No.
I think that's his only craft as well.
Oh, he's booging. Get him the lid.
Oh, he landed so flat, didn't he?
Ah, geez. Well,
I hope that wasn't
so when the public are asking for access, we can just point to that.
I wonder what the story is. Someone run him down something.
Yeah, where's Fletchy? Fletch should be running down the back up right about now, shouldn't he?
Fully
almost right out of that as
locked in. That was cool.
Snake would be out there in his underpants getting the spare board.
Hey, I've seen Fletch on the run around at J-Bay. It's, Owen doesn't have 3 world titles though, but he's 3 world titles of a good bloke, so I could see him get down there in his undies.
Give the people what they want.
We're going to have another 15 or 20 so minutes here. We've got young Jarvis
watch
Earl.
out.
Oh, gee whiz. you notice the difference in where Jarvis is trying to go versus, I guess, a more person with a bit more self-preservation in mind. Owen's going over the ramp, and Jarvis is going out from the ramp and
slingshotting himself towards the flats.
I think that both incredibly hard to do, but I think that Jarvis is a lot more risk averse, and I guess that tends to come with being a young teenage man.
The other thing to note about this wave is that Wavegarden are always working on tuning and refining the waves. When we first started at Urban Surf, we had a certain set of waves that we had, and as we sort of understood our customers a bit more, we were able to tune and change the waves, and that'll be exactly the same with the airwaves. What we're seeing here, and even what we saw with the Reef Hazelwood footage, is the first iteration of these waves. So it's going to be great over the next year or so just to see where they can go with this technology. Literally, we've run these waves for half an hour so far, so it'll be awesome to see once we get a bit more testing under the belt what happens.
So what time of night was Reef surfing when all this was going
So
down?
Reef would get in the pool about 10 o'clock and he'd get out about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God. Oh, mental.
Wow.
Willis Droomer. Willis, I think, landed a backflip on the right in his time in the pool.
How is that? Just like, you're good at doing airs and you do a backflip. Yeah, no worries.
That section there, I keep thinking, what would Eric Gieselman do on it? It looks like that section where he'd go that sort of cork.
Flipperoo.
Almost like a front rodeo that he's been throwing.
Oh, the mute grab. Yeah. Yep. That's, he's a technician. It'd be cool to see. I think we've got Zali Kelly up next. Or Philippa maybe. Pretty good connection on her first wave, but she just sort of was a bit underneath her board and ended up sort of firing it off to the moon. But it'd be good to see how she handles this one, because I think she's got the approach and the speed.
One of the things we're super pumped about is obviously gender diversity and gender equality is really important here at Urban Surf. It's, our occupancy last January is 34% women, and so we think that we can get to 50-50 occupancy in the future years. But also the access that these elite women get to these sort of waves is just phenomenal.
Her approach is so good.
We saw Sierra obviously recently just sort of reset the bar in women's aerial surfing, and she's done a lot of that through work in pool over at Waco, and I think now in Australia we've got the opportunity both here at Urban Surf Melbourne and next summer at Urban Surf Sydney to really sort of set that bar even higher, and there is a lot of progression to come in women's surfing, and we're going to be a big part of it, I think.
Yeah, James, it's awesome to have you in the booth here. What's your job title here, mate? You've been here for a few years now.
I have been working here for a few years.
Started making the coffees, and now you're in the top seat.
7th full-time employee at Urban Surf, and I recently found out who the 7th employee at Google was, and let's just say we don't have the same amount of money in our bank account.
Yeah, but you can't put a price on tubes, and you're way ahead of them.
Yeah, I'm probably getting him on tubes. The 7th employee at Google actually came up with the motto, don't be evil. So I'm always impressed by the fact.
So what's your motto then? What have you come up with? What have you done? James, come on, you've done plenty.
Not a lot, just stumbled around and threw a few waves down the pool.
The 7th employee at Google probably pays Wingnut your salary every year to get them out at Pleasure Point in Santa Cruz.
Zali Kelly. Oh, there you go. Beautiful. That's the grab you're talking about with Eric.
The lark grab.
Yeah, that was sick. I think both of these women, their approach is amazing, and I think like you said with the having everyone in the pool together, like the curve improvement for the women is so steep right now, and it's sessions like this where it really is highlighted. Like they can see, the progression right in front of them.
Yeah,
and you watch them. You can land that in a day.
Exactly. Yeah. 4 hours in the pool, she's landing that.
Absolutely, and if you've got like a Kersey or a whoever, plenty of amazing aerial surfers and coaches and mentors around the world to be able to help you with that. Oh, that was sick.
Yeah,
it's just sort of like a matter of their approaches have been really strong. It's just the direction of the board they take off on is sort of, I guess, Philippa's trying to go like up to the moon, whereas you watch Jarvis, he's going out to the flats, and there in itself is a whole other ball game of how to actually bring that in and land that. But that's the commitment you have to have, and they'll figure it out, no doubt in my mind. Like they've got the courage to do it. It's just a matter of getting a few repetitions, which they'll no doubt get here. It's it's an incredibly technical approach, though. You can see the wave drawing underneath Jagger's board there. He couldn't quite get the projection he wanted sort of down the line. And, there's so many elements to it. Like, even this takeoff looks tricky.
This looks like a tricky takeoff. Like the barrel mode's quite an easy takeoff, isn't it? It's sort of a roll in.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. We had the testing session the other morning that we did in the rain at 4 o'clock in the morning. We had Zave Hux and Tully Wiley, and you know those guys don't fall off taking off anywhere. And they were struggling with it a bit as well. But
at 4 a.m. had they got up, or were they still going?
They drive up from the surf coast. The boys are keen. Everyone's. I don't think we've ever had a wave in the pool that has got my phone lighting up quite as much as this one. You know, and
so what would you say this is at now, capacity wise, like of its power?
Probably 70.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
and you could go because like the reef one looked pretty.
Reef one was bigger, so if this is a 2, Reef's is a 4.
Okay, yeah.
But you know, you don't want to put people. You know, Reef started probably on this one, and
gotcha. Oh, and like how shallow is it? Like is Connor hitting the bottom there, or?
He wouldn't be going straight into the bottom. No, there's a bit of padding underneath it.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting a few more numbers out there, or is that Matty Dunbar? It might be Matty Dunbar.
Everyone was pretty keen to get out there and have a crack. How have you boys enjoyed the event so far?
Loving it.
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah, it's been cool. I think you'll see that, no doubt, with the judges. Like, there's a heat before where there was probably 8 5-point rides. So it is time now, I think, for that variety piece to come into play. We've seen what everyone's capable of, and like, if you want to win this thing, you're going to have to really, get some attention on your wave through a point of difference.
Yeah.
And no doubt we're expecting that coming into it with the repetition that you're getting. Of course, there's going to be a lot of the same surfing. But to be the champion, I think you are going to have to pull something a little different out of your box of tricks today. We saw it from Philippa Anderson earlier. We're seeing it from Jarvis Earl. And you know, Philippa didn't make her heat, but she looked the most sparky to me, variety-wise. Unfortunately, she couldn't execute. And that's the other part of the game, too. Maybe you might not do the most exciting surfing, but you might be the one who completes your waves. So it's all part of it.
Jarvis, watch out.
Oh, man.
Wow, he's done well to hang on to that. They're the rubber joints we were talking about.
You can hear the Grogans warming up in the background, so this party's going all night. If you're in Melbourne, you can probably still make it down for the after party. We'll finish up about 5:30.
Melbourne
Grogans coming on stage. $10 ticket to see Victoria's favourite sons, the Grogans, and the Hard Fizz DJs. Can't be beat. Come down and enjoy a pirate life with us. It's going to be insane. So in terms of, you guys have, you've coached a lot at the CT level stage, some amazing athletes. What would you be telling an athlete now in between round of 16, moving into the serious part of the draw now into the semis?
You're really trying to not focus on the event so much as like where they're at and their personal journey and what kind of challenges they might face. And a situation like this does bring up so many challenges. Like on a TV screen, it looks pretty and beautiful, and you're getting perfect 3 to 4 foot waves that you can just tag. But beneath that is a situation where it's limited opportunity, guaranteed opportunity. So how are you going to execute, and how high can you execute your best performance on the chances you've got? And there's a few different ways you could look at that. As we see Owen, wow, oh my goodness gracious me! I think where Owen is hitting the ramp and landing is, I think, the blueprint. Like you can see Jarvis going out. You see where Owen's landing there. Like that's going to be so clean if he makes that.
That's a brave person to have given Owen his board.
He's swapping with Connor, isn't he?
Oh, is that
that's
how
amazing.
I think he and Connor are sharing a...
DHD's watching going, oh God, going to have a whole more quivers to do. But yeah, I think this pool just raises so many opportunities. So I feel like if you're working with a surfer, and like I think, I'll use Mikey Clayton Brown as an example. He's been ripping. He's been surfing really good. But he probably hasn't shown like his true top colours yet. So I would be, if I was him, wow. Oh, that was so sick. Yeah, getting back to it, like, take those chances. And if it costs you the heat, it costs you the heat, but at least you might learn something about yourself and where your top level sits. Because ultimately, there is the piece here of execution, but I don't think that you want to be the surfer that executed the most at a medium level to win. I would rather see a surfer go down swinging, and I think that's the biggest opportunity that this kind of plays. You might learn something new about yourself. Oh, I didn't know I could do that in a heat. So that's what I think is really cool about these this event. Oh,
Willie D, just so smooth.
That was sick. Jeez, smooth criminal, eh?
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. It's great to have you guys here today. Two of the best at the game. So to be here for the squadron of firsts, that is the Rip Curl Pro URBNSURF is awesome. I'm going to jump out. True Starling's going to jump in. Great to have you guys here, and thanks to everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, cheers, James. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. Employee number 7.
What are we? We're not full time, but contractor number 1 and 2, or
yeah. Yeah, why not?
Sure. Yeah, well, it's going to be a ripping afternoon down here. We're getting a bit of a sound check in the background. You might be able to hear the tones.
It's glorious.
We've got some semi-final action coming up. The wind is not getting too much stronger, which is nice. True Starling, welcome to the booth.
Thank you. It's pretty hot today.
It's a scorcher,
isn't it?
Oh my god!
I don't think I packed one t-shirt.
Yeah, rookie error.
I know.
Melbourne, 4 seasons, 1 day.
Yep. Filsey. Yeah, she's getting down the line really well. Oh, big backside straighty.
I like that.
That was cool.
Commitment plus.
What do you reckon, True? How's Zali and Philip have been going?
I'm loving it. They're fully going for it. It looks amazing, and they're both getting like heaps of airtime as well. So we'll have a look at the replay. Filsey just gets so much speed, and she goes straight up. Looks like she fell on her board there, but it's pretty epic to see some females out there giving it a good crack too. I mean, Zali, we know her airs. She's pretty good at the aerialists as well, so it's pretty epic.
We're going to take a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We've got probably 20 minutes left of this expression session. Then we've got some semi-final action coming up here at Urban Surf down in Melbourne.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to Urban Surf down in Melbourne. Stacey Galbraith joined by Chris Binns and True Starling. Got 15 or so minutes left in this air expression session. Got a pretty stacked lineup. We've got a wave coming every minute. And Connor O'Leary and Owen Wright are in the water, amongst many others. Chris?
Glorious, isn't it?
It's just fantastic.
Like Melbourne, sunny Saturday afternoon. Not a cloud in the sky, not a drop out of place. Connor and Owen just flown down from up north, surfed, flying straight out of here.
What a life, eh? We've already had one board broken. Got Jagadine returning to shore there. And no doubt, I think we're going to see the surfers now. They've all had sort of 3 or 4 attempts each. Starting to find their action. We've seen some social media of Reef Hazelwood over the last sort of couple of weeks or so filtering out. The pool right now is at about 70% of its power, and it is producing an awesome left ramp here as we see Connor O'Leary.
Bang.
Oh,
wow.
Mental. Wow. What do you make of that one, True?
I reckon that was the best one we've seen. For sure. He was so close to making that too. That projection was insane.
That was crazy.
Wow.
Looks to me like the ramp is closer to where it needs to be than the landing at the moment. Like The actual ramp, everyone's taking off fine, but then there's a lot of people coming down on flat water.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think like it's all a part of that sort of. We've been speaking about a little bit. The takeoff on this is actually quite tricky. If you don't nail the takeoff and get that positioning like Connor has here in the top sort of third of the wave. Oh, whoa, that was proper. That was so sick. And Connor has that bag of tricks in him. I think probably his trademark on the World Tour is his big power. You know, particularly his backside rail surfing is world class, obviously. But growing up, Connor was a tech freak in the air. And I think, you know, opportunities like this could sort of unearth that beast again as we see Jarvis Earl going to get the next attempt. We've got the pullback shot. It's, yeah, you can still see that little white head of hair flying through the air no matter where you are. He's...
white head of hair and a big smile.
He's got teeth and hair. He's just all teeth and hair, isn't he?
Whitest teeth in the business.
Yeah.
Those things are just dazzling.
Yeah. So, they're not having any trouble with the wind, are they? It's pretty much straight offshore, but I guess in the modern era, like the talent of these surfers, they have that ability to, you know, point their board in a direction that still makes it favourable under their feet, and I guess that probably explains why Jarvis is going the way he's going in the air. He's trying to get his board and the wind.
He threw that so far out into the flats. Not sure if you've seen Noah Dean's new video, the Nos vid.
I don't watch premium edits on my phone, and I've only been on my phone since it's come out, so I need to lock myself in a dark room, fire up the lappy or the TV and really lock in. So no, I haven't. I know it was a long-winded excuse, but yeah.
He made a big point of going out of his way to try and do airs when it's offshore and glassy. Oh, someone just about put that one down.
That was young Joe Van Dyke, I think.
JVD.
Yeah, I think we've had a few extras join. I think Jagger Bartholomew's out there as well.
I think he just returned to shore, I think.
Did he?
But he was out there earlier,
get
right.
one,
Yeah, he had a couple of cracks at it. Pretty cool way to wash off a heat, I reckon.
Oh, 100%.
How good's that? I'm going to go out and try a few big airs.
All right, so this is Joe Van Dyke. He might have... Oh, he did that very nicely. Spun it beautifully.
Yeah, so with a few heads in the lineup out there, it's to the back of the line there for Joe. But as James mentioned earlier, the way that this tech's set up is there is no right to this air ramp. It is just the left. Yeah, we didn't get too much out of him, did we, though, Chris, as far as the trade secrets are concerned?
Yeah, it's just the best space race in all of surfing, the way that the different technologies are pushing each other. Here goes O-Dog. Beautifully done. I thought he was out of that, but not quite. Got the pop. Seemed to have spotted his landing. Engaged the gear and, yeah, just swallowed in the white water. On a borrowed board, no less.
Yeah, if you've just tuned in, Owen Wright's first choice of surfboard is now in half.
Oh, it was nicely done.
Oh, that was really high.
There's so much lift that you can get from that section. Like, it's crazy how high everyone's getting.
Sick.
Wow.
That big slob grab. That's he won $300,000 doing that in New
He
York
did,
to
didn't
beat
he?
Kelly in the final of the Quick Pro in 2010.
Slob was kind of the air of that event, wasn't it?
It really was.
Kelly broke Taj Burrow's heart for the 48th time at that event, doing the same thing.
Oh, yeah, that was wild.
Oh my God.
But yeah, generally long running lefts, I guess running from the Montauk end towards the Manhattan end, if you will.
I'll have to take your word on that one. I've never actually been to that part of the world. But
that was one of the best events
firing
I've
waves.
been to.
Oh.
Yeah. And everyone was like, okay, New York, September, bet it's cold. We were in board shorts the whole time.
Oh.
And, got a big hurricane or something, didn't it? It was just pumping.
Well, there were two. Yeah, hurricane.
Two, half your luck.
Wow.
Hurricane Sandy came through beforehand and wiped away all the structure and ended the hopes of there was meant to be a huge music festival, and that got put to bed. And then there was another little hurricane that came through and churned up plenty of waves for the contest.
Yeah.
But
I had no idea that New York got that good, but I think it does get that good.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty frequently.
Yeah. Look at one Balaram stack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but getting back to it, not the Nosvid it looks like a corker, or the trailer's a psycho, and I can't wait to tuck into it. But you're mentioning about the offshore air situation.
He's gone out of his way to not just do airs in the onshore, but take on big, clean, early morning conditions, which are not traditionally the favourite time of day for the air surfer. But no, Nos definitely steps up. A few more alley-oops that way into the offshore.
Filsey.
All right, Philip Anderson.
Oh,
like
sick.
that.
Wow.
I think we're going to get a few more air attempts here, and then we might get to see a few left barrels. Talk us through this one, True.
Yeah, Filsey gets so much speed again. Everyone's just getting so much pop, and I love that she's just able to get that rotation, but she's pretty close to nailing them as well.
Oh, that shot was
wow.
sick. I quite like hitting it almost before you get to the big ramp, because then you have the landing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you kind of, otherwise you've probably got to negotiate like this psycho floater barrel.
Yeah, or you
situation.
do what Jarvis does, which is go all Matt Miola and just hut to the flats and pray your connective tissue holds together. Although we saw Owen breaking his board before. Matt Miola gets his boards glassed weak so that he breaks his boards, not his ankles.
That's...
I mean, you know, you
makes sense, I guess.
It's an interesting approach. Here goes Zali.
Boom, Zali.
Didn't quite get onto that one.
So if we do flip over to the barrels, which I don't know if it's common knowledge, but if I was a competitor that wasn't still in the comp, or even if I was, I'll be waxing up, because that right's going to fire up again.
I think we're going to start the semis pretty soon as well, which will be exciting.
Yeah, that will be cool. I'd be interested to see Jarvis in this left barrel once he gets going. I think he's pretty well custom built for this wave, just given his size and his technical ability. I think that, pretty much any setting that they throw his way, he's going to make look pretty enjoyable. As opposed to Connor O'Leary, who is probably one of the biggest blokes on the world tour. He's going to have to curl up into a little ball to get inside this pit, I reckon.
Big unit, isn't he?
He's a big kid. How many times have you been down here, True?
Too many to count, Stace. I've been here a few times.
Have ya? Good on you. Half your luck.
So you're
Pretty
the poster
lucky.
girl these days. You were telling us you were dressed as a Christmas tree last week.
Yeah. Yep. Had a bit of tinsel wrapped around me and a few reindeer ears going around every now and then, which was pretty cool. So.
Doesn't Strider say Christmas trees if people are lighting up waves? Is that one of his lines?
I think so, yeah.
Christmas tree, yeah.
What do you call it, Binzy, when someone's throwing a bit of water?
Oh, it's just a good old ham sanger, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of pizza. Throwing some buckets.
Yeah.
Love a bucket.
Yeah.
Looks like Zali's gone. All right. Focus on the next heat. She's called
Yeah, I would too. Yeah. She's got a fantastic looking board there.
Rad Ripper.
Yeah, the Rad Ripper's pretty versatile board. You can set it up as a quad or a thruster. She's got the Futures Rasta set in there. I think we're going to see some pits here, ladies and gentlemen. Connor O'Leary.
Oh,
my.
Connor a cartwheel. Here goes Jarvis. So straight into the tube mode. Oh, someone, look, the right is empty right now.
Oh, that as a Gold Coaster, that hurts.
Oh,
so dreamy. Oh, and an air. Sick. We got here Filsey. It's just like 1 foot chopu, this barreling left. Connor, round 2. There you go. Sick.
Oh, see you later, mate.
Oh, Jarvie, alley-oop.
Oh, please.
Oh.
Wowee. Oh.
How long is this session going to go for, Bins? I need to see you on that right.
I know, I'm looking at it right now.
One for the commentators.
Mate, we had the dream in Taiwan. First time ever we had the expression session for the staff.
Oh, sick.
Big shout out to the Taiwanese surfing community for allowing that one to go ahead.
Uh-huh.
And it was commentated by Xavier Huxtable.
Oh,
He was on
great.
the beach commentary.
How'd he go?
He was glorious.
Ah.
Yeah. Might have. I was a bit worried for the future of my job, the way he went about it.
I'd like to see Xavier put his head down this next sort of 6 months and have a good crack at the Changers, Chris. I think you might be safe there, mate.
He's pretty handy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a great young lad, great surfer.
All right, one more set, I believe. And well, it's amazing. The air ramp's gone. It's tubes only, and numbers have disappeared.
I have. Getting ready for some semi-final action, Chris. Who you been liking so far?
Oh, same as everyone. I think WSL is definitely the man to beat. You know, feels a little bit more comfortable and natural on your backhand, but he's just got that variety that the being frontside allows you. And you know, being a little bit smaller and lighter and younger and nimble.
Yeah, plenty of fuel left in the tank.
Yeah. It's all, and just the teeth.
Yeah, I mean, yep, he's looking fast, that's for sure. He's been in the red jersey. Red does tend to go faster. I've been liking Zali Kelly on the right. She's been looking very consistent, putting up some high numbers. And then I think Nixie Ryan's been looking really strong as well. So there's, you know, plenty of people to keep an eye on. Actually, you know what? I can't forget Willow Hardy. She was really strong in her opening rounds. Going to see one more set here. Oh, going for the air and riding out.
Yeah, not bad at all. Oh.
Joe Van Dyke, not a small body, doing his best to fit in that barrel. Oh my God, yes.
He's finally
human.
put a foot
wrong. Condor. Oh, so fun.
Oh, there you go.
Philippa. Some great practice for the backside barrel riding. It's an incredibly technical barrel. There's pretty much no room for error. If you're too low, you get the lip in the head. Too high, you go over the falls. So it's great practice. You know, there's not a lot of waves around the world like it. I think judging by Noah Dean's social media, he seems to find them in the ocean. Weird wedgy lefts. But as far as like repetition's concerned, yeah, if you're ever looking to hone your skills in the tube, this is definitely I can't think of a better starting place, really.
Yeah.
You're not going to get that many attempts behind the Rocket Snapper or at Lennox or any of these other waves around the world.
Unless you have a fragile surfing ego, in which case do not look at video footage of yourself because it just takes it out, throws it on the ground, and gets the biggest sledgehammer out, smashes it to pieces.
Yeah, I got a great wave out here a few months ago. I was 14 metres in front of the tube.
Yeah,
and
leggy barrels doesn't even begin to describe it.
Yeah, it actually felt good.
You're pig dogging like you're Nathan Florence with 16 GoPros in your mouth.
Yeah.
And then you see the footage and your leggy's not even in the shade. All right, we're going to throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life coming our way right after this.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. It is 4,000 degrees here in Melbourne today, and the action in the water is even hotter. We are down to the semi-finals. On screen right now is Nixie Ryan, Ellie Harrison, being joined by Ava Holland and Zali Kelly. On the men's side of the draw, Jarvis Earl and Micah Marguson, they've paired up all the way through the draw so far. They're coming up against Xavier Huxtable and Solly Bailey. That's Jarvis and Micah on screen right now. I'm Chris Binns. Alongside me is Harry Mann. And what have you made of things so far?
It's been non-stop action, Binnsy. I've just been roaming around with the fans. And yeah, look, you got rights, you got lefts, you got women, you got men, you've got plenty of action going on in the water. It's pretty non-stop, but yeah, gee, it's entertaining. It was cool to see some women and some men huck some big airs there.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff going on, of course. Plenty of food at 3 Blue Ducks. You can go check out the Surfboard Empire stands and all their boards. I just went and got a skin check. Mum, if you're listening, I don't have anything to worry about, so all those years of nagging me, good on you. It's paid off.
Must have been looking after yourself, Binns. What sunscreen you use?
The La Roche-Posay.
Yes, I've had that on all day today. Normally I'm walking out here like a bit of a lobster today, but I feel like I've avoided the sunburn. So
yeah, the Amphelios, the wet skin sunscreen, 50 plus. Coming fresh out of the Laboratoire Dermatologique.
yeah, so as we see on the screen, Club Rip Curl.
Oh, you'd know all about this.
You're already in it, mate. Make it official. Free to sign up. Obviously, you've got a lot of great customers going in there to buy their wetsuits and their board shorts for their trip. May as well get a kickback from it. You can also get a GPS watch and be a pro surfer, Binns. All you have to do is go catch some waves, and you get Rip Curl points you can redeem in store on products or experiences. So yeah, it's a pretty epic deal. I actually feel like I finally cracked it. I'm a pro surfer, Nate. I get paid to surf.
All these years. Finally.
Yeah.
The answer was right there in front of us
the
whole time.
Didn't have to spend thousands of dollars going overseas. I could have just signed up for a Rip Curl, for Club Rip Curl, the closest Rip Curl store, and
you can see Owen and Connor have just come in from their surf. They're both glued to their phones right now, checking out all the Rip Curl GPS downloads of their surf.
Yeah.
All their stats.
Owen might have cracked 30 kilometres on a few. He was flying down the line into that big ramp. Bit scary, that ramp.
Yeah, he just landed flat, put one of his big hoofs straight through the middle of his board.
Yeah, I saw it.
Very, very brave and generous of Connor to land on a board after that. Like, if you've seen that, you'd be like, oh, no, mate, there's a rental shop in there. Go grab one. Go to the Surfboard Empire.
Yeah. But,
over 5,000 surfboards available from all the major brands. Get online, surfboardempire.com.au. Order your next one.
Did see a very happy fan, though, with half of Owen's board. Walking around Urban Surf as we see Jarvis Earl. He's been a standout all day. And, oh, my God.
Wow. Oh, he's not done yet either. Now, this is how to start off your campaign. There's the carving 3. He's almost like Shades Kelly the way he pulls that one out. As soon as he's feeling it, it's like a little cocky kind of carving 3 claim of sorts. Here's Micah Marguson on the wave behind.
What a start to the semi. And Binnsy, there's a change in the semis, given these surfers 6 waves, best 2. So Jarvis Earl definitely set the tone early and goes, you know what, I got 6 shots at this. They're my best 2 waves. I'm going to go hell for leather.
Imagine if they surfed up 4 regular waves and then 1 pit and then 1 ramp.
That would be incredible.
Like as your bonus kind of, or you just go to a tiebreaker.
Yeah,
take it to the right. We're all square. We're going to go to tubes.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, maybe that's almost the super over of the Urban Surf Pro. We'll try to cue that one up. I see Ali Harrison. Oh, looks like she's changed her equipment. So interesting. She's gone off the PU onto the EPS. Just falling off on that one there. A couple of small scores for Zali and Ali, but
you know, the caliber of those two servers, I'm sure we will not see that 4 or the 3-3 in their best 2 waves by the end of the heat, Binsy.
We're not going to be able to see any scores if this sun keeps coming in, because we're about to really cop it, and the La Roche-Posay will be coming out in full effect.
Yeah, so it was actually snowing not long ago in Victoria. I'm actually not joking. About 2 weeks ago it was snowing on the mountains, but, you know, the Rip Curl Pro coming to town, presented by Pirate Life, and sun comes out, and it is cooking today. I'm not used to it. My Victorian skin is, yeah, copping a fair bit of sun.
So there's the angle of Rory, the wave generating device in the middle, named after Roaring 40s.
So we got any opening scores for the first exchange of the men's? That
Jarvis Earls opened up with an 8.5. Micah Markison a 5.17. Ellie Harrison a 4. Zali Kelly a 3.33. Here goes Nixie Ryan.
Nixie Ryan, another standout today.
Wow, she's belted this wave. 4 huge clouts, and that's going to be a decent number for the surfer in white. Wave behind Spat.
Yeah, I know. I have seen the odd tube on advanced turns, as we see Ava Holland. Really nice backhand. I've been impressed today. Throwing a lot of spray on that second turn. As it gets a little bit more vertical, sticks it up there and tries to get around the section. Just coming undone then. But Jarvis Earl starting with an 8.5. He's got 5 more waves. That's scary, Lindsay. 5 more opportunities and starting with an 8.5. Yeah, stay tuned. There's going to be some incredible surfing, as we see.
Yeah, so this is Solly Bailey opening his account. Oh, I just love how much he kicks the tail out. So hard to do on your backhand in this wave.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. You know, that second section, you haven't got a lot of time. You throw the fins out, you have to recover straight away into the next turn, and the way Solly did that then was yeah, pretty unbelievable. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that third turn, but a glimpse of what we're going to see from Solly for the rest of the heat.
Alright, this is the replay of Nixie Ryan's last wave. I reckon this will be a big score, Harry.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that second turn. As we said, slid the tail a little bit, had control. Not heaps of quantity, but 3 major turns, that's all you need. I think that's going to be a pretty healthy score. I dare say another excellent score. Semi-final time. No time to leave anything on the table bins. These surfers need to get in the final and bank some points for their regional qualifying series rankings. Try to get on that Challenger series. So it's looking like Nixie Ryan has locked in an 8-point ride. So another excellent score. On the women's side, Nixie Ryan with an 8, Ava Holland with the second best score of a 4.8, and Ali Harrison with a 4, and Azali with a 3.3. So Nixie Ryan will be very happy, and I'm sure the other girls will be looking to get something in the excellent range as well.
All right, here goes Micah. Big first turn. Oh, he's just really found a nice pace. He times these ones from start to finish beautifully, throwing a big bucket of spray on every turn. Gives himself a little bit of a rev up kicking out of that one.
Yeah, that was a bit of a no-claim. He's happy with that one, and rightfully so. That was really well served.
Right, here goes Jarvis. Put his feet in the wax to the tune of 8.5 on his opener. Well, this is the carving through again. I love how he seamlessly comes out of it into 2 more turns. So he's still not done. He's beaching it.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a wave surf that long at the pool, and maybe a bit of local. You know, he's got some secrets from a couple of locals there. Get as close as you can to the wall, and it'll suck you back out. But he's pretty happy, and
look at the smile.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy as well if I opened my exchange with an 8.5. He's loving that carving through. It's impressive. As we see, Ali Harrison, nice jam in the lip there. Oh. You can see that everyone's trying to step up in these semis, Binsy. They know they need 2 really good scores to get through.
So Zali Kelly, this was a 5.17. Fluently surfed. Nice release of the tail, and she is out of there. Just Still waiting on scores to come for Jarvis and Micah. So 6 waves. That really gives you plenty of opportunity. Scores are coming in. Jarvis Earl, an 8.1. Micah Markison, a 6.17. So those two in first and second for the third heat today. So they just keep surfing together, keep going 1-2.
Yeah, how good. I
wonder if Micah's just like sitting in his slipstream, letting Jarvis tire himself out before striking in the final.
Yeah, not a bad call. Oh, that was a pretty impressive wave. That last turn on that steep section, very impressive from Ava Holland there, and I think that's easily going to be her best score. Yeah, really nice backhand there, as we see. Nixie Ryan.
Well, she got an 8 for her opener. Not going to be up into the excellent range on this one, but still, she'll be feeling pretty good knowing she's got those excellent scores in her pocket if she needs. And have a look at that. Pretty as a picture. So we're looking pretty much south there.
Correct, yeah. A little bit of a nor'east breeze today, which is
bless you.
Perfect offshore. As we have a few replay of the men's side here.
This is Solly.
Solly. He's not scared of throwing those fins out. Oh, that turn was incredible. And just pushes a little bit hard in that last one. But he's on his way to a nice score here. And I think the 5th...
This will be Xavier.
This will be Xavier, yeah, in the white. Wow. You don't get much vertical than that. Straight into a second turn.
Oh. He knows this wave. And he is out of there. All right, so numbers to come. Solly, a 5.93.
Yeah, he left a few points on the board there falling off, but there was 2 really impressive turns on that wave.
So he'll take confidence from that. A 5.93 when he fell. He knows that he can easily jump up into that excellent range if he can string together a full sequence. A 6.07 the result for Xavier, but it is still Jarvis and Micah 1 and 2. On the women's side, all scores are in. Nixie Ryan, a 6.37 for a second to back up her opening 8. So she's sitting on already a 14.37 total with 4 waves still to come.
You can see the tactics have definitely changed coming into the semi. The surfers are aware they've got a few more opportunities, and oh my God.
Wow. So Jarvis Earl has taken out the driver and is teeing off on this one. Start to finish, you get a bit of that length of ride that we saw earlier. And I mean, this is the 5th wave, so the fact that Jarvis is still going on the second tells you how he's... Wow, Micah has responded with some fire of his own. This is looking really strong from the surfer in blue.
Those two have just fired each other up all day. Jarvis Earl not doing his token carving 3-0, but pretty much did everything else on that wave.
The first turn was just full fins out the back. Bit of a grind on the coping, and then to come out of it, keep your speed straight into another hook.
Super impressive. I think way better his situation there.
This is Zali Kelly. Oh, this is a great wave as well. Oh, beautifully done by the surfer in red. Behind Zali, this is Ellie Harrison. Oh, the women are stepping up. Yeah. We've seen it's a crescendo through the day. The performances are just getting better and better. It's still just first semi-final time, so we've got another semi on both sides of the draw after this, and then the finals. I expect fireworks.
I can pretty confidently say that's probably the best 4 back-to-back waves I've ever seen in the pool. Jarvis set the tone, and then, yeah, Micah, Ali, and Zali, just some incredible surfing. And there's plenty of time left in the day. Another semi after this into the final, so stay tuned.
Wow, last score for Jarvis Earl comes in. It's a 9.1, which means he's throwing away an 8.1 and has a 17.62 wave total. Here goes Nixie Ryan on the women's side of the pool.
Wow. Speaking of 8s, already has one on the board and she wants to get another one up there. That was an incredibly surf wave. Yeah, I kind of lost for words after that first turn. That was full throttle, just 100% effort into that turn. As you see, Ava Holland out the back. Just losing it a bit there, but yeah, look, Nixie Ryan, that was an incredible wave.
Yeah, Ava Holland, that's one of the first misfires we've seen in the last sort of 3 or 4 exchanges. The levels just, everyone's figuring the pool out. They're getting the rhythms of the 2nd and the 5th wave. And doing it very, very nicely. Okay. Here goes Xavier Huxtable. Oh, lightning quick whip through that turn. He's a big lad these days, Xavier, throwing a lot of water. Here goes Solly Bailey. Always getting that drive out of the tail. Releases the tail there. Probably didn't do himself any favours with length of ride because that was the end of his wave, but it was a great turn to sign off with. So we're halfway through the first semi. 3 waves in the can for all 4 of our men and all 4 of our women.
Some incredible waves already. Halfway through a heat, to see the calibre of surfing we've already seen is quite outstanding. And they've all got 3 more shots with some pretty significant scores on the board. So yeah, I think we're going to see some incredible surfing. Every surfer has a chance to claw back. It's best 2. We've got 3 waves to come. So yeah, on the women's side, we've got Nixie Ryan with an 8. She's backed that up with a 6.77. Zali Kelly has a 7, a 0.7, and a 5.17, chasing a 7.7. Ava Holland a 6.33 and a 4.8, and Alia Harrison with a 6.13 and a 4.23. So yeah, still anyone's game. Nixie Ryan with the best score of the heat of an excellent score of an 8. See Micah on the left.
Oh. Wow, Micah's just feeling it. He's feeding off his sparring partner, Jarvis Earl's energy. And what's Jarvis got for us? He can't miss at the moment. 3 waves, 3 excellent scores. Bit of a different opening turn there, a longer drawn out carve, so plenty of variety as well. Almost probably eyeing off the alley-oop, decides to go to reverse instead. Jarvis Earl is just going bananas out there right now.
Yeah, he read that wave incredibly well. Started off with 2 really nice carves and then saw that section coming back at him and yeah, threw the fins for a major manoeuvre on the inside section, but he doesn't need a score. He's just putting on a show now. Ali Harrison stabbing one in the lip there. Oh, that was a critical turn there. Straight into another layback. Gets a finish here. She's going to be very happy. Wow, great wave.
Yeah, Zali Kelly behind her. So the action just does not stop.
Wow. It impresses Zali. She loves to throw that tail around and yeah, just controls it.
That was a pretty even exchange between Zali and Ellie there. And we're going to have a quick look now at Jarvis's previous 9-point ride. He still has a score to come in as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting wave, this wave. Start off with a quick stab. Oh no, this is what wave was that one? Was that wasn't his previous one? But yeah, it's hard to tell. He's got a 9 and an 8.5 and an 8, so All kind of blending into the
with
same.
one more score still to come in.
Yeah.
Xavier Huxtable has dropped in a 6.93 for his last wave. He's moved up into second. Jarvis's last wave was an 8.9, so he's now throwing away an 8.53 and an 8.1. Man, Micah Margison still with a score to come. Here goes Solly Bailey, currently sitting in fourth, but there's really not much between second, third and fourth at the moment. Goes the reverse, unfortunately blows the fins out the back and stays out the back. Can't reconnect with the front of the wave, and Solly is out of there.
So interesting, Zave's last wave fell off and still got a 6.93, so the judge is really liking his critical surfing in the pocket. He's trying to better that. Comes unstuck again. So he's left the door open. Mike has been surfing incredibly well.
Micah's last wave was a 6.57. That's his best, but he needs another one like that, a 6.44 to move into second.
So it's definitely a fight for second right now. Jarvis has run away with a 9.1 and an 8.9. Zave and Micah, a couple of scores in the sixes. They're kind of fighting over, high sixes and low sixes. So
Jarvis's throwaways will be coming second in this heat.
Yeah, I think Jarvis's throwaways would probably win most heats today, which is scary.
All right, this is Ava Holland on her backhand. Beautifully timed run down the line. She's just found her groove on this one. 4 big hooks. This is Xavier Huxtable now sitting up in second. So Micah Margison in unfamiliar territory. Not progressing in second behind Jarvis Earl at this stage. That's Nixie Ryan throwing her weight around. Plenty of spray, the result from those big turns.
So yeah, Nixie improved there with a 7.07. So she has strengthened her lead. She has an 8 and a 7.07. Zali with a few sevens, a 7.23 and a 7.07 in second, and Ali Harrison's last score was her best, a 7.13. Needs another one of those bins, needs a 7.18. And Ava Holland, beautiful style and flow, a couple of sixes, so he's chasing a 7.8. But every surf in the water has 2 waves to come.
Yeah, so 4 waves in the can, 2 still to come. That's us. As you can see, we are copying the full brunt of a glorious Melbourne summer day. And you can see conditions are perfect in the pool. It is so tempting, so inviting. You'd want to go for a boardie surf, wouldn't you?
I'm literally thinking about chucking some boardies off and getting out there. Not allowed, but it'd be nice. As you can see, Zali Callie. Throws that tail around with incredible control. Like she's on an EPS board. Currently in second, trying to strengthen that because she knows Ali and Ava are more than capable of getting those scores. You can see Ali, a nice start there. Oh, just got caught up there. Looking good as well. May come down to the last exchange. I feel like both these heats are going to come down to the last exchange regardless. So see if Azali improves on her 7.07.
All right, this is Jarvis Earl's 5th wave. Hasn't put a foot wrong, gone excellent on his opening 4. And no signs of that changing anytime soon. It's just great how much variety he's showing off. Here goes Micah Margison. Same set, Micah chasing a 6.44 to put himself up into the final.
Wow, great finish there. First 2 turns were a little bit rounded, but then got really vertical on the inside, and definitely made the judges think about that one. So we'll see how that comes through. He is chasing a 6.44. Surfed that way pretty well. It's like Zali did improve. Oh no, I haven't got the score yet. Just under a 6.9, and Ali's looks like she's going to come around in the 5 range. So no change in the situation there. Those girls will have 1 more opportunity each. And it's like another club Rip Curl. Earn points every time you shop and surf. Yes, please. Get rewarded for catching waves. Earn points. Get in there and cash it in on some new Mirage activates. I know Binsey got a pair this morning. Very happy with them. Might have to chuck them on and get in the water soon.
My hamstrings have never felt more secure. I expect world titles in my future. Otherwise, I'll be having a chat with the tech department. Here goes Xavier Huxtable.
So Zave knows he's in a bit of pressure here. Needs to chuck something on the board. 3 really impressive turns. Come unstuck at the end. However, he may still better his situation there. It's not about what you didn't do, it's about what you do.
All right, this is Solly Bailey. Releases the tail. That was cool. I don't know if it was intentional, but he got away with it. Done it again. He's just sort of out of rhythm as a result of that first miss hit. So some more scores are in. WSL, just an absolute dud. An 8.17 his last wave. Let's just never talk about that again. That's his 5th excellent score from 5 attempts in this semi-final. Micah Margison, a 5.8. Doesn't go into his top 2. He's still chasing a 6.44.
So yeah, looks like a bit of wasted energy for Jarvis there. Just a small 8.17. I'm sure every other competitor would be putting their hands up saying, could I get some of that? As we see Nixie Ryan, current heat leader on the right. Really impressive carving moves there. And
wow, I like that. She's way out in front and still not holding back.
You can't hold back, not at this stage of the contest. You know, all these surfers are fighting to get into that final and try to get some very important WQS rating points on the regional series to get into that challenger. So everyone's got one more wave each, Binsey. It's definitely coming into the mad minute.
I'd love to know what the vibe is like between the competitors, because I find when you surf in the pool, you become mates. There's quite a bit of camaraderie that doesn't exist when you surf in the ocean and everyone's the enemy.
Actually, my first experience in the wave pool, that's what I got so excited about. We actually came up here for a work thing and everyone took turns, everyone had the same amount of opportunity. When you're on the wave, everyone was hooting, and it was, yeah, it's an incredible feeling, because normally you're trying to fight for death to catch a wave in some locations in the world. So yeah, it's pretty cool that everyone gets their fair share out here. Important score for Micah.
Yeah, he really needs to go give this one curry. He's doing it pretty nicely.
So Zabe did improve with a 7.9 even though he fell off. So he's fallen off on both of his 2 scoring waves, but he's just incredible surfing when he has to. Speaking of incredible surfing.
Yeah, well, this is a victory lap for Jarvis. And, come on.
He gets another 8 here. If you go out there, catch 6 waves and gets an excellent score every time, that'd be a first, I reckon. That's incredible.
That's kind of... I remember Owen doing stuff like that on the junior series back in the day. I remember an event out at Burleigh. He was on his backhand. And if the heat had been scored out of 50, he would have had something like 45 points.
Wow.
And Jarvis is up there now. If this heat's out of 60, he's
back in 50s,
yeah,
surely.
Yeah.
So, not sure if Micah's scores come through yet. Might get a replay. We've got a replay of Ali Harrison's, another really important score here.
Oh, that was great.
Wow. That was some critical surfing there from Ali. Chasing a score. And it looks like she's going to get it. She's going to get a 7.53, which has put her into second. And it looks like Zali Kali only getting a 4.23 on that last. So Ali has leapfrogged over Zali into second.
So Ava Holland still a chance. She needs an 8.16.
But yeah, it comes down to that last exchange more often than not. Ali really clutched up there. Had a lot of vertical critical sections and didn't go half-hearted, threw everything at it because I think she knew she had to, and got rewarded for it.
Well, Micah Margison, speaking about getting rewarded, his last wave was a 7.6. Does go into his top 2, not quite enough to knock Xavier Huxtable from second. So Jarvis, his last wave a complete dart, a 777. Let's not bring that up again. Oof, not even in the excellent range, but he is through with an 18-point total, a 9.1 and 8.9. Here goes Ava Holland, last roll of the dice, trying to book herself a ticket in the final.
It was impressive surf wave, but needing an excellent 8.16. Wait and see what the judges think there as we see Nixie Ryan. Oh my God. Threw everything at that and just come unstuck, but that's what we like to see.
Jarvis Earl would be feeling confident that he's through, but Xavier Huxtable and Solly Bailey both have a wave to come.
I feel like Solly is just, he's so close to putting it together on one and getting an excellent score. We've seen some excellent moments from him and some excellent turns, throwing some fins, and you know, the risk that goes into those turns are incredible as we see Solly. Speaking of risk, straight off the bat, that was impressive. Really hard to do on the pool. He needs a big score. Throws it again.
I mean, he's competed in a CT in Kelly's pool in the past, so he knows about the nerves. He knows about surfing in chlorine. He knew that he had to lay it on the line there. The first turn was amazing, but couldn't back it up. Here goes Xavier, so he's guaranteed himself second. It'll be Jarvis and Xavier Huxtable, our first finalists on the men's side of proceedings. Nixie Ryan and Ellie Harrison, our first finalists on the ladies' side of proceedings. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life coming our way right after this quick break.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. Have a look at those scenes in front of us. We are into the second semi-final stage. Men are surfing the left. Oh, look like Bodie Williams just wearing a nose to the face. Women are surfing the right. So men's side division, Mike Clayton Brown is in red. Bodie Williams in blue. Hopefully he's still with the face intact. Tully Wiley is in white. Koto Kurokawa is in green. For the ladies, Willow Hardy is in red. Freya Prum is in blue. Sage Goldsberry is in white. And Mia Huppets is in green. Best 6 waves. Well, 6 waves. Best 2 count in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and we saw what those 6 waves, those 6 opportunities the surfers did in the last semi-final, and yeah, it was super impressive. Jarvis Earl got a total of about 52 out of 60 in his 6 waves, and Nixie Ryan wasn't too far behind, so incredible start to the semi-finals, Benzie.
Yeah, as we suspected, performance levels just keep on raising. Everyone's finding their feet, getting used to the rhythm of the wave, getting more comfortable with the competition format, which everyone's surfed the same heat format their whole lives to this point, so there is a lot of adjusting to do. And it's great, keeps things fresh, spices it up a lot, and we've just seen performances continue to improve and expect more of that. We've got 1 more semi to go on each side, and then we're into the finals.
Epic, how good. Some music playing in the background, some hard fizzes and some Pirate Life going down. It's all happening here at Urban Surf, so yeah, I'd get down here if you can to watch the final. Willow Hardy, very impressive in the quarterfinal heat before, Binzi. Know much about Willow?
Sure do. She's from Margaret River. She's over here with her old boy Gene, who's an absolute legend. Willow competed in the Margaret River Pro as a wild card. Fun fact there. She also a few years ago was part of the Rising Tides program at the Margie's Pro. So she went from being just a cute little grommet who was looking up to her heroes, to suddenly surfing a heat against Steph Gilmore at her home break.
Wow. Speaking of that, Tully Wiley did win the trials this year, get into the main event at the Rip Curl Pro. Surfed that wave pretty good, and Kaito straight into the lip there. Got the buzzer beater in the last heat.
Wow. Almost flirted with the rail there as if he was looking for a little pig dog. And he got a little bit discombobulated after that, and the wheels came off. Those first two turns, very lively. Mike Clayton-Brown, his opener was a 6.17. Bodie Williams' first wave was a 4. Willow's opener was a 5.5. Freya's was a 3.17. This is Sage Goldsberry's first wave.
Yeah, Sage, really impressive in her previous heat. Done some time in the pool. From Phillip Island, Mia Huppets, oh my God, vertical into that first section, straight into a big carve. Wow, Mia, she would have been on her way to an excellent score if she finished that one off. Still getting a 5.27, so it looks like Sage Goldsberry got the best of the opening exchange for the women's with a 6.5. Willow Hardy, a 5.5. Mia Huppets, a 5.27. And Freya Prime with a 3.17. So, girls just warming up there.
Yep, Kaito Kurokawa for the man, a 3.83 his opener. Tully Wiley, a 7.33, puts him into the lead. One wave down, 5 to go.
Epic. Looks like we have the crew checking out their equipment. Has been interesting, the equipment today. If you're down here, go down to the Surfboard Empire tent. Epic to feel some boards there. A lot of the surf is going for the EPS, but the wind did pick up. They got back on the PUs. The jury's still out on what you should ride in the pool. Seen everything from twin fins, fun boards, EPS performance boards to just a stock standard shorty. So kind of ride what you want. There's a fair bit of push in the wave.
Well, on that note, why not grill the guy who does the joy rides for Stab, the man who knows as much about surfboards as anyone. I'm going to jump out of the booth quickly and hand over to Stace Galbraith.
Epic. As we see Freya Pram, a veteran on the QS series, getting one in the lip there, coming into a nice second turn and just finishing this one off. Fell off on the first. I'm sure she's happy to finish on her feet there. As we've got Stace back in the booth. Great to have company from Stace Galbraith. As Willow Hardy, very impressed with her backhand snaps in the lip in the previous heat. She asked a little bit off rhythm on that wave there, but epic thing about the semis, Stace, 6 opportunities, best 2 waves.
I'm expecting the performances to go through the roof, and we saw that from Jarvis Earl, Xavier Huxtable, and Micah Marguson in that first semi. That was amazing.
It was incredible. Like Jarvis Earl, just the way he was surfing was out of this world. He's thrown away about 4.8s, and then I really enjoyed that Zave and Micah going head to head, and Zave coming up with the second place and a progression in the finals. We see Bodie Williams missed a spray turn, just came off on that last section there. So yeah, you have to pretty impressive surfing if you want to get into that final stage.
Yeah, I was had a quick chat with young Pratamo. He's head judge of the whole tour, basically. He's the big dog, and just went and got his opinion on what he's enjoying about, Jarvis surfing. And he just said he at the moment he seems to be the only surfer that looks like he's not thinking about it. He's just instinctive. He's carrying his speed through the ride from start to finish. It's not stop-starty at all. Every turn's a major manoeuvre, and he's got the variety. So pretty much the full package there, and I think that he's obviously set the benchmark from the get-go.
Yeah, what's really impressed me with Jarv, I think some surfers, and including myself, can go into the pool and almost pre-think what they're going to do on the wave. But what Jarvis has done, he looks like he's just taking it section by section. He had a 5th wave before and did 2 nice carves, and then saw the wave coming back at him and threw the fins out for an air reverse. And yeah, it just shows he's not preempting what he's going to do. He just kind of gets out there and performs of section by section. So it's been pretty impressive by Jarvis.
Like we were talking about earlier, it's kind of cool to have that element in here, still that natural kind of instinct of what you'd have sort of in the ocean. As we see Kaito here.
Kaito has impressed me. Got through on a buzzer beater last heat, but really fast surfer and not afraid to throw some fins on his backhand. Tully Wiley king of the pool. He's, trying to make that official today. Just falls off on that layback.
So a good start there for Tully. He'd be stoked with that, 7.33. And, you know, he'd have to be, you know, feeling pretty confident in his chances to make the final here, but no doubt he's got one eye on what Jarvis Earl's doing. They both stand with their right foot forward, so I guess, you know, you are comparing apples with apples there, and I would say that Tully has that natural power advantage. So, you know, I'd be pretty stoked to see him in the final, and I think he is the one surfer that really could put it to Jarvis.
100%. I think his point of difference, which we've seen today, is just his power, his rail game. He's done some carves, and he's almost thrown 50% of the water out of the pool. Like, he's a big guy. He looks like an AFL full forward. Could use him at the Bombers Stace, but he's chose to be a surfer. And
probably use us at the Bombers.
Yeah. Well, we're not too far away from the hangar. We might have to.
I can see it from here.
Yeah, might have to go have a chat to the boys after this and sort some things out. But Mia Huppets, she did a turn on her first wave into the lip stace. It was incredible. Didn't finish it, but yeah, she's got to put the pieces together here, and looks like she did it on that wave, which is ended up being a 6.9. So the best score of the heat thus far on the women's side. Looks like Mia Huppets with a 6.9, Sage with a 6.5, and Willow Hardy with a 6. So girls with some good scores, but I can guarantee by the end of the heat there will be an excellent score on the board stays, and that's going to sort these women out of who's going to progress into the final.
It's warming up down here in our natural studio. We're in the elements.
Yeah, you think I'd have half a clue what the weather's doing. I came with a jumper, long pants, some long socks today, and then I am just melting. But yeah, can't complain. It's sun's out, surf's pumping. We've got some Pirate Lifes on ice ready to go, so I'm excited.
I think it's probably time to pull the trigger on them. Another great exchange here, starting with Willow.
Yeah, really impressed me, Willow. Her timing has been pretty impeccable on her backhand. Obviously used to raw open ocean waves in West Oz. Looks like she's a strong surfer, as we see the veteran of the field, Freya Pram. So looking to get a good score. Ooh, a bit of a stall there.
Yeah, she's not afraid of her barrel, Freya. See her up on the Gold Coast getting pitted all the time. And a couple of nice opening hooks there.
Yeah, that was a good exchange. Waiting for scores there. But look, we're not even halfway through this one.
No, I know. And look, if I'm critical of the situation, I think that like if you're in the third and fourth position already after your first two waves, like there's no time to really. Oh, it's a beautiful turn there from Bodie. That was awesome. Oh, this wave is a low tide one. He couldn't bit late to the lip there. Beautiful surfing.
Yeah, and these surfers are aware. You know, they're smart competitors.
They're aware, but it's like, you know, it's one of those things like they've ridden 8 to 10 waves each now, maybe more.
Yeah.
They know where the scale's at. They know, like, they can quite clearly see what the level is and what needs to be done. And I think it's one of those things, and you use this pool and use this opportunity as, like, that time to, you know, I don't know, I think it's time for people to start falling on that first section.
Oh,
pretty much what I'm getting at. Like, it's time to start putting everything into it because the 5s and 6s is not going to be enough to win this thing.
I couldn't agree more. And we saw some surfers in the first heat, I think, went out with that approach going, hey, look, I don't have enough time to just bank one on the board and build a heat. I have to go out and just try to get an 8 first wave. And we saw Jarvis do that. You're not going to get through this heat with a 5 and a 5.5 stays. You're going to have to get at least some high good scores, if not into the excellent. And I agree. I saw Mia Huppets on her first wave going vertical into that first section. It's so hard to do that. She threw her fins, threw spray. Unfortunately, didn't finish the wave. But, hey, that's what it's going to take to get into the final.
And it's an opportunity to pat yourself on the back for that.
Yeah.
And go, hey, I had a crack. I'll go back out and try again. And rather than dwell on it, which you can do in your heats when you don't have things go your way. So you see Tully here. He's got a 7.33 and a 4.17. He'd be looking to pretty much replace both of those numbers, I reckon. He wants to try and get up around that same total that Jarvis has been getting because I'll have to get the calculator out, but I think Jarvis's average for this whole thing is probably 16.
Yeah, 100%. You notice that the inside of that wave was a fair bit smaller for Tully, so he had to rely on his outside work. Some nice rail game to start that one as we see Kaito with a bit more of a vertical inside section. See if he can make the most of it. Too vertical.
Too vertical. He cannot make the most of it. on this occasion.
Yeah.
Good spot for a bit of plane spotting.
Yeah, it's good. Good to see the planes back. I did do a bit of cheeky testing here, Stace, when COVID was on. No planes, pulled on myself, and working on waves like this, and that's why they're so perfect, Stace. All the hard work I've put in out here.
I was about to say, you've just designed an immaculate machine here, as we see Sage reaping the fruits of your hard work. Oh, that airdrop takeoff was sick. Oh my. It's going to be a huge score if she can jam it here. Oh, wow.
Wow. Excellent?
Oh, it'd have to be.
Have to be excellent.
Yep. And I think, look, I think for the women, that like the 6s and 5s and stuff seem to come fairly easily, I would say, if they're sort of getting to the end of the ride. The judges obviously giving themselves a bit of room there and not getting too cramped up on the lower end of the scale, but I think this is going to be an opportunity for them to open the shoulders themselves and write down a pretty big number.
So, yeah, big score there from Mia Huppert, an 8.5. So that has separated her a little bit over Willow Hardy, now needing an 8.73. What we actually haven't talked about today, Stace, well, I haven't talked about it, is how important the takeoff is. When you're paddling in, you get to your feet. If you airdrop out of the lip a little bit and lose some speed, it actually affects your bottom turn coming to that first section. But
so would you want to airdrop or not airdrop?
I don't want to airdrop. I want to like lift.
That's funny. I want to airdrop.
You want to airdrop?
Yeah, I want to airdrop. I reckon it's like a trampoline.
Yeah, it's in. I want.
Mia airdropped on that wave then.
Yeah, she did, and it kind of put her in the critical spot. But I actually prefer to come in with a bit more angle and a bit more speed, just to guarantee for my first section. But hey, everyone has a different.
No, I watched Carl Brock out here.
Yeah.
I think he's incredible in the pool, and he doesn't airdrop, and his first carve is exceptional.
Yeah,
like, I look at him and I'm like, oh, that's epic. Whereas I think, and I like the surfers that have the Mia approach, but you're right. You could definitely do it both ways, but it is interesting. I don't think we have spoken about it at all.
Yeah.
Do you position yourself with the markers that they've given you, or do you manipulate your takeoff position?
No, I like to go a little bit further out, to be honest, just to avoid doing stuff like that. I actually approach it different.
And your paddling ability.
My paddling ability as well. I need a bit of a run up Stace to get into it. But actually different on my forehand and my backhand. On my forehand, I like to go a little bit more like not straight, a little bit of an angle so I can go into that first carve. While on my backhand, I want to go straighter to go more vertical into that first turn.
Go Bodie here on the left. Oh, excuse me, Goofy Footer going right. This is his, I believe, fourth opportunity.
He's got that air on lock. That's hard to do on that section.
Definitely. We've got Mikey Clayton Brown here.
He's coming unstuck. Yeah, but, everyone's got a different approach out here, which is really cool. Like, you see, like, the certain crew like Cowbell Warren, he actually, like, pretty much paddles on the wall. Like, he's like shouldering it.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Some crew try to go as close as possible. I know Zay Huxtable likes to do that.
Yep.
I actually like to give myself a bit more space.
Well, I think that does play into your preferred approach too. Because I think if you want to airdrop, you want to get that curl underneath your board, and like if that is your approach, you can loosen up your fins a little bit and have that kind of that weight and unweight. Is sort of, again, that's the thing that I like to do. But again, your approach, and I think, like I mentioned, Carl Brock, I think he has that approach too. It's that bit more angular, and your rail never leaves the water, and you use that as your spring.
Yeah.
And I think that both have their benefits for sure. But I think the airdrop you can get, I think, squarer. And maybe if the section's there, free your fins a little bit. Whereas the more angular approach, maybe pointing your nose a little bit more towards the wall. Oh, excuse me, the cage. It allows for that big, beautiful opening wrap.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's my kind of move, so that's what I like to stick to. But
Victorian
Kaito,
staple.
Yeah. His move is definitely just the backhand, like fins out, spray. Good first couple of turns. See if we can get the inside section here. Okay, so it looks like we'll get Tully on the fifth wave, and you'll notice the wave will be a little different. So let's see if he tries to take advantage of that inside steeper section on this one.
Oh.
And he does. He throws the fins out on that. Bit more whitewash here. Interesting to see what he did. I saw spray. I didn't see him, so it could be a big score there.
That's such a hard wave to score. What he did on that wave was pretty difficult, like how hard he's driving off the bottom, like more like a classic ocean kind of a line.
Yeah, I think that the full rail carve into the whitewash into that finner was pretty impressive. We see Freya. She needs to put a good score on the board to get back into this one.
She's got a big frontside carve in her repertoire. I'd really love to see her commit to it. I think she's had a couple of nice sort of setup check turns throughout this heat so far, but you know, she's a tall lady, and I think you got to use that swing power to your advantage against some of these you know, girls who maybe aren't so tall but maybe are getting a bit tighter. If Freya gets out on the face looking nice and long, drawing out a big carve, I think that could be a good point of difference for her. And we saw Willow Hardy there, I believe, taking an epic drop, and you get to see the power in this wave. You know, it might only be shoulder high, but it's got plenty of push in it. And yeah, I know she's from West Oz, so she's not afraid of anything. But I will still say, like, pound for pound, it's a pretty explosive 2-foot drop.
100%. We may have missed Mia Huppets and Sage's last exchange. Maybe I was too busy talking about the way I paddle into a wave. I'm sure the viewers aren't too stoked on that. But Mia Huppets locked in a 9. So she has a 9 and an 8.5. That's pretty impressive.
That's the highest heat total I've seen.
I think on the women's side for sure.
Has Jarvis got 17? He got 17 to Sen, eh?
He got a 9 and a... Yeah, he got 2. He got a 9 and 8.9. Like, he was
that's
well
huge.
And truly up there.
Yep.
So Sage got a 7.17 as well. So Mia Huppets starting to run away with this one a little bit. Sage has put a bit of pressure on third and fourth with that 7.17, but is nowhere near safe. Willow Hardy standing up now, needing a 7.01. She's more than capable of that.
Yeah, absolutely she is. That was a nice turn.
She was really tight in the pocket on those two ending turns there, like really critical. We'll see what the judges think about that one. Chasing a 7.01.
I say, like, there's those mini waves that almost consistently every time have that little spit. Like,
yeah, I know.
It's kind of makes me, it's sort of, yeah, we really have played God here.
Yeah, we have, haven't we?
Oh, yes.
So Freya, she's keeping an eye on the tube. I don't mind that. I have seen some tubes on some non-tube settings out here.
How do you think the judges would score it?
Very, very poorly.
Yes, I agree.
But getting tubes the best, mate.
No, it
any
is.
Opportunity.
Yeah, any opportunity you get that leggy in there.
So this is an important score as well. He served it.
Yeah, he's definitely ripping.
Well, yeah, he's happy with that as well, and as he should be. Is it locked in yet, Stace?
I think it's a 6.97.
Fair enough.
I must admit, the action is so thick and fast here. It is a little hard to keep up with scores sometimes.
So Bodie going down there. It was a bit of a flip of a situation there. Bodie might have been in second. Mike Clayton-Brown has jumped into second now with a 6.97 and a 6.17. So Bodie is now chasing a 6.92 and Kaito is chasing a 7.64. So Tully is in the lead, but I wouldn't say he's as safe as Mia Huppets. He has a 7.33 and a 6.83. Mike Clayton-Brown needs a 7.2. And yeah, Bodie can jump in the lead with a high 7. So Tully shouldn't be thinking about the final just yet, I don't think.
I reckon he should be.
I'm thinking about it.
Just start thinking about it and start going, all right, might as well. Like, you're not going to ride your next wave and not try and better your 7.33.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's Kale Bell Warren special, that one. Like, you're not looking to better your backup. You're looking to better your top one.
Yeah. Don't leave too many Surf Better Now little secrets out on the webcast.
You've got to give out a few freebies, eh? Hey,
yeah, why
can't keep
not,
it all in a closed book. It is surfing after all. There we are, another spit on the right-hander. It's very attention-grabbing.
Oh, lay back first turn there from Tully into another one. He's liking the feeling of that turn. Big wrapping carve. So just 3. But quality over quantity. See what the judges think about that if it goes into his top 2.
They usually have the hot tub cranking here at Urban Surf, but I think today's a bit more of maybe of an ice bath special.
I was thinking a bit of a Jack Freestone ice bath. I am cooking. Kaito really needs to finish this one strong. She's got a few mid-range 5s. It just doesn't cut it at this stage of the contest. But he has gotten to the 7s today, so he is capable. And he's going to have one more opportunity, I believe, as we see Sage Goldsberry currently in second spot. Oh, weeping snap out of she's at home. I think she's on a Woolies rip bank, and it Pretty happy with that one, Stace. 4 big turns.
That was cool. I love that first turn, like the setup carve on the back end. I think such an important turn to have in your repertoire to then set up that next big major. So you see Mia Hubbard's airdrop there, straight up into the lip. Oh, that's the approach.
I love it. Love it. She's
absolutely love it.
She's thinking about, obviously she's thinking about excellent scores. She has a 9.85, but I think she wants to take this one out, Stays.
Yeah, no doubt.
Sage Goldsberry, that last score, a 7-7, so that has strengthened her hold on second spot. She has a 7-7 and a 7-1-7. Now, Willow Hardy needs an 8.2, and Freya Pram needs a 9.1. So it's gone from high good to low excellent for the two ladies. So
you have to think it's a combination of time in the water today. They've all made a few heats to get to this point, and then obviously the opportunity to ride 6 waves. We're seeing the performance really skyrocket here. Like at the start of the day, we're probably talking about having, 10, 11 points to be making your heats. And now, for the men, on the men's side, it's definitely 14s and above. And in the women's here, we're looking at a 17.5 total. So it's very impressive to see.
Yeah. Well, everyone has one more wave left in this heat, Stace. And then
you excited?
I'm frothing. I'm really keen for a pirate life and sitting back and watching the final because there's going to be fireworks.
I reckon.
Yeah. So a little bit sweaty. Just getting a few crew just telling me to get a towel and wipe myself down. Probably need one.
We just asked for a couple of tins up in the booth, but we got shut down due to the fact that we need to look after our number 1 stars. We'll clap them out of here. Owen Wright, Connor O'Leary, thanks for coming, boys. Really appreciate it. The invoice will be in the mail, Connor, for... oh, no, you broke your own board. I'll take that back. Have a good arvo, boys. See you later. Safe flight.
Yeah, good to see them. Got the Rip Curl F-Flight board bag there. Looking after their boards on their trip home.
How many points would that be in the club, Harry?
That's a few points, I reckon.
Couple points.
I'm giving at least 100 out for an F-Flight board bag and probably redeem yourself and get a little trucker cap or something.
Oh, love me a Rippy trucker cap.
Yeah, who doesn't? So, unfortunately, Willow Hardy coming unstuck there. And look, she surfed incredible today, and she should be really proud.
Definitely. And I love that opportunity for her. Like, in third, needing a big score, like, you get your chance, and that's how it goes. And I think, this time around, it didn't play out for her. But I think those little experiences that you have in your competitive journey, they ultimately build you to who you are. I know she's only really young, and she would have loved to have made the final here. But, not on this occasion. I know she's probably going to go home and have a bit of time off, reset over Christmas, and come home swinging to probably, I'd say, you'd have to think another spot in the CT coming up over there. She'll be in the trials, no doubt, and would have to be the odds-on favourite with a host of other strong young women coming out of the WA region. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing more of Willow in the 2023 season.
Yeah. She's definitely got at least one new fan out today. I'm very impressed with the way she's been surfing.
Did you see her the year she was it last year or the year before?
Don't think
Margaret River. It was 100 foot. Gabriel Medina said it was the biggest waves he's ever seen in a heat, like bar nowhere. And Willow had a heat that day, and she was absolutely charging.
Does any Western Australia ever get scared of the ocean?
I don't think they do. No, they're much like you guys down here.
Oh, yeah.
All glory.
Not me, because I can't get out of the back, but all these crew in the...
Doesn't mean you don't have the heart.
Yeah, I try to get my little...
I've seen you in a big Winky Pop cave.
Yes, I somehow...
The jet ski out the back that day.
Yeah, I must have got jet ski assist. As we see, Kaito needing a score. Oh,
He's done it before.
He has done it before.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
He needs to be perfect.
Yes!
Done it again! Yes! Wow. I don't know about done it again, but he's executed, so we'll see what the judges think. But
he's giving himself a shot. He's still going.
I love it.
Jesus.
Oh, wizardry. I like it. Big hook out of the top. Beautiful wrap. And another turn. It's just that third turn there doesn't give Tully the love he probably would want with the, fin through the lip spray kind of situation, but a well-surfed wave nonetheless. And just love the rotation in the carve there through the middle of that wave, adding to the variety piece of the criteria.
Wow. Well, Kaito,
what do you reckon?
I don't think so, but I love the passion, and I know there's a few ex-QS veterans such as Cabo Oren probably shedding a tear on the beach about that one.
That
The
was a
only
claim
thing
and a
that
half.
concerns me about this ride is that it needs to be the best wave of the heat. And when I frame it up like that, I don't know that it is the best wave of the heat. But
I could see it as almost the second best wave.
I agree. It's
Yeah.
up there. It's up there. But I think Tully's, 7.33s and 6.83 is pretty impressive. So we'll see how we go. Mikey Clayton Brown will be biting his nails.
I think it just didn't really have that real big bang to finish, that critical, like, oh, yeah, he cemented it. He gave himself a chance. He's got the judges thinking, but I don't know if he closed the door. But
Still waiting on a number. No indications as of yet. It's a 7.64, the requirement. Unlike the KS Waveco, if you've just tuned in, we are not running the leaderboard format. This is just a regular shootout, 4-person heats, 50% progression. So it does make for a lot of action, I feel. A lot of, obviously, buzzer beater moments. I feel like the
Here we
leaderboard
go.
format sometimes can
okay, strong
feel
start.
a little slow, but yeah, here we go. Good start. Oh, he's probably just a little slow in his transitions, I think. Upon replay, I can't see that going anywhere near the number.
Was that it? I don't know if that's it.
No, it's not it.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. I was starting to think.
Nossie, that's a pirate life, son. Get us the claim replay.
So
Here we go. Scores coming in. They're looking good, but not good enough. A 6.37. It was Kaito's best ride. However, it wasn't enough to get through. As we see a bit of free surfing going on here on the right-hander, and good free surfing at that. Oh, Finn's free. How good. And then out behind, settle down.
So, okay, proper wave of green. Let's
it'll be a formality here. The score is in. He needed a 7.6 something, and this is a 6.63 from Kaito Kurakawa. Always nice to put your best wave on the board as your last attempt. However, he will be kicking himself that he didn't have more than a 5.5 in the scoreline to begin with, because his surfing's there. He just got to do it on 2 waves, Harry.
Yeah, impressive finish. He surfed that wave pretty incredibly well. Just, I don't think he had the big finish, and he probably could have gone a little bit harder at the start, but
And a bit harder on the claim.
yeah, the claim wasn't quite there.
Not the same as the other one.
Yeah, he had one big claim and then backed up with a second, maybe a third. He would have got there.
Yeah. Semi-final finish for Kaito. We are going to take a break here. We have got finals action coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. It is stacked.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Can you can't hear? Oh yeah. Okay. We've got no branding, no pirate life brand. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we need to. Yeah.
Down here at the probably the best part of the whole venue. Obviously, you've got 3 blue ducks in the corner, but the next best part of it is the Pirate Life Bar. Jack Cameron, thanks for supporting us, mate, and how's your day going?
Yeah, very well, mate. Sun shining in Melbourne, can't complain.
No, that's all right. We didn't really need an excuse to have a few beers, but this weather's certainly turning it on.
Yeah, it certainly is, mate. A couple of cold beers. Super stoked to be involved with the whole thing. I think what Urban Surf are doing here in Melbourne is good, and we're partnered with these guys for the next 6 months in the summer, and very excited by it.
Thought you were about to say 6 years.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, depends what that guy says.
It's a pretty good drop. I've just had my first sip of the lager. What are you drinking there, mate? That's on the fruity side.
Yeah, strawberry watermelon crush, mate. It's our version of an RTD. Sometimes when you've had a few too many beers, you've got to try something a little bit different, so it's all right. Yeah.
Cuts the throat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, we're going to throw it back upstairs, and I really appreciate your time, and thanks for the tins.
No worries, mate. Thank you.
I'm Chris Binns, True Starling. We are in full sun here in Melbourne. It's summer in full effect. There's waves being ridden all over the place in the water right now. We're a few minutes away from kicking off the final. We'll get all these rat bag non-competitors out of the water. Men's final up first. So we're no longer going to be running 2 heats at a time. We're going to be all left to start things off. Men's final. Jarvis Earl is in red. Xavier Huxtable is in blue. Tully Wiley is in white. And Mike Clayton Brown is in green. All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. And when we come back, there'll be more. The finals from Rip Curl Pro URBNSURF presented by Pirate Life. Don't go anywhere.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
$20, but if it's internal, we own 500 channels. Yeah, totally. And it was a fascinating little thing for me. I'm in IT and I understand a bit of that world. And it was just a fascinating little.
Hey Owen. I'm gonna need a battery for the walkie-talkie. Oh yeah, too easy. They're surfing at the minute as well.
All right, welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro URBNSURF presented by Pirate Life. We have just kicked off the men's final. Chris Binns in the booth alongside True Starling. We've got Jarvis Earl, Xavier Huxtable, Tully Wiley and Mike Clayton Brown in the water. And True, who have you been enjoying the performances of so far?
I tell you what, Jarvis Earl has been putting on an absolute show throughout the whole event. His last heat he got 9 and I think maybe like 4 throwaway 8s. So he's my pick to take this one out.
Well, he had also a dud 777.
Yeah, the dud one, yeah.
I think he would have got something like 50 out of 60.
Yeah.
If all 6 waves had counted. And I think his 3rd and 4th wave would have come 2nd, and his 5th and 6th wave would have come 3rd in the heat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he is absolutely the man to beat. Xavier Huxtable and Tully Wiley are both from right here in Victoria. They have surfed this pool as much as anyone, and the local knowledge really shows. It is tricky to get a read on this wave, but you wouldn't know it when those guys take to the water. And Mike Clayton Brown, maybe a bit of a surprise package, but he's been ripping all day long. First waves... this is Tully Wiley. So we're waiting on scores to come in for Jarvis and Xavier. They both went bonkers, so we'll need to catch up on some replays. But this is Tully Wiley, goofy footer, the wizard. He won the trials at Bells this year to compete in the main event. And that's going to be his opening wave. Mike Clayton Brown swinging into action on his backhand. This is the 5th wave of the set. So the 2nd and the 5th waves of every set are the ones that are being ridden. There's 4 men in the final, and they're surfing in pairs. So Jarvis and Xavier will surf together, and Mike and Tully, the pair we're seeing now. And inside your pair, you will alternate each time. So we saw Jarvis on the 2nd wave and Xavier on the 5th. Next time around, it's going to be Xavier on the 2nd, Jarvis on the 5th. And Jarvis Earl, he's kicked things off with an 8.67. And this is the replay right now, True.
Yeah, wow, 2 beautiful turns to start off, and again, straight in the lip. He ditches the fins for the 3rd one, and Jarvis just going top to bottom surfing, straight up and into it. And I love how, I swear I've seen him do that little reverse on every wave. So it's pretty amazing that Jarvis is switching it up a little bit and getting really vert out there. And Xavier, wow, straight up and into it for the backhand. This was an 8.33. Jarvis locked in an 8.67. Xavier, as you mentioned before, Binzi, just showing that local knowledge out there. You see him, well, we see him surf here a lot, and it's actually quite funny how a lot of the Victorians, or most of them, have actually made it to the final. Ellie Harrison, Mia Huppert, Sage Goldsbury, they're all Victorians, and they're in the finals here. And having that experience and that knowledge here really comes into play.
So Tully Wiley's opening score is 6.5. Mike Clayton Brown, a 3.33. That little carving 360 we've seen Jarvis pull out, I don't think it's really gaining him much points or many points, but you're not going to do much there anyway. You're just going to click it, do a little windscreen wiper turn. What it does do, though, is it shows the judges that your board is so rock solid underfoot, and it just kind of seals the deal. If they've got any doubt in their mind as to how in control you are, the fact that you're just spinning your board around so effortlessly and fluently like that, I think it's just it's a lasting impression in the judges that they'll go into scoring the wave a little bit more positively because they've seen how in control Jarvis is. Here's Xavier Huxtable on his backhand. His opener was an 8.33. Kicks off with an excellent wave. Not sure this one's quite going to match that. I think his body language, as he gave it the little stand tall shrug, suggests that as well. Here goes Jarvis, the goofy footer. Just the way he releases his tail on those turns. And that was lightning quick. Plenty of points there. Carving 3 once again. And he's just really found his rhythm today. He's, I'm going to say at the moment, he looks unbeatable out there.
Yeah, he definitely does. And he just feels comfortable. I think that carving 360, I think he does it because it makes him happy. It's probably fun for him, and he just continues to do it because he's like, you know what, like it's a perfect section for it. So I think Jarvis is looking really well. We'll have a look at the replay. First is Xavier, really nice and tight in the pocket to start it off, and again for the second one. So wow, Xav just really lighting this one up here, and looks like he's maybe had a little bit of a second thought there for a little grovelly turn towards the end, but then we'll have a little look at Jarvis's replay. This first carve that he gets down is so hard and fast and straight up into that second turn. Once again releasing the fins, and again there for a quick little float snap, and then we see that carving 360. He's just having fun out there, and that's when Jarvis does his best, is when he's having fun, when you see him smiling, and that's more than likely what got him to a win at Taiwan.
Yeah, absolutely. And the guy that he surfed against in the final in Taiwan, Reef Hazelwood. Winter Jam, held here a couple of months ago, won by Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah.
So these guys just keep crossing paths. Jarvis is from Cronulla in Sydney. Reefs from Caloundra up on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. So they don't have, they're a few years apart. They've grown up thousands of kilometres apart, but at the moment their paths just keep crossing, and it's cool to see. We've seen Reef out here recently working with the Urban Surf Wavegarden technology on the new air ramp, and then we just saw Jarvis come out in the expression session earlier and throw a few punts. So it's just funny how their paths are crossing and mirroring at the moment. All right, here goes Mike Clayton Brown in green on his backhand, looking to get his campaign underway. He opened up with a 3-3-3. He wants to get rid of that. Goes down. That won't factor into his final 2 in 6 waves time, you would imagine. Gets a little bonus insider to make his way through the channel. Behind him, Tully Wiley swings into action, drops the other shoulder, so goes layback on his first turn. Bit of variety. Big bucket of spray on his second turn.
Wow.
Vertical, and he's out of there. Wasn't feeling the rhythm at that point. Got out of there after the 3 turns. We'll get the better of the exchange with Mike. Again, I don't think that'll be a keeper in Tully's scoreline in 4 more waves time. Talk us through the replays, True.
Yeah, let's have a look here. Mikey, he's just unloading on his backhand there. He needs to get a better backup. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that last turn there, and Tully just really showing his power and his grit there, just absolutely belting this wave, and then getting a little bit caught behind here, so he'll kick out. But once again, Tully, he is definitely a force. He took out the Phillip Island Pro not too long ago. But Mike Clayton Brown, he is a dark horse as well. He's made all the heats all the way to the final, so he deserves to be in this final here. He just needs to find his rhythm.
What do you know about Mike Clayton Brown?
Mikey's from Port Stephens in Newcastle. I actually went to the ISA World Junior Titles with him in America in 2019, I think it was, and he did pretty well over there. And he's definitely, on the QS, he's a dark horse. He can throw down some big scores, and when he gets on a roll, he's pretty hard to beat.
Okay, speaking of big scores, Xavier Huxtable's last wave, an 8.27. Jarvis Earl's last wave, a 7.1. So Xavier moves into the lead. He has an 8.33 and an 8.27, a 16.6 2-wave total. Very impressive, but still 4 waves to come. But both of those guys, Jarvis and Xavier, will be feeling pretty comfortable at this point. They know they've got a really strong base, and now they can afford to let the dogs out a little bit and see if they can't land something up into the high 8 and 9 range. Here is the man, Jarvis Earl, in the red jersey. First turn, tail release. Second turn, a little bit soft by his standards, and he overcooks the third turn, goes out of there. That is the first dud wave he's served in
the whole day.
Yeah, pretty much, and it's still going to be a 5.
Yeah, easily. He's looking pretty good.
All right, this is our heat leader. Our final leader, Xavier Huxtable on his backhand. Big wall of spray, the result of those first couple of turns. Now he releases the tail with some flair. That's exactly what I was talking about. You've got the confidence knowing you've already got the strong score on the board. At this point, you've got nothing to lose. Why not get explosive? And that's going to be a decent, solid number for Xavier Huxtable. And for the first time all day, Jarvis Earl is the man. He's going to, be asking questions of himself. Suddenly has something to lose.
Yeah, definitely. He's actually chasing a score. People aren't chasing him. But Xavier, that was unexpected, and it was pretty critical as well. I mean, we'll see where the judges go with that one. Those first few turns were really nice. Let's have a look at the replay for Jarvis. Fins out for that first turn.
Hey, Owen, probably going to
tagging it there for another one, and again gets a slide.
Probably going to need to
just
send
gets a
another
little bit hung
radio
up there,
down
and then
with
Xavier straight up into it. And again for a second one there, just timing it so well. Just a quick little tag here, and that's when he goes for a fins free reverse there. So Xavier feeling really comfortable out there. He's surfed here enough to know what kind of section is asking for what kind of maneuver.
Okay, so scores to come in for Xavier and Jarvis, Tully and Mike to go on the next set. And just while we are waiting for this next set to touch down, we're going to cross to Stace Galbraith, who's roaming around. What do you got for us, Stace?
Mid-talk, just yell it. It's important information.
It'll be his third wave.
All right, Stace, what do you got for us? All right, so it sounds like we've dropped out to our roaming camera. Stace looks good, though. Here goes Tully Wiley opening up on his forehand. Oh, got a long way out on the face for the big carve. This is going to be a good number for the big Torquay board rider. He'll be happy with that. Big number coming in for Xavier Huxtable as well. And there goes Mike Clayton-Brown, the New South Welshman, on his backhand.
I don't know what's going on up there.
This final is coming alive. Mike goes down. Xavier Huxtable's score is about to go up.
Wow, even Tully, he's just really connecting out there as well. He's a big dude. He's capable of throwing some big spray, and it's pretty exciting to see such a tight final. Both Tully and Mike are comboed for first, 16.6 or 17.4 now, with last to Xavier a 9.007. So
wow,
huge number.
Yeah, I think last of Tully's will go close to getting him out of this combination. But Jarvis Earl, he's now chasing a big number, an 8.74. His last wave's not going to factor in at all. Tully Wiley might just fall short of breaking out of that combination. A 7.17 the result for Tully's last wave. It is his best, but he's still chasing a two-wave combination totaling 17.4. So Xavier and Jarvis are in the shoot now. At the moment, it's a two-horse race. Jarvis would love to get rid of his 7.1. If he could drop a 9 of his own, he'd move back into the lead. And God. The good thing now is that with a bunch of excellent scores, these guys have to go for it. It looks like we've got Stace down there on the sideline.
And it's not Jarvis Earl, it's Tully Wiley. Tully has had the better of Xavier in their last two outings at major events. And that is the fire that Xavier is using to get on top right now. He's going more vertical and throwing more fins in this heat than he has through the whole event. And it's showing in his scores. This is a cracker.
All right, thanks, Stace. Here goes Xavier. Two big turns, had to miss that section, and he's going to take to the sky, goes the little float. So that one won't factor into his top two. All eyes on Jarvis Earl. Expect fireworks on this wave. He's going to really unleash, I'd imagine. First turn was huge, big carving tail release, up into the lip twice. And throws the air rev, rides out of it beautifully. So, where do the judges go with this one? If it can get close to a 9, he will move into the lead. Jarvis with the better of the exchange.
Can you hear me, guys?
On that occasion.
Hello?
Xavier's got him on the last two. And these guys are going blow for blow at the moment. We saw them progress in first and second in the semis together. And now they're the Quinella in the final as well. That was their fourth wave, so 2 waves left after this. Tully and Mike, both with 3 waves still to come.
It's interesting that Tully didn't really try to capitalise on that last wave. We kind of saw him not really do too much there, but Jarvis just absolutely lighting it up. He's like a tiger. He's just hungry for that win, and wow. Goes for the air reverse, lands it perfectly. So I feel like Zave kind of left the door open a little bit for Jarvis there. You know, he probably should have tried to, get up there with that 8.33 because as we've seen all day, Jarvis is more than capable of dropping an 8.74.
All right, so Xavier's last wave doesn't factor in. We know that. Jarvis's last wave is going to go into his top 2, but I don't think it's going to be his high score, and I don't think it's going to change the requirement. An 8.07. So he's still chasing an 8.74. 2 waves left to do it on. And I like this. You just can't afford to surf safe at this stage.
No way.
The win's there for the taking. You've got to go mad.
And for someone like Tully and Mikey, they really have 2 waves left to get out of combination. Mikey, really nice first carve there. And just a little bit
just
of
a
wobble.
little bit of a wobble, maybe some nerves coming into play. So, yeah, has very astute observation there, True. These guys are in a combination, so basically you've got to do it all on the strength of your last 2 waves. Here goes Tully Wiley. He really needs to unleash the layback to open things up. Another strong turn, big bucket. So another layback and manages to keep finding the open face. And this is a great combination of manoeuvres for Tully. He kicks out, bit of crowd noise. The Victorians were loving that as the Wizard goes to work. And that is 4 out of 6 waves in the books. Currently, it's Xavier Huxtable in the lead with a 17.4 2-wave total. Jarvis Earl sitting second, chasing an 8.74. Scores still to come in for Tully Wiley and Mike Clayton Brown. Run us through the replays, True.
Yeah, wow, Tully just going to work there. Little carve there, and then he sets it up for this big jam in the pocket. I love that turn. And then straight up into another one. He throws so much spray. So Tully looking to get out of that combination situation, get into that single wave requirement.
And he's done it just. Last score for Mike Clayton Brown, a 3.63. That does not factor. He's still chasing 17.4 from his last 2 waves. Tully Wiley, a 7.43. He's out of combination. He needs a 9.97.
Wow.
So that sounds impossible, but the thing is now he's got 2 cracks at that 10, or even if he can upgrade his 7.43, the 997 requirement comes down. So that's pretty significant for Tully. It's a mental thing as well. You know that you can do it in 1 wave, not 2, so the task seems half the size.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's still a pretty big task, so a 9.97, that's a that would be the best wave of the day.
Absolutely, and the scary thing as well for Tully is that neither Xavier nor Jarvis will be happy with their 2-wave totals at this point. You know, they've got 2 waves to come, and they're both going to be looking to drop 9s at this stage of the game. Here goes Jarvis Earl. He really wants to put himself back up into the lead. Big tail release on the first turn. Second turn was crisp. I think that third was a bit of a setup. Wow, holds his rail through that one. Nicely done. Gets a little bit caught behind. I don't think that's going to go into his top 2. And that is exciting if you're Xavier Huxtable. He's not going to worry about that, though. He wants to get the tool belt out and go to work on what will be his second last wave for the day. Crunches it. Releases the tail. Goes down. So this will be a minor exchange from first and second. One last crack at it for Xavier and Jarvis. 2 waves to come for Tully Wiley and Mike Clayton Brown.
I didn't really mind that last wave of Jarvis. I really liked those first 2 turns, the way he connected with the lip there. Straight away, fins out, like pretty much half his board there. Let's have a look at the replay. So Jarvis, it's like we're having a few little glitches there, but it comes straight back. Jarvis pretty much gets half his board out. And again for that second one, and he's just looking really sharp. That third turn just to set up for this one. But then here he gets caught behind. He could have capitalized on another 2 turns. And Xavier just looking really strong on his backhand. He's so tight in the pocket there. Little foam tap there and goes for that reverse, but unfortunately unable to pull that one off.
Yeah, well, that reverse is the decisive blow to this point because that's what got him his 9.07.
Yes.
2 really big, strong turns, and then just to throw a bit of emphasis on it, the exclamation mark, the lightning quick backhand rev. The backhand finner releasing the tail, coming out of it, whip, crack, quick. Okay, scores are coming in slowly. They're not going to affect the 2-wave totals for Xavier or Jarvis. 1 wave to come for the men in first and second. 2 waves to come for the men in third and fourth. Tully Wiley would have breathed a sigh of relief knowing that he has not slipped any further back. He's still within striking distance. What's going to take to land a 10, you reckon?
Some pretty insane surfing. Wow, Tully up and riding.
Yeah, first 2 turns were good. Gets a long way out on the face. You can do that here at Urban Surf. It's cool. Another big blast and just didn't get the continuation, and I don't think that's going to close the gap to the trophy either.
Yeah.
Here goes Mike Clayton Brown on his backhand. Times the first turn beautifully. Plenty of water on the second turn. He sort of seems to have relaxed a little. It's almost like the nerves have gone, because I think he's, well, at this point, he doesn't really have much to lose.
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose at this point in time. You'd be just hoping to get out of that combination situation a little bit more in the fight, and getting a score over a 3, maybe even getting something in the 7 ranges so that he can be a little bit more in this heat. But I tell you what, it's still a pretty close one. Jarvis needing that 8.74, Tully a 9.97. It's a tough score, but he's got the surfing to do it. Nice first jam there for Tully as he whips it around here. And straight around again for another one. Tully just carving away. Puts it straight up in the pocket, and not too much more on offer there. And Mikey just throwing buckets on this one. As you said, Binzi, he's just calming down a little bit. He's finding his place out here. Well, out in the pool, I should say, at Urban Surf. But that was a really nice way for Mikey to get him back into this heat.
Okay, big exchange coming up. Last waves for Xavier and Jarvis. I'm pretty sure they will surf in that order. So Jarvis will know what he's got to do. He'll be able to tell from the crowd whether Xavier's upgraded his score or not. At the moment, Jarvis is looking for an 8.74. Xavier now, anything over an 8.33 will make Jarvis Earl's task a little bit tougher. This is the last wave for our 2 top seeds. On the men's side of proceedings, Tully Wiley and Mike Clayton Brown will be on the next set. And then we roll on into the women's final. But here we go. Xavier Huxtable sitting on top of the leader. He's got one hand on the trophy. He's got nothing to lose at this point. He'll want to go really hard and see if he can't grow his 2-wave total and make things just that little bit steeper. Throws the tail. That was nicely done, but he's cost himself a couple more turns, so I don't think that will be an 8.33. Here goes Jarvis Earl. I think he's looking for an 8.74. He's going to go crazy, and he goes down. So it looks like Xavier Huxtable might well be winning this QS. Mike Clayton Brown can't win. Tully basically needs a 10. So these two guys have surfed a million heats together over the years, from juniors, board riders, all the way up. Now they're meeting in the final of a QS.
It's amazing.
And unless the wizard can conjure up something incredible, he'll be reaching into the spell book right now.
Wow, Xavier just absolutely going to town here, ditching the fins on that last turn. A potential victory lap, and Jarvis just going hell for leather, but unfortunately not completing that first turn.
He used up all his excellent waves in the semi.
Yep, he sure did, but he was definitely the one to beat coming into this final.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're Xavier, that makes it even sweeter. Taking down a guy who's on fire the way that Jarvis was. He hadn't put a foot wrong. And then Xavier came out of the gates and had an 8.33, an 8.27 and a 9.07 in his first 3 waves, and was never headed from that point on. Well done, Xavier Huxtable, showing resilience in the face of Jarvis Earl, opening up with an 8.67. Backed it up with a 7, was in the lead, and Xav just did not take a backward step from that point on. And put this one well and truly to bed. Of course, Tully Wiley has one last crack at it, a 9.97 the requirement. Does he just go all out, go crazy on this first turn?
I have no idea what the judges are looking for to get pretty much a 10. He's going to have to do some pretty perfect surfing
What's
to get
the biggest thing he can do on his forehand? Like a Superman or something?
Yeah,
or
he'd have to do something crazy.
All right, so here goes Mike Clayton Brown. This is an honourable finish for the man from Port Stephens. And he is out of there. A 6.33 for his previous wave was indeed his best. Here goes Tully Wiley. It's going to take near perfection. A 10 would do the job.
Oh.
And It's not going to happen right there. It's 10s or 2s, and he chose the latter. And
Yes.
it looks like Xavier Huxtable is our first winner on the men's side of the draw at the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life. It's a World Surf League QS 1000, so 1,000 qualifying series points to his name. And the man from Torquay will be ecstatic to claim a QS on home soil. Big bro shake with his great mate Tully Wiley. Tully gets over to offer his commiserations to Jarvis Earl, who was on fire through the whole day but got taken down by a rampaging Xavier Huxtable. And that is our first final in the books. And that is the first WSL event that's been decided in a wave pool other than the Kelly Slater Wave Co. Surf Ranch in Lemoore, California. So history being made. And plenty of Victorians down. I was going to say on the sand, but it's more of a sort of burnished concrete, I guess.
Yes, definitely burnished for sure. Wow. Xavier, everyone pretty ecstatic for him. They're jumping in fully clothed, ready to cheer him up the walkway.
Yep, straight into Stace's waiting microphone.
Yeah.
All right, so we have Stace down there. I've got a feeling he's going to be... all right, take it away, Stace.
Oh, no! Not the Prezzo cap. Where's Fletch? Get the hat on him, eh?
Go grab him, Stace.
To have another final with Tully alone was epic, and yeah, so it's tough to take it out. So.
I'm sick of putting that hat on Tully's head. It must be nice for him to chuck it on yours. And look at that, TM. Finally, you got your TM, finally.
Nah, just got Tully in the corner, driving Sunnies and has a hat. So, no, it's stoked.
Now, in all honesty, you've had a couple of big matchups with Tully, and obviously you've had a stellar junior career. But talk to us about the importance of rivalries that can really help you go to that next level.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have the best rivalry. I mean, whether it's from board riders all the way to QS, I mean, we've surfed against each other our whole life, and I mean, I guess that's what really drives us is to beat each other, but at the end, your best mates. And
Women's final up next. You got a pick?
I mean, they all rip. It's so hard to choose from it. I mean,
one. Go pick one.
Alright, I'm gonna go with Aldogger.
Lovely. Thanks, Zach. Well done, mate.
Thanks, Stace. Cheers.
Oh, how good. Stace Galbraith chatting with an ecstatic Xavier Huxtable.
That's an understatement.
In Taiwan, some of the foreign commentators were calling him Javier.
Javier.
Because, of course, Xavier is, Javier in Spanish.
Wow.
So Xavier Huxtable is our winner. A 17.4 two-wave total, doing it very, very nicely. A 9.07 and an 8.33. Second, Jarvis Earl. Third, Tully Wiley. And in fourth, Mike Clayton Brown. On the water's edge right now, that's Nixie Ryan in red, Ellie Harrison in blue, Sage Goldsbury is in green, and Mia Huppets is the surfer in white. And the siren's just gone. I think there's one more set. They're going to clear some free surfers out of the right side of the pond.
Yep.
I reckon you might see some free surfers sneak over to the left now as well. And we are going to throw to a quick ad break right now. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, the women's final, Rip Curl Pro Open Surf presented by Pirate Life. We have 6 waves to run.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf, presented by Pirate Life. The female finalists have made their way out to the right side of the lagoon. We are about to kick off the action. Lucy Ryan is in red, Ellie Harrison is in blue, Mia Huppets is in white, Sage Goldsbury is in green. Starling and myself, Chris Wins. We are in the sun. It is a sweltering Melbourne day. That pool looks so inviting. There's that first right that always spits.
Yep.
Connor O'Leary
Every
is
time.
losing his mind about it before. And hopefully we get out there to sample it before today's over.
We'll be out there, for sure. I mean, I've been out there all day, but we'll be out there. The water's so refreshing once you go in there. It's pretty good.
I went and had my skin checked earlier. There's free skin checks on site, and I got the all clear.
Beautiful.
After this afternoon, I might go and get checked again before the sun goes down because it is toasty. Not a cloud in the sky. We've got plenty of action coming up after this. Straight from the presentation. The Grogans are going to start playing. We've got the Hard Fizz DJs after that. The day is almost done, but the night is young. Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf, presented by Pirate Life. The first WSL event held in a wave pool that's not the Kelly Slater Surf Ranch, and it's been a massive success so far. That's us. Just keeping in the shade.
Yep.
Hi guys. All right, Nixie Ryan is in the slot, the red jersey, the top seed, ready to kick off proceedings in the women's final. And True, who have you liked the looks of to this point?
It's a tricky one, you know. I feel like Sage has kind of been the underdog throughout the whole. You can see Ellie there. She's just having fun. I feel like Sage has been the underdog throughout the whole kind of day. But Ellie, it looks so good out here, as well as Nixie. She's posting some massive scores. And then Mia Huppets posted an 8 and a 9 in her last heat. So this one's actually really hard to pick. But
There's the little spitter.
Yeah, a little fun one. But I'm really liking Sage's backhand today.
Okay, I've been enjoying watching Mia go about it lately. She was on a tear in Taiwan recently as well. Got through a bunch of results. She's from down here in Victoria but lives on the Gold Coast these days. And a bit like Taiwan as well. Shades of Burley's Rock Break right now.
Yes, definitely.
All right, here goes Ellie Harrison. Hammering away at this one. And this wave, that was a vicious turn. And this, we heard Harry Mann saying earlier that the fifth wave has a bit more water in it. So it might not be as clean, might not be as big, but will keep pushing and bending back at you a little bit further down the line. And we saw that the biggest turn for Ellie there was probably her third one.
Wow, look at Nixie. This is her first wave. Dishes fins, gets a little hung up, but recovers really nicely. And then continuing through with this one, I think she's riding an epoxy there, which that board is looking really good, has been looking really good all day. And then Ellie also getting a really nice start here. Air drops down the bottom there, straight up into the lip as she brings it around for a nice carve there. And then just kind of negotiating the little wobble in this one, but that's a really nice turn there from Ellie, dropping her back arm there. So Ellie looking really good.
Okay, just while we've got a little break in play, Stace Galbraith is down having a chat with, this will be a quick one, Brad Gerlach.
Lucky we're careful about what we say. Brad, you must be stoked coaching Mia Huppatz. She's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, for sure. She's in the final, and now it's what we were just talking about, which is it's mental, and you've got to, in saying that, you've got to shut the mental off and drop it down into the physical and the emotional, and put that into your performance, and then that's where you see the sparks.
Absolutely. We were talking off air about the takeoff position earlier with Harry Mann. I love that Mia's sort of airdropping into her waves. Other surfers seem to glide in. Did you have a preference in this venue?
We worked on her takeoff a heat before this, for sure. Yeah.
And your preference?
My preference is that she, as soon as her feet touch the board, she's in full control and totally comfortable and lowered center of gravity, so she can maximize the power of that wave and maximize the power of herself.
And the power of this wave, how do you think it compares to other waves around the world?
It doesn't compare to anything else in the world. It's totally, it's its own thing. There's a little bit of feeling of like a rushed feeling when you take off, and so you've got to almost combat that and do the opposite, and slow down, So, when you only have so many waves at your disposal, the pressure's on, and that's what makes it compelling to watch, is how they handle the pressure, Kind of like when you're watching diving or gymnastics or ice skating, they're not worried about the ice not being there. They're not worried about the floor being there or anything, whereas surfers sometimes you're like, I just hope I get the waves. Well, that's not the case here.
All about execution.
Yep.
Thanks for your time, Brad.
You got it.
Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, buddy.
You beauty. Two of surfing's great orators there, Stace Galbraith and Brad Gerlach. And Brad, of course, runs Wave Key, which is his own surfing coaching base that deals with the fundamentals of learning your sort of body dynamics and movements on land and then taking it into the water. So it's sort of dry land training for surfing. We just heard him referencing their gymnastics and all these other kind of sports. Brad's dad, Jumping Joe Gerlach, was a Hungarian springboard diver at the Olympics back in the day.
Wow.
And, may he rest in peace. He was an absolute legend. But that is where Brad got so much of his incredible sporting knowledge from, and not just in the surfing sphere, but looking at the bigger picture holistically of all sports as well. And now he's a fantastic coach in his own right, and working with Mia Huppatz now that they both live on the Gold Coast. Previously, they both used to live down in Torquay.
What a coincidence. It looks like he doesn't look like he has been doing some great work with Mia as well. She's been getting some amazing results, and another one here at the final, depending on what happens in the next 19 minutes.
Yeah, so let's do a quick run through of scores. A 5.67 for Nixie Ryan puts her in the lead. Ellie Harrison a 5.33. Mia Huppatz a 4.27. And Sage Goldsbury a 3.83. And here goes Ellie.
Wow.
Stiff offshore. So we've got a northerly that grooms these waves. We're looking to the south right now. And here goes Nixie Ryan, very powerful surfer, really leaning into her turns, throwing a ton of water around the place. A little bit hung up there. And, well, I'd like to have seen her stick with that, just to jam another little point or, every little turn counts, every little half point is worthy and needed. 18, I'm not counting down the clock. The clock's a distraction. You don't need to worry about it. It's all about the waves. So 2 waves ridden by our first pair, Nixie and Ellie. Mia and Sage are about to take off on their second waves. And Ellie Harrison a 7.5. That's a decisive number. That's a keeper. Nixie Ryan, her last wave was a 6.67. She's happy with that in her top 2 at the moment. She'd like to get rid of it. I don't think you're going to win if you're holding onto a 6 in the final.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the talent of all of these ladies out there in the lineup. A 7.5 would be the base, and we've seen all 4 of the ladies drop some massive scores throughout the whole day as well. It's funny, Nixie won quite a few of the QSs for the Australian leg in the 2022 season. Of course, this is the 2023 season right now for the points that are counted towards. And she just missed out on qualifying for the Challenger Series by a couple of spots. So getting these wins and getting these points is really important, and qualifying for that Challenger Series is the top goal.
Okay, Mia Huppets and Sage Goldsberry in the chute, ready to swing into action. It's Sage who will be going first. So this is on the second wave of the set. There's the little spitting right that we've all been enjoying. It's funny, it does that on that second section. All right, here goes Sage Goldsberry on her backhand. And the first turn was big, so big that it put her behind the section and she goes down. Mia Huppets will now be looking at the 5th wave of this set. We can see the marshal on the wall who's letting the surfers know when they need to go. And here is Mia Huppets. First turn was really fluent, beautiful carve. Second turn wasn't bad either. Gets a section. That was forced some variety and I didn't mind it. And she is out of there, so she'll guts that through to the inside and let the rip pull her back up the middle. Yep. So it is a little bit contrary. Goes against your all your years of acquired surfing knowledge. You come into the beach, you get across the whitewater, and then you go back out through the channel. You don't paddle back out through the waves. Number of reasons. You can get in the way of the person behind you. And also, as we can see Sage right there, you just get stuck in the vortex and you can't move. You're better off just whitewatering the heck out of there.
Absolutely. I was surfing, I think it was either this morning or late last night, and it was pretty full on getting back out. And I would come in on the whitewash, and then there kind of gets this little bit of a rip formulating right off by where that machine kind of ends, where the girls are now, and I was just getting stuck in it. And I was like, I'm actually not moving, but...
That machine has a name.
What's the name?
That's Rory.
Rory? Is that his name? I didn't know that.
Named after the Roaring 40s. But anyway, keep going with your story.
No, I was just saying I kept getting stuck there, and it was a constant battle with actually following the lineup and going there and getting into the place, because everyone, especially when we had those sessions at 9 and 10 o'clock, everyone wanted those 2nd and 5th waves. So it was a battle to get into the right kind of rotation, to get those waves, to feel comfortable, especially coming into today. So it was quite funny how everyone was kind of battling to get those opportunities.
All right, scores are in. Mia Huppets with the significant move, a 7.3 for her last wave. So that puts her in 3rd, but it really tightens the gap between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Here goes Nixie Ryan. She'd love to get rid of her 5 here. It's not going to happen. Ellie Harrison is in the lead, but there is little more than a point separating 1st, 2nd and 3rd at this stage. Ellie Harrison still to come. All right, this is our current leader, but this wave not cooperating with her. I like that she's stuck with it though. Good bit of determination. Didn't really get her much though in the way of points because she's got slammed on that end section. Gets her a little bit closer to the channel though.
Yeah.
That'll make the trek back out a little bit easier. But not much coming of that exchange for Ellie or Nixie. Mia will see a bit of an opportunity now to get herself back in the picture. She's only holding onto a 4.27 as her 2nd wave. She can get rid of that very easily, and she doesn't need much more than that to move into 1st.
Wow, Ellie, once again, both Ellie and Nixie just kind of fumbling on those last two waves. And as you mentioned, that does leave the door open for Mia Huppatz. And also Sage to get a good one under her belt to figure out herself. We saw Mikey, his last two waves were his best two waves, just getting himself back into the heat. So Sage just needs to regroup. You know, she has 4 more waves to surf, and it's actually quite a lot of waves in a heat and a lot of opportunity. And you're 110% going to get that opportunity out there.
Yeah, you can't blame lack of opportunity
No.
in a wave pool contest.
Definitely not. It's actually, when you're out there...
You're almost spoilt for choice.
Oh, totally. It's hard not to go the first wave and wait for that second one or wait for the 5th wave because you just see these perfect ones come through. And
until you've surfed a few sets, and then once you sort of your brain figures out that the second one's the one, then it's not hard at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this will be Mia and Sage. Mia with a real opportunity here to put herself up into the lead. First turn was really strong. I'm enjoying this angle from the pier in the middle. Unfortunately, can't capitalise on a strong opener and goes down. So this won't go into Mia Huppert's top 2. Sage Goldsbury, as you said, True, will now be looking for the opportunity to really put some points on the board and get herself back in this final. First turn was great, really fluent. Winds up on the second. Strong carve, throws plenty of water. Steep section. That one got square on her. And on the backhand, a little bit trickier to read. And Sage just got swatted there. We also saw, I think Ellie got hammered on her wave before. She did that little nosedive. It was only a little section, but she went into not much water at all, and she was a bit ginger getting up.
Yeah.
So don't let the pretty pictures fool you. There's definitely a lot of power being punched in the water out there at the moment. Urban Surf has a kick, that's for sure.
It does, and that's why it makes it so fun out there as well, because it does have that power. It's got that grunt, so you can really open up and surf to match that level. But it's interesting because all 4 girls or both pairs had not that great of a rotation there, so it's kind of left the door open for everyone. Sage got a 4.57, which is her best wave. She needs that 8.26, but she has 3 more opportunities. So if she banks a 7, she's only really needing a 5 or a 6.
Yeah.
At this stage, anyway.
This one is wide open. We're halfway through the women's final. And I think you'll agree today's been a fantastic success. This is the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf presented by Pirate Life, with massive thanks to our major partners La Roche-Posay, Surfboard Empire and Hard Fizz, as well as our premium partners Yeti and Tudor, and our supporting partners Heaps Normal, the City of Hume and Mantra Tullamarine, who've been accommodating us all. This is a World Surf League QS 1000, so 1,000 points up for grabs for the winner. 20 grand prize money, equal for men's and women's. It's the first WSL event in a surf park ever in Australia. And Ellie Harrison would love to win it. She's going about it the right way.
Oh, my gosh.
First 2 turns were really good. She's really measuring this one through to the inside. Damage done. She is out of there. She'll be happy as she kicks out. I think she's got rid of her 5.33. I think she's extended her lead.
Yep.
All right, this is Nixie Ryan. Wow, that turn was huge.
Wow.
Oh, watch out. She's seen what Ellie's done on her first wave and answered right back. This is a incredible wave for the surfer in red. I'm going to say that's the best wave of the final. What do you reckon, True?
That was a solid wave from Nixie and another solid wave from Ellie. Wow.
Ellie's wave was great, and it was like Nixie went, well, I see that, and I raise you this.
Wow.
Talk us through it.
Boom, that second turn there for Ellie was so nice and crisp, and then again for a third, she just puts it up there for another one. But I think I'm going to have to agree with you. That wave for Nixie was pretty incredible. That first turn was solid, backs it up again with the second one. She just looks glued to her board out there, and wow, getting a 4th turn and then just finishing it off really nice and easily there. We have some big scores on the board.
Yeah, I think Ellie and Nixie are going to get that little bit of separation they've been looking for. Ellie Harrison, an 8.07. Nixie Ryan, wave of the final, an 8.77. And it's still not enough to put her in the lead. Ellie Harrison has not extended her lead, but she's built on her total. Nixie Ryan has narrowed the gap, however. So Nixie is now just looking for a 6.8. And you know she can get that because this was an 8.77 on the wave before.
Yeah, wow, that was really solid surfing from Nixie. She, as you said, she kind of would have seen that spray from Ellie's last wave and gone, you know what? Yeah, I'm not happy with that. I'm going to have to do it a little bit better than you, and she definitely did that.
I'm so impressed. That first turn was massive. That was just a sheet of spray flung at the sky. She came fluently out of it and then got out on the face a little bit and hooked that big carve, which is a bit of a different turn to what we've seen. Here goes Sage Goldsberry on her backhand. She's looking fluent, getting plenty of rotation vertically up into the lip, and she is out of there. That will go into her top two with 2 waves left to be ridden. Here goes Mia Huppets. She needs a second score. Big bottom turn. That was a nice carve. This one's standing up. That third section's been a little bit difficult for some of the ladies to deal with. It's getting really chunky.
It is. It's getting quite chunky there, and that, as you mentioned, that kind of inside section that comes through, it's more of a float, or if you can get up and over it nice and early section, but if you're kind of a little bit behind it, it's when it just eats you up.
It's funny, I almost clicked into regular surf contest mode then. I was like, oh, I wonder if in my head I was wondering if the tide was maybe shifting, but not to be. But
no.
Yeah, we'll see it on the replay of Mia's wave. That third section just got really square and didn't give her a whole lot of options. She couldn't go anywhere.
Yep.
All right, 4 waves in the can. Mia Huppets, her last wave, a 6.7, does go into her top 2, doesn't change the situation. She's still chasing an 8.27. Sage Goldsberry's last wave, her best, a 5.87. She is out of the combination. She now requires a 9.7. 2 waves left to be surfed from all 4 women. And Stace Galbraith, welcome back to the booth, mate.
Always a pleasure.
Need to be commented on one more time before we wrap this show up.
Fading away over here.
Those cans of Pirate Life are about to explode on top of that esky.
Yeah, they were ice cold at the start of the day.
For about 40 seconds.
My gosh. What was the vibe down there like when Xavier took out the final?
It was obviously very pro-Victorian. We are in the the centre of it, and he's had a couple of great matchups with Tully recently. So, both families I think pretty proud of their boys, and then obviously Jarvis put on an amazing event as well. He's got his father Paul down here cheering him on. So, it was awesome. It was a great vibe, a great final. What an exciting final!
Amazing. We have got another exciting final. Nixie, she just locked in an 8.77. Nice surfing there. Wow, straight in the pocket. Just nice little quick high line there for a great finish for Nixie. She's looking for a 6.8 to go to first. Ellie will get that 5th wave. We'll see her behind this one, and here she goes up and riding. She just goes straight up into the lift. Huge first turn there for Ellie. Little snap for the second one, and that's that section where we've been going, do you float it, do you hit it? And Ellie just absolutely belting that one. And Nixie from Lennox Head, utilising that right-hand point break knowledge.
Yeah, tempo and her timing is just oozes confidence from of someone who's grown up on one of the best waves on the planet. So yeah, she's doing a great job here. And I didn't see the 8.77, but is this in the same realm?
It's pretty similar, yeah. That second turn was so nice and crisp. And then again for a third, Nixie, she's looking fired up. Her 8.77, she just completely unloaded on that first turn. Really nice first carve. And
but then is Elle better here?
Wow, Ellie, first snap was really nice. I mean, it's pretty tight, this one, because they both have 8s. and 7s it looks like, but looks like the scores are in already. Nixie got the better of that exchange, a 7.93, Ellie a 7.67, so Nixie Ryan is now the current heat leader. Ellie looking for an 8.64, Mia Huppert's a 9.4, and Sage Goldsbury from Phillip Island chasing a 16.7 combination.
Yeah, and I guess the helping of that single best wave of the heat has actually rocketed Nixie into, you know, a very commanding position now with that 7.93, so leaving her competitors chasing some pretty solid numbers with, what do you reckon, a wave to go? I can't quite see there.
There's one more wave for Nixie and Ellie, 2 for Mia and Sage. So Sage needs to do it on the strength of these last 2 waves. Both waves are going to count for Sage if she's to hoist the trophy. Mia a little bit better off. She can do it in 1 wave. She needs a 9.4. Anything over a 7.3 will narrow that requirement. And here she goes, the woman from Victoria, now residing on the Gold Coast.
Oh, no.
Gets a little bit caught behind, and she's going to have to do it on her last wave if she's to do it at all. Here goes Sage Goldsbury. This is a crucial wave in her campaign. On her backhand, the green jersey. First turn was spicy. Big bucket of water. Gets the head snap going.
There we go.
And gets a little bit caught behind, and she is out of there. So 1 wave left for all 4 women. It's Nixie Ryan and Ellie Harrison 1-2 at the moment. Ellie chasing an 8.64 to overtake Nixie Ryan.
It was a dramatic opening combo. It was unfortunate that she wasn't able to keep that ride going, and a nice couple of sequences of turns here from Sage. Unfortunately, you know, that section that you mentioned is a bit more of a down the line section there, pretty hard to get vertical, and unfortunately just not the clean finish she was looking for. So I'm pretty confident both ladies there will be hoping to go home on a solid finish here on their last one.
Yeah, definitely. Sage, hopefully, we're looking for a 6.7 to get out of that combination, or 6.71 to get out of that combination spot. And we said the same thing before when Mikey was in the last heat. He had a little bit of a few fumbles on his first 4 waves, but just really put himself back into the game on the last 2, found that confidence. So we'll see what happens with this last wave for Sagey here. Hopefully looking to get out of that combination. But Nixie and Ellie, this is their last wave. Nixie looking to defend that lead better, a 7.93, and Ellie chasing an 8.64 or better to retake the lead and take this one out.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, Nixie would be looking to improve on that bottom score by half a point, I think would do it. If you push the requirement into the 9s, I'm saying today it's probably pretty difficult. We haven't seen a lot of them. I don't know if we've even seen one on the right for the women.
Yes. Yeah, Mia Huppert's.
Mia Huppert's, 9.00 was it? Yeah. So, hasn't been a lot of them. See how we go up and riding.
Ellie, wow. Oh, no.
Wow, there it is. Nixie Ryan well and truly into the box seat. It's going to take something spectacular from Mia. And it's going to take a 16.7 from Sage, which is all but impossible on the strength of 1 wave. So, victory lap, more or less, for Nixie Ryan. She's done it beautifully, the surfer from Lennox Head. And she's not going to build on her 2-wave total there. Mia Huppert's, she's still in it, a 9.4.
Yep.
She knows she can't hold back. Nixie Ryan will be watching this next wave very, very closely.
The nerves, needing a 9.4 last wave to take the whole event out.
I might leave you guys with it, make my way down to the stage for the presentation.
Yes, best of luck with that, Christopher. Fantastic to hang with you in the booth, mate.
Hasn't it been a dream? All right, I'll see you guys soon.
Wow, so Ellie and Nixie make their way in from their last waves. Neither going into the top 2. That leaves a little bit of room to move for Mia Huppert's. Sage Goldsy looking for that combination 16.7, so that is going to be impossible, unfortunately, for Sagey, but stay some pretty impressive surfing from all the women today, especially these 4 girls making their way into the final.
Yeah, here we go.
4 rides on this last set. How do you reckon young Mia's heart rate is?
Or would be pretty high. I know mine would be.
I was talking to her coach Brad Gerlach earlier, and he, you know, like most people in that role, they really just try to simplify things. And, you know, and I really like his comment there of sort of bringing it back onto more of a physical approach, trying to obviously acknowledge that the mind's going to be busy, but let that be. And, you know, just jump into the things you know you can do well. And surfing this wave well is something Mia's definitely got within her skill set. It's just a matter of whether or not she can get it done on this next exchange.
All right, looks like Sage up and riding. Oh, wow, first huge turn there for Sage. She looks like she's just finding her feet now. This is going to be her best ride of the heat so far, Stace.
Oh, I bet she wishes she had 2 of them. And we will see. Here we go. Last wave of the event. Mia Huppert's beautiful first turn. Needs a 9.4. Lovely second arc. She's looking locked in. Here comes that tricky section, and she's just unable to read that one. And pretty safe to say a 9.4 won't be coming out of that particular attempt. Nevertheless, a fantastic event for Mia. She's had a couple of standout rides. And only a youngster.
Yep.
Still in high school, grade 12, starting next year.
Yep, she's still got plenty of time.
Plenty of time, but yeah, she certainly has an amazing event here. As we see the champ, Nixie, looking pretty reserved. Wonder if she knows yet.
Probably not. Oh, you'd think so.
We're going to throw to a short commercial break, and we will be back shortly with the finals presentation. Don't go anywhere.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
There we go. Scenes of elation, but pretty reserved elation. True?
Yep. Yeah. I think that sums Nixie up, to be honest.
Yeah. They don't put their heads too far above their shoulders down there at Lennox. It's an awesome surf town. Not too dissimilar to North Narrabeen, True, where you grow up. Very proud of their surf stars, but also I think it's a very awesome trait that a lot of you guys are super humble and don't let it get too far ahead of yourselves.
Yep.
Nixie's definitely one of those characters. Amazing talent, and yeah, she'd have to be pretty stoked. I think this will be the last event of the year for you guys, I imagine.
Yep.
So yeah, to finish the year like that, I'm sure she'll be pretty stoked.
Oh, definitely finishing off the year, going into a quick break, and then I think in Feb, kicking back up, which will be pretty exciting.
Yeah, it'll be awesome. What's your plans? Are you going to jump into those events?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, cool. So what's it, sort of 5 or 6 in a row, all back to back?
Yeah, I think I think there's about 6 in a row, which will be pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome. That regional series is going to be fantastic with events all up and down the East Coast. So keep your eyes on the WSL calendar and check them all out. We're going to see some replays here. This looks like some of Nixie's top rides, True.
Yeah, this looks like her second best scoring ride there. Wow, really nice surfing from Nixie. showing everyone why she deserved to win this event and take it out here. But she had some pretty insane opponents there. Ellie Harrison, huge turn there to start this one off. And she's just been showing her confidence and comfortability, I guess, throughout the whole event, especially at this wave. She's here a lot. We see heaps of clips of Ellie surfing
Yeah,
here.
definitely. She looks very, like you said, locked in on her board and very certain of where she wants to go on the wave. I was super impressed with Mia this week. She's got a great style and a great approach. And she had a couple of mistakes that she'll reflect on and look to improve moving into 2023. But I think overall it's a fantastic campaign for her, and I think she's definitely got a bright future.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And she did really well over in Taiwan, and Sage, her backhand was looking lethal all event. She was dropping sevens pretty much every heat and just couldn't quite connect for the final, but that last wave was a really nice one from Sage, and Nixie just once again showing her true power out here at Urban Surf and just really locking in some big numbers.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see, I think, both in the men and the women, the performance curve definitely lifted into the finals, and I think we were all expecting it. I think everyone had their opportunities to get their waves, and then rolling in the finals. Obviously, we've seen in both divisions cracking finals, huge scores, pretty much everyone in it till the end. So overall, a fantastic day here, and a great event. Stoked to be a part of it.
Yeah, me too. It's been pretty amazing, and to have that 100% guarantee of waves is it's a luxury.
So how do you think you went with it? How was your performance true when you think about it?
You know what, I think it was a great day. I think everyone's happy because everyone's had the opportunity to surf as well as they can out there, and regardless of whether you've taken the win, made the final or not, as long as you're proud of your surfing, then that's all that matters.
Absolutely. I owe you a coffee from earlier. I got one of your scores wrong by about 3.5 points, so apologies for that. But I guess that's the nature of surf and surf judging.
Yes.
Never quite know, do you?
Never quite know. It's unpredictable.
But I thought the judges did a pretty good job today. They kept the scale sort of down, didn't let it creep up too high. Really sent the message early that of what they wanted to see. I think variety was the key on both sides, and then also that flow piece. We didn't see any single manoeuvres at all. It was all combos of major manoeuvres, and I think Jarvis Earl was a standout in the men's. I thought Zali Kelly had a good start to the day, and it's sort of clear the judges did a good job. I think of there was only 3 nines maybe throughout the whole comp. So it was good signs. So like you said, everyone got their chances. No one's saying, well, there might be actually. Surfers do love to sometimes have a bit of a nitpick at the situation. However, everyone did get their opportunities.
Yeah, everyone did get their opportunities. It's up to them whether they capitalise on that or not. Let's have a look. Jarvis, wow. Looking really good all day, making it to the finals and coming in second behind Xavier Huxtable, but he's definitely been the one to watch, and he's just been enjoying that carving 360 there pretty much
such
every
a cool
heat.
manoeuvre, isn't it? To see this makes it look like butter. It's so good, and it's an awesome transitional manoeuvre. And when you can put it together with other turns like he was doing, hey, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, totally.
Here's a few waves of Zali Kelly. She was riding a Mayhem Rad Ripper. You can get check them out at Surfboard Empire. She had her set up as a quad.
Yep.
And sort of mixed reviews around the internet about what people actually like them set up as. Some crew love them as a quad. Others think that thrusters are better. But either way, a good surfboard, and certainly was a standout piece of equipment here in the pool, I thought.
Yeah, definitely. And it was actually Zali's first time at the pool this week, so
yeah, right.
she's never been here
Did you have any
before.
surfs with her in the lead up?
Yeah, surfed with her last night, and she was unusually chatty, and I was like, Zali, are you okay? She goes, I don't really know what to do. And I was like, oh, well, just follow me. It's all good. So it was nice to catch up with her for a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome. I think we're just getting set up for a prezzo down here any minute now, and Chris Binns will take us through proceedings. I think he's just herding up the staff and competitors down there. We're going to throw to Chris to take this one away.
We good? Test. All right, thank you, everyone. The Rip Curl Pro URBNSURF would like to recognise the Wurundjeri people as the traditional custodians on the land on which this event is hosted. We also recognise all nations, mobs and First Nations people around Australia. Always was and always will be. Incredible first event here at URBNSURF. Congratulations to everyone involved for from the competitors all the way through to the crew and everyone at the WSL who helped pull this together. We're making history today. It's the first event held in a wave pool other than the Wave Ranch at Lemoore in California. And it's the first time any wave pool events have been held in Australia. So everyone give yourselves a big round of applause. These events don't happen without fantastic sponsors. And so on that front, let's thank Rip Curl, Pirate Life, La Roche-Posay, Surfboard Empire, Hard Fizz, the Hume Council, Heaps Normal, and Mantra Tullamarine for putting us all up. We're going to get the women's finalists on stage first. So, ladies, if you can make your way up here. It was pretty awesome seeing heats being run on both sides of the pool simultaneously. Incredible that we can run an entire QS 1000 in one single day. In fourth place for the women, Sage Goldsbury. In third place, Mia Huppert. In second, Ellie Harrison. And the winner of the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf, presented by Pirate Life, Nixie Ryan. Nixie, get over here and have a chat. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank everyone that was here, Ellie for letting me borrow her board, and yeah, just thanks everyone. Had a good time. Cheers.
Hang on, you're not going anywhere yet. Run us through what it's like to surf a wave, an event in a wave pool like this.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I've been here a couple of times, but I don't know, never really surfed it that good, but yeah, it's super cool to have a comp here, and it's just something different, I guess.
Fantastic. And there was that one exchange where you dropped a huge score. Did you come out of that with plenty of confidence, feeling like you had one hand on the trophy?
Well, all the girls were ripping, so I didn't really know what was going to happen, but yeah, I was super stoked to get that one, and yeah, just keep getting waves out there.
1,000 QS points and a beautiful new trophy. Congratulations. All right, give it up for Nixie Ryan and the rest of your finalists. Ellie, no regrets on borrowing the board? Okay, fantastic. We'll get you guys to hang around. We're going to introduce the men. And in fourth place, Mike Clayton-Brown. In third place, Tully Wiley. In second place, and the man to beat throughout the day, and it took some incredible surfing to knock him off, Jarvis Earl. And the winner for the Rip Curl Pro Urban Surf, presented by Pirate Life in 2022, Xavier Huxtable. Awesome. All right, Dave, get over here, mate. Mate, you're from Torquay, but you and Tully are about as local as it gets here in the pool. When this event got added to the calendar, what were your first thoughts?
Yeah, I was just really stoked to get another comp out here. I mean, it's such an epic vibe doing a comp like this because it's not about hassling or anything else. You just get to sit there and watch and laugh with your friends as you watch other mates surf. So, no, it's epic.
Jarvis came into the final absolutely on fire. He came out of the gates in the final with a strong opening wave. And I thought it was really impressive how you just went, nah, not on my turf, and just took it right back to him and grabbed the win.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvis is such an incredible surfer. He just won Taiwan with some of the best surfing I've ever seen. And yeah, I was lucky enough to get a good score and get the win. So stoked.
And sharing a final with one of your great mates, Tully, in front of a whole bunch of your mates, doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't get much better. Surfing another final with one of my best mates at home with all my friends, and yeah, it was around, and that was epic.
You beauty, congratulations. Give it up for Xavier Huxtable, everyone. All right, well, that's the formalities done and dusted. I think we'll get some photos with all of you guys after this. But thanks to the WSL, thanks to Urban Surf,
We're welcoming the Gogans to the stage, the Hardfits DJs after that. This is the Pirate Life Court. Have a hell of a night. You beauty.